learn from doing that kind of antibody testing how many people have had experience with the virus but may have actually never known it because they never felt ill along the way. So stay tuned, for the answer on both of those pathways.
Yes, thank you very much for that, because it says something about the extent to which we may have to lean on herd immunity. A follow-up to that, Dr. Levine, and that is, are you confident? There's a lot of speculation in the media now. Are you confident that the virus has not fully mutated?
Let's go back to herd immunity first, because I'm not confident in herd immunity at this point in time, just because none of us know enough about the virus to understand what that means. Traditional virology tells us that herd immunity might be a good thing, and in fact, it's been proven to be a good thing for so many viruses. However, I don't think the scientific community yet can have its own confidence, never mind give me the confidence to say that herd immunity will be the way to go in the future with the virus. We just have to see how that plays out. My hope would be at least herd immunity would provide for less serious illness in the future for those who might contract the virus. But it's really hard to say. So that part, is very difficult. With regard to mutation, again, we're dealing with a virus that literally has been around, for this calendar year in this country, and not very much earlier in Asia. So I'm not sure we have enough to go on to talk about the confidence with mutation and what that might mean. Because obviously you raise mutation as an issue when it comes to maybe vaccination, and we want to know that we can vaccinate the population against what we thought was the most important strain of this virus so that no one will contract it in the future. And if mutation was a common event, that might be challenging. I can't really give you as firm an answer, unfortunately. You're asking great questions, but they require more scientific experience with the virus to give you really credible answers.
Thank you. Just one quick thing. The serology test, the reason I asked you about the about that is because if we're contemplating elementary and secondary schools reopening and colleges also reopening, which is now contemplated in at least UVM, Middlebury, St. Mike's, etc., then the question will be that then the number of asymptomatic people and a way to keep up with all of that is just very tricky. And I thank you for that. I mean, I understand that it's vague, but I just wanted to get a sense of where your head is on as we start looking at that. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm quite confident we will do serologic testing in Vermont, and that there will be testing that will give us valuable information, hopefully not just to the population at large, but to individuals in the population as well.
Thank you.
All right, we have one final clarifying question in the room.
Yes, Governor, we're getting some questions in the Channel 3 newsroom, so we're just going to ask you to clarify the 10 or fewer people gatherings. You recommended that it is people who follow the stay-at-home orders, a trusted family, that can come over. Are you saying that people should pick the same group? Or is it okay for people that have different groups of 10 over visiting?
I think you can have different groups. Again, it's more about making sure that they adopt the same principles that you adopted in your family, and that you have trust in them, and that they've done all the proper hygiene, and they've been social distancing and so forth, and you know them. I think that's the point. It can be different groups. I think I'm right, Dr. Levine.
We also have a press release out that
Circle of Trust.
help us with those details, additional details, and be more clear.
Very good.
All right, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
How do I take the 2020 census? In March 2020, every address in the country will receive an invitation to complete a simple questionnaire. And there are 3 ways to respond. Number 1, do it online. Number 2, call by phone. Number 3, send it by mail. For those who don't respond, a census taker from your community will follow up and assist you. Shape your future. Start here. Visit 2020census.
Welcome to A Call to Action, a series presented by Great Eastern Radio and Brattleboro Community Television. We're covering many different topics from the CARES Act and unpacking the governor's orders and what those mean. Today, we have the opportunity to chat with Honor Horton. Honor is the Executive Director for Hunger Free Vermont, and today we're talking about tackling an increased need during a pandemic. I'm Peter Fish-Case. Honor, welcome to A Call to Action.
Thanks for having me, Peter.
Well, thank you. Well, let's get right into it. School meal programs obviously sort of weren't prepared for this curveball thrown at you, but the Vermont Agency of Education had issued guidance to school food service programs. Can you tell us what that guidance looks like, first of all?
Yes, well, so first of all, Governor Scott, as part of his order closing schools but requiring learning to continue through the remainder of the school year, also required schools, every school district in Vermont, to come up with some kind of a plan to continue other essential services. And thankfully, food was one that he included in that order. And so every school district in Vermont needed to and of course wanted to as well, find a way to continue to get meals, breakfast and lunch, to students who needed it. Then it fell to our Vermont Agency of Education to come up with ways to support school districts in making that happen, and both advocate with USDA for the key waivers and rule changes that were needed to make distributing meals through, long distances in some cases in our rural districts possible, and also then interpreting that guidance for school districts and helping them to make that happen. And I have to say that our Agency of Education has just done a remarkable job of making that happen. And now our school meal programs all over the state are doing a remarkable job of getting meals out to students under very challenging conditions.
Yeah, it's been something else. I know that here in the southern reaches of the state, I know that these educators and school executives and administrators have just been moving mountains to make sure that kids get fed.
They really have.
Which leads us to Three Squares Vermont, and this is also known as SNAP. Just quick for those who don't know, what is SNAP's an acronym, and what does that mean?
SNAP stands for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
All right, now, sorry. Well, explain to viewers and listeners, if you would, explain the changes that has gone through recently with the inception of COVID.
Right. Well, of course, like everything else, everything has had to move online, and that was always an option for applying to Three Squares Vermont, but now it's the only option that people have, is to apply either online or over the phone. And so many organizations, our state Department for Children and Families operates the Three Squares Vermont program here in Vermont, administers it, and also a lot of other organizations, nonprofit organizations throughout Vermont have people on their staff who help people to apply for this program, which is really great because the application can be confusing, and it's really nice to have someone available to just walk you through it and help you make sure you're completing it in a way that's going to get you the best benefit possible if you're eligible. So a lot of those organizations like the Vermont Food Bank, the area agencies on aging, they've stepped up the number of people who are available to take calls and help people with the application. And our Department for Children and Families has a call center where you can get help as well. So there's been kind of an increase, a stepping up of available resources to assist people with applying. There's definitely an increase in people applying, which I think is really good news in a situation like this. It's also the case that every household that is eligible and applies for benefits is going to be receiving the maximum benefit for their household size right now. So that's also really good news, and that was a change made by Congress at the federal level. Okay. You can also now upload any of the supporting documents that you need in order to complete your application. You can upload those electronically as well.
Good. All right. So when you say maximum amount, let me just let's just get it. So like a family of four, when you say the maximum amount, what does that mean? What if people need to apply for food? What could they expect?
Oh, that is a good question, and I don't have those numbers right in front of me.
It's fair.
You want to hang on for a second and I'll check? Or?
No, that's all right. We'll just keep moving. So WIC, all right, which is another program that falls a little bit under your purview. Can you please explain what that is, and also if there have been any changes to that?
Yes. So WIC is the Women, Infants, and Children program, and that is a great program that supports women who are pregnant, and then infants through age 5 with a set of resources, one of which is healthy food. And so that program has received additional funding from Congress, but it's a program that is often underutilized here in Vermont. And this is a really great time if you are a parent of a young child or you are pregnant. Now is a great time to get connected with WIC because it provides you with a card, like a debit card, that you can use to get specific healthy foods for you and your baby. And it provides also support with breastfeeding. It provides well baby visits and nutrition education and support. So it's a really great program.
Good. All right. Most of what we've been talking about so far are basically directed towards, I guess, families, mainly kids.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any programs for older Vermonters?
Yes. So older Vermonters, of course, we know are particularly at risk with COVID-19 and are being especially encouraged to stay home and not go out in public. And so it's really important in that case that meals are able to be delivered to you if you're an older Vermonter. And our Meals on Wheels program is the basic program for that. And it also is being expanded significantly. And we have delivery systems in place in every region of Vermont. And so that's another program where if you would like to get connected to have meals delivered at home, you're 60 or older, then you can give a call to your local area agency on aging and they will connect you with that program.
Okay, good to know. Obviously, making use of these programs like 3 Squares Vermont, WIC, and school meals helps individuals and families. But how does it matter to Vermont overall?
Yeah, that's such a great question. It really does matter to Vermont overall. So I think it's really important to think about these programs that they start at the federal level. So these are federally funded programs that are administered more locally through our state agencies. And they bring federal dollars into the state of Vermont to help all of us when we need that help. But it's not just federal dollars, it's our dollars, right? So through our working lives, we contribute to the whole tax system. And these are programs that our representatives in Congress have set up over time to take care of all of us. And that federal money coming back into the state really makes a difference. It's been shown that 3 Squares Vermont, for example, it returns $1.50 to $1.80 into the local economy for every dollar that of 3 Squares Vermont benefits that people spend here in Vermont. That's a critical economic stimulus that we need. When you apply for school meal programs and you make use of the school meal deliveries that are happening now, you're actually helping your school district really be able to maximize that program, and you're helping to make your school district eligible to provide universal summer and after school meals for all children on into the future, because the more people who use the school meal program, that's how eligibility for those programs are determined. So making use of these federal programs, you're also helping your local community when you do that.
Okay, so by using the program, you strengthen the program.
You do, absolutely. And you strengthen our local economy, including helping our local farmers, because you can use your 3 Squares Vermont benefits, for example, at your local farmers market this summer. You can use them to buy seed and plant starts and even to start your own garden at home. And all of those things are going to help at the very local level to keep Vermont's economy, going through this really, really challenging time we're all in together.
Interesting, very interesting, because I'm all about trying to source locally and shop locally. So it's interesting to know that was
Right.
that was a really good piece of information. Thank you for that.
Of course.
I've been saying this over and over again to folks who come on a call to action that we are just trying to fix the car while it's moving. All right, there's just nobody pandemics well. So
No.
so for me, it speaks to the uncertain nature. How systems that we deploy today will change tomorrow. Have the folks at Hunger Free Vermont found that to be the case?
Well, I mean, I really relate to that idea of like trying to fix the car while it's moving, because I feel like that's what all of our staff are trying to do every day. We're used to working in person with people as well. And now, of course, we can't do that. So we're trying to transition our trainings and technical assistance into online models. And, we are we're working really hard to figure out, well, what kind of outreach materials and information do people really need right now from us, and how can we get that out to them? And our 10 hunger councils that operate all around the state have become real kind of networking platforms in their different communities to coordinate responses at the local level to this crisis. And so we've really been trying to staff those up and support those local people. So I feel like we're coming up every week, we're making changes and trying to adapt to the situation. It's very challenging for all of us.
Well, yeah, there's just a lot of moving parts, and of course with the increased need, and if we're paying completely attention to the overwhelmed system that was kickstarted, of course, as you mentioned, by the feds, unemployment claims, which are people are super frustrated with getting those through, the PPP loans if you're a business owner, and you thought you did everything right, and your stimulus checks, some people are still waiting for those. All of these have their fair share of problems. And of course, with the increase of this that you folks have been seeing, and of course is still on the rise as people are continuing to get furloughed and laid off as a result of what's going, are you experiencing these kind of backlogs and problems, or have you been able to keep up?
Well, I mean, we are certainly doing our best to kind of keep up with getting information out to everyone. I feel like we're still to some degree scrambling to make sure that everyone who needs to know about these programs and how to access them gets that information. And radio programs like yours really help us to do that. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be on with you and your listeners today. And I think that we are in a situation that is not going to go away anytime soon. I mean, maybe that's stating the obvious, but I think we all really need to let that sink in, that we need to be taking a stand for keeping these programs like Three Squares Vermont, like school meals, and soon we're going to be looking at summer meals for children, and that's really important too. We need to make sure that the federal government is continuing to make these programs flexible and really usable in this situation that we're in, so we can keep on taking care of ourselves and our families, but also our communities and our state. So I think there's a big advocacy job ahead of us too, and we may really need a lot of Vermonters to raise their voices up so that we can, take care of each other.
Right, and know you have mine whenever you need it.
Thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Honora, do me a favor. If you had in your elevator speech had to tell somebody if they need services, how to get services, and you only had that elevator ride in which to do that, what would you tell them?
All right. Well, if you prefer the telephone approach, call 211. 211 is a toll-free number. You will get a live person anytime that you call, day or night, and you can ask them any question about any service, and then they will connect you to the right number or right place to go to for whatever service it is that you need. So 211, every Vermonter, that's the number to call. Or if you prefer the computer approach, you can go to our website, hungerfreevt.org. We have a coronavirus resource page on that website, and it lists all the different programs we've talked about and directly how you can connect with each one of them.
Great. Honora, anything that you think we may have left out of this conversation today?
Well, I just want to give a shout out to Vermonters. What I'm seeing is so much innovation, so much compassion, so many people out there trying to help each other and take care of each other. And that is so moving and inspiring to me. And I know that if we just keep on with that kind of approach and we keep encouraging each other to make use of every single one of these great nutrition programs that are ours to use, that we'll get through this.
Great. Honora Horton is the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. Thank you for jumping on a call to action with us today.
Thanks so much, Peter.
Good evening, everyone, and we apologize for the slight delay in the start, but this is the May 4th meeting of the Vermont Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. This is being done as a webcast, so just very briefly, members of the audience joining will be muted as they join. If you need to ask a question, you can just email me or text me at 802-272-1714 to say that you have a question. You don't have to write in the question at that point. There will be times during the meeting that we will open basically all of the connection lines, so people in the public will be free to ask questions. The way we're set up, the discussion between individual panelists should be unmuted. I see a number of people have muted themselves. But for the sake of background noise, if anyone, when you are not speaking, please mute yourself. We have, at this point, 40 different people connected to this presentation, so background noise will be a problem if we do not self-mute. With that, I will turn the meeting over to the panel chair, Josh Unruh. Josh, I hope you're here and we can, yeah, okay, you are here, and hopefully we can actually hear you at this point.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How are you? So the only thing that I need to change tonight is making an amendment to the agenda is our 815 status report on the Vermont NDCAP legislation. I'd like to move that to right prior to the North Star update on the VY site decommissioning. So that will move to 625 from 815. Scott State is going to join us if he hasn't joined us already, or maybe Dave Pearson will speak in his stead. I'm not sure yet. But they have an announcement regarding that legislation, so and they will not be able to be on the call to 8:15 to make that announcement. So we're going to move that forward if everybody's okay with that. So the next thing on the agenda is the introduction of panelists. I'm not terribly concerned about doing that, Anthony, unless that's something that we have to do. Because I think it's going to be fairly cumbersome to try to do through this format.
Okay. Well, it looks like I have a clear picture of who's on the meeting right now. So I will make a note of that. We pretty much have everyone. We have 15 panelists present right now. So
very good. So the next, go ahead.
Tony, can you tell us who's missing? That would maybe be just helpful.
Yeah, well, right now the only person I see missing is Paul Mark, the representative from the Massachusetts towns. For those of you who don't recall, our New Hampshire representative, Bob Gustafson, has retired, so he is. There is no one here from Vermont, or I'm sorry, from New Hampshire. But right now, who I have on here is Bill Irwin, Bob Leach, Chris Campany, Corey Daniels, David Pearson, Emily Davis, Josh Unruh, June Tierney, Brett Long, Madeline Arms, Laura Sibilia, Sarah Coffey, and Chuck Schwer.
Thank you.
And Lissa Weinman.
Oh, yes, and Lissa. My apologies, Lissa. Yes, you're not showing up on the list.
Quick question.
Just for procedure's sake for this evening, if we do have to do a vote tonight, we are going to do it in alphabetical order. Tony sent out an email with that list in order. If we do end up doing a vote, I don't foresee us doing one, but if by chance we do one, it will be in alphabetical order based on that list Anthony emailed out earlier today. And somebody was trying to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was me. This is Emily. This is a question for Tony and Josh. How do we want to proceed with video call during the Skype meeting? Do you prefer us to, if we unmute ourselves to talk, do you also want to have video on like I have right now? Or what's the best way? What's the best thing? Those of us who can come in on video.
I would say the choice is yours. I think it would be better to have the video on because that will make for overall a better recording. But that is entirely up to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think at this point the only person we would not be able to see is Lissa.
Okay.
All right, so that being said, I started my video. All right, so what we need to do now is review and approve the January and February 2020 meeting minutes. Those were sent out for your review. So I will entertain a motion on both of those. And again, as we're voting, it will be in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just so folks know, what I had sent out on the meeting minutes, there were some minor changes. On the January meeting minutes, there was a change, two changes on page 4, line 16 of page 4, to complete the sentence, the words "are being held" was added. And down on line 28, doctor was added in front of Bill Irwin's name. Also on page 3, this is something that I had put in, but I had neglected to note because of a typo on page 3, line 33. I have changed the word "actually" to "currently." Those are the only changes that we've had on those.
I had can you hear me?
Yes, Lissa.
I wanted to suggest that we add a link or include the comments that were made by Ray Shaddis for that February meeting about how the Maine Yankee expenses operated. Those were presented at the meeting, and they're also on the Endicap site, but they should also be reflected in the minutes.
Okay, I thought I had that in the minutes. So you're referring to the February minutes at this point,
yes,
rather than the January. Okay, I'm.
I looked for them and I didn't see them, but if they're
okay.
there, that's fine. But I did not see them in there.
Okay,
so.
well I'll tell you what, I will. Yeah, okay. If you go to page 4 of the February minutes, what I have noted beginning on line 13 is Clay Turnbull outlined that the written comments that Ray Shaddis provided to the panel on behalf of New England Coalition. These comments may be viewed at the Endicap website. So if you would prefer, Lissa, I can put a direct link there to the comments themselves.
Yes, I think that would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other revisions to either January or February? Hearing and seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
So moved. Bob Leach.
Is there a second?
I second.
So moved and seconded. Does everybody have the voting list? If not, I will call out your name and ask for a yay or nay. Maybe that will be easier. So I will just do that. Let's just make it easy. Maddie Arms.
Yes, yay.
Chris Campney.
Yes.
Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Yes.
Emily Davis.
Yes.
Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Corey, I think that's you.
Dr. Irwin, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself and vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Bob Leach.
Yes.
Brett Long.
Yes.
Mark McDonald.
Oh, I missed him. He is not here that I can see.
Oh, okay. David Pearson.
Yes.
Chuck Shore.
Yes.
Laura Sibilia.
Yes.
June Tierney.
Yes.
Josh Unruh says yes. Lissa Wyman.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are unanimous as corrected for both January and February. So as I mentioned prior to the start of the meeting, we bumped up the status report on the Vermont handicap legislation. David Pearson, I believe you're speaking, or maybe Scott State is on the line, I'm not sure. Whomever is speaking regarding that particular line item, please do it now.
Josh, I believe Scott's on the line.
Yeah, can you hear me, Josh?
Yes, sir.
Good. I just wanted to just give a brief update. I know that this particular legislation was obviously of great interest to the NDCAP, and I know that during the process of debates and committee meetings in the legislature, this had been making progress, and then with the COVID issue, it got set aside. And so what North Star would like to do is be a good corporate citizen and make the assumption that this bill would have been passed in normal course. And as such, we would like to make the contribution that was in the bill on July 1st as if the bill had passed. And I spoke with Representative Sibilia earlier today and let her know that was our interest. I think she spoke with Commissioner Tierney, and I don't know the process, but what North Star would like to do is just find a way to live up to the obligation that is in that legislation, and presumably at some point the legislation will be taken back up again and be put in place. But that's really all I had to say about that particular matter. We do want to have a positive relationship, obviously, in Vermont, and we've been very pleased with the year plus a few months that we've been working in Vermont, and as such, that's the commitment we're making.
So, Representative Sibilia, do you have anything on this, or Commissioner Tierney?
Yep.
Go ahead.
And I'm happy to defer to, not defer. Commissioner Tierney will speak for herself. Just a quick status update on where the legislation is. It did pass the House. It is over in the Senate. I know the Vice Chair has inquired as to the likelihood of it passing. She may want to update. It would be my sense that it probably will pass at some point this year. I don't know when. I doubt that it's going to be in the before July 1 stack, but who knows? And I appreciate North Star coming forward in this manner. And I think that's all I have to say. I don't know if the Commissioner or Alyssa have anything else to add in that regard.
This is June Tierney. I much appreciate the gesture from the company. Representative Sibilia did contact me about it earlier today. What I expressed to her was that we certainly would try to find a way to make that work. There can be legal hurdles at times having to do with where money goes, who receives it, and so forth. So we will certainly run those to ground. And if we can accept the gesture, we will. And if we can't, we will remember that North Star made the gesture.
All right, very good. Representative Coffey, do you have anything to add to this one?
Sure. Thank you, Josh. I just want to add to the appreciation that I have for North Star for stepping forward and giving this commitment and in the first place, and in light of the COVID-19 situation in the legislature, I really appreciate Scott, you coming forward and making this commitment. So thank you, and I'm optimistic that the Commissioner Tierney will figure out a way to accept the money. Thank you.
Very good. So I'm watching kind of the IM conversations that are going on, and Dr. Irwin and Chuck Shore have a good suggestion to kind of help me through this meeting. If you have a question, which we are going to hold all the questions until after each presentation. So North Star's presentation is up next. If you have a question on that presentation, please wait until they're done and send a little note in the comment or in the IM so I can do it by, so I know who all has a comment to make and I can call on you appropriately. That way we're not trying to talk over each other. So if you all understand where the IM feature is, it's in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. Looks like a little cartoon talk box. Click on that, type a message, and say, I have a question. I will call on you, and we will be able to get through our questioning a little bit easier after each presentation. So if that makes sense to everybody, we will proceed with the North Star update on the decommissioning.
Okay, I don't know, Corey, are you doing that?
Yes, Tony, I'm here. I'm ready to start.
Okay. Okay, can everyone see the North Star initial slide right now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, terrific.
All right, good evening, everyone. This update obviously is for 5/4/2020. I know a good part of the conversation tonight will be the financial reporting, so this is a fairly truncated slide deck tonight, and we try to keep it at 15 minutes. But Tony, next slide, please.
It is up on my end. There may be a lag on your end.
There is definitely a lag because it has not switched.
Interesting.
Is it possible for Corey to give Corey control? Does Corey have the presentation?
Yeah, Corey, you should be able to request control if you want to try that. There should be a request since you're a presenter at this point. There should be a request. A request button at the top of the Skype interface.
And I believe Corey would need to be showing it from his computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm operating this from a tablet as well, so I don't know if I have that option.
Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. I am out of it's showing on my end here as the presentation. I'm not sure why it's not coming up. Wait.
I'm seeing the present. This is Chris. I'm seeing the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This may be a function of individual internet connections, is what we're running into.
Chris, what exactly are you seeing? Are you seeing the diagram of the plant?
I am.
Yeah, that is slide 1, if I'm correct, right, Tony?
Yeah, and I had scrolled down to slide 2.
I'm seeing slide 2.
Okay.
Yep, me too.
Simple priorities is slide 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it just moved on.
Just moved for me too.
Okay, I don't know why it didn't move the first dozen times.
Tony, it's Chris. In case folk don't know, in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, the second little icon, it has a arrow pointing at a symbol of a person. That's where you choose the presentation view, or whatever layout you want.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I know what Chris is talking about. In the upper right-hand corner, Yeah, why don't you try switching to content view? And that should give you the slide.
I think everybody's on the second slide at this point. Corey, if you want to keep going, let's do it.
Yeah, let's try it, Tony. Unfortunately, I don't have that menu item, but second slide with simple priorities. Obviously, nothing's changed with safety. We're going to talk about safety and performance a little further on in the presentation. But it's a good reminder, the radiological and nuclear component of this slowly goes away, but the industrial environmental aspect of it remains fairly high. And we're going to demonstrate that we've had good performance for a full year straight. We just wanted to show a graphic with that. So you can go to the next slide, please.
This is
project schedule. You guys have seen this slide before. The data shifted slightly with the large component removal, mostly due to the reactor vessel segmentation work, and sliding a little bit to the right. But with that, we've made great gains with our turbine and steam plant removals and some of our demolition projects. Overall, the schedule's well on track. We have very high confidence we'll be able to complete it well ahead of 2030. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we were going to talk about safety. We've now worked 350,000 person hours with no recordable injuries on site. Pretty good by most industrial standards, very good by decommissioning and deconstruction efforts. We continue to have good regulatory performance. We've had no cited violations in all of 2019 and so far for all of 2020. As I mentioned, our production overall is on track, and we already talked a little bit about the reactor removal project. We're actually commencing a second shift this week with that project group to gain some efficiencies and improve our usage of the reactor building crane. And we're not seeing any slippage in that schedule currently, so we believe we have good control of that. We have some of the harder projects out of the way, which I'll show you in some of the photographs upcoming. Next slide, please. All right, this is a familiar graphic, and again, a little reminder for the arrows along the bottom. It kind of describes the manner in which the reactor vessel is taken apart. It pretty much works from the top down. The progress along the left-hand margin, I won't read all the slides to you, but the more important part is that the steam separator is now done. As I mentioned in the upper right-hand corner, that's a very complicated job. And now that we have those components removed, broken down, and packaged, we're moving through the next couple of steps, most significant of which is the core shroud, along with feed water sparters, and those cutting operations are in progress right now. Next slide, please. So one more photo of the top half of the steam separator after it was cut up and pulled out of the reactor and slid over before we get segmented. Next slide. Obviously 4 photographs here, so a little bit more complicated visual of what you're looking at. In the upper and left-hand corner, now the shroud head is being cut up. And that's with the portal cutting system. You can see the next one over to the right working clockwise. That basket is one of the containers that we use to slide into a larger cylindrical red waste container. And you're going to see a few more photos of those type of baskets in the next couple of slides. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can see our portal cuddle system being removed from the dryer separator bit. And that was for maintenance activities. We actually set up a little tent and worked on that equipment and retooled it for the work that it was being used for next. And then you can see on the bottom right-hand corner it being lowered back into the water. So a pretty elaborate operation to pull all that equipment out, tool it up, check it out, perform maintenance on it, put it back into service. Next slide, please. So back to the steam separator. These are some of the photos that show the final segmentation efforts for the steam separator. In the photo that I showed you first of the steam separator in its entirety, you could see all the cyclones sticking up. The segmentation bandsaw being placed into the water in the upper right-hand corner, guiding those baskets through the transfer canal back into the spent fuel pool. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see what those baskets look like with the individual cyclones stacked in them. And that bright light you see in the middle of the photo is just a reflection from a light above. It's not anything exciting like underwater welding, but I know that might get a couple questions, so that is all that is. Next question. Next slide, please. So those are the big items happening on the refuel floor with the vessel segmentation. The other activities of significance are happening in the turbine building. Now that the turbine is gone and we're working our way down through the steam lines, you get a little bit of context for the level of effort into the cutting operations, a lot of physical hands-on work, removing small pipes to get to big pipes, slowly lowering those into place until we can get them staged and prepped for transportation. Next slide. So you're going to see quite a few photos demonstrating what I just described. You can see the plastic laid down on the floor. We pick an area that we want to go after. This happens to be near the turbine control valves, which were under the top front end of the turbine, where all the big steam lines come up and used to supply the steam to the turbine itself. You can see the workers placing and holding the smaller steam lines while they're manually cutting them. Get an idea for debris being stacked up, waiting transportation. Starting on the bottom row photos, you get an idea. Those are 18 and in some cases 36-inch steam lines in the overhead that are being cut up and partitioned and pulled out of the turbine building. You get an idea for how big those control valves are. Some of those valves weigh well over 5 tons each. If you look carefully, you can see the legs and people in a suit sitting on top of one of those valves, dismantling one partially before we cut it out. And then you can see some of the loading operations with the turbine building crane being staged to place in a gondola. Next slide, please. So we have several small teams working in concert but independently. Part of the way we've managed some of the COVID controls was to redistribute the work with smaller dedicated teams. You see a couple of folks going after the feed water system, a large supply pipe and valve, prepping that for removal. And behind them, you can see one of the feed water heaters, which is close up on the right-hand side after we used a diamond wire saw to segment that in half. Those feed water heaters are too large to place in a single rail car, so we cut those up, rigged them out, and stacked them into the rail cars individually. So the inside of that heat exchanger, about 10,000 tubes inside of that, gives you an idea of how much material is inside of one of those. Next slide, please. So with that feed water system and all the heaters, of which there are 10, actually 4 pairs of the heaters have already been removed and in the process of being shipped. The 2 remaining heaters are built into the sides of the main condenser, which we're maintaining as a storage volume. So that'll be one of the later things that gets removed, but all the other feed water heaters have been cut out. You get an idea for what we consider a manageable size piece, usually on the order of 5 to 10 tons. And you can get an idea for just how thick the piping is around some of those turbine valves and the feed water lines. The bottom row, you can see the steam lines being worked from the top down, and you can see the segmented components of the feed water heaters being lifted and loaded into gondola rail cars. Pretty significant material handling operations, which again, I'd like to remind folks we've had near perfect safety performance and no recordable accidents with all those activities. These are unconventional rigging actions. We're being extremely diligent with our engineering controls. We have a dedicated on-site PE engineer to make sure that we are performing those activities correctly and safely. And we have an experienced team of riggers who know the equipment here on site, making sure all that equipment comes out of there safely. Next slide. So with all that material coming out, you get an idea, we're moving about 3 rail cars out of here a week. We're looking to ramp that up a little bit. And with the current controls in place, our production rates are slowly going up. We expect that to go up by quite a bit with the demolition that's happening with the exterior buildings. But we sent almost 100 shipments today. Actually, it'll be over 100 today. I believe we sent 4 rail cars out of here today. I won't read the slide to you, but the total volumes and weights are significant. For those who may not have audio, we've sent over 10 million pounds of material out of here and over 147 carries of activity. We've upped our rail car inventory by about 18 rail cars with the amount of time it takes to get them all the way across country, transload and offload them and get them returned. Now we have no holdups with our rail transport capability, and we should see pretty strong movement out of the site going forward as the summer months pick up. Next slide. So that's kind of what's happening inside the buildings for radiological decommissioning. Now onto the non-rad side, the characterization remediation efforts. A lot of progress has been made with the help from our friends in the state. We've got the review complete of the site investigation report. We received their comments and input. We've got revisions and changes in process. And the number of AOCs, not all of the changes and adjustments of those were significant. A lot of that was detail and specific sample data and the way it was formatted. You'll notice of the AOCs 3, 7, and 8, the South Warehouse, the fuel storage tank, and the transformers, I have those highlighted. That's because we have corrective action plans under review and out for public comment for those small remediation efforts in those areas. What we tend to call a dig and haul, basically, where we plan to remove a set location of soil and sample the peripheries, validate that we got everything out of there, and then close those areas out one at a time. So next slide, please. As mentioned, so we have the 3 remediation plans so far designated and submitted, or designed and submitted to A&R. That went out on the 13th of April. They've been working through all the comments and issues on those and got a great turnaround considering all the constraints on them from the pandemic impacts. We've completed our 4th round of quarterly groundwater sampling. We've got no new source terms or anything significant identified that we didn't know about. We have more groundwater sampling planned for this month. We'll coordinate with A&R and ATC representatives to make that happen. We've also drilled a couple of additional wells with input from the state on where that would make sense so we can get good sample data going forward. And the annual report is being finalized right now, and it should be ready for submission any day. I think it's just awaiting final signatures. Next slide. So we revised and completed our SWEP plan. We had some mold abatement operations that we had done in one of the old outbuilding structures where we walked through into the plant side of the site. That was all cleaned up and validated. No further activities required. The ongoing iterative process of validating that all the samples for the buildings that we plan to demolition with the state's input is ongoing. We submitted to, got concurrence from the Agency of Natural Resources on the building characterization for removal of the warehouse and AOG structures. A good portion of the warehouse came down today. That work started in earnest this morning and will continue on the rest of this week. And then I'm sure the debris load out will take some time once it's all down and separated out. And we had our bi-weekly call with the state agencies today also. And those continue to bear fruit and be quite useful for keeping us aligned going forward with the remediation efforts. Next slide. And so you saw this slide before at a previous handicap. It's just a reminder. The large building on the left side with the red circle around it is where we started. That's the warehouse and maintenance office building. The AOG structure just to the right of that will happen a little later, where we're going to get the other building down first. Because it's a metal skin steel frame building, it will require very little effort to knock down with the heavy equipment. The AOG structure, on the other hand, is going to take a little more work. The concrete walls at the base of that structure, about 7 feet thick, was designed to contain a hydrogen explosion, and it's a pretty robust structure. And we have a very detailed plan on how we're going to dismantle that and get the material out of here as well. But both of those are prepped and ready to go. Next slide. So trying to stay under my 15 minutes. I'll open it up to questions at this time.
Okay, so going through my list, Emily Davis, you have the first question for Corey, please.
Great. Thanks, everyone. And thank you, Corey, for that. I have a question on the corrective action plans. Did paw through on the environmental notice bulletin and looked at those plans. And under what Haley and Aldrich had filed under Section 4, the corrective action plans, there's a couple of sentences that I'm hoping you can elaborate on, and I don't know if this is a question for you or your consultants or A&R, but it says, because of the expedited schedule, North Star understands that for smaller areas of contamination, it is more efficient to proceed with remediation without completing a feasibility study to compare remedial options. In these cases, Vermont A&R will be notified in advance for approval. I'm curious about I don't doubt that that's not the best way to move through with this, and I appreciate the expedited schedule, but I'm hoping that you can elaborate a little bit more on what else we get out of completing that feasibility study, that there's a judgment that that's not necessary to move through with this. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, Emily, I understand your question. More than likely, one of the state representatives will be able to answer this more completely. But for some of these very small corrective action plans, the high rule is adjusted to effectively allow this interim performance of doing something like a dig and haul to remediate a small section where we clean it up and validate the perimeters and make sure that it's taken care of. But that is only one small part of the non-radiological decommissioning. It doesn't mean you're done forever with that. You still have to verify that if it extends in any direction, that it's completely taken care of. But as far as the feasibility study component of it, I think that's probably better left to either the experts with Haley and Aldrich or someone from the state to help fill in the gaps on that, because I'm probably going to give you a bogus answer.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the state that might be able to shed light on that?
This is Gerald Noyes from the Agency of Natural Resources. I had reviewed the corrective action plans and then filed them up on the environmental notice board. Our investigation and guidance document, or the rule for doing a site investigation, some of that is geared to complex sites where you might have a large release and it might not be immediately obvious how to clean up that release. In that case, a feasibility study might be in order, to kind of identify the best cleanup method. These first 3 corrective action plans, one of them was basically contaminated soil in the vicinity of a fuel oil tank used for space heating. One of them, and I forget, I'll have to review it for the other 2, but basically those were pretty clear small operations, and it was clearly the easiest way to do it is just to dig up this contaminated soil and ship it off site, since North Star has the disposal options in Texas and the heavy equipment for the digging, and there really wasn't any need to do a feasibility study to decide what is the best method to get rid of the contamination that was observed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's the short answer there. But I did review what they had submitted in terms of the data, and I agreed with their assessment that in these 3 locations, the areas of concern number 3, 7, and 8, that excavation was the appropriate remediation.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Emily, my apologies if I put Gerald on the spot there. To add to that a little bit, some of these are pretty simple, small cleanups.
Yeah.
And when you get into the feasibility study, you can spend more time, energy, money, and resources, even of the states, efforting all that than just digging it up and hauling it out of there. And these ones kind of hit that framework. And that's the approach that we're allowed to take, and we're trying to explore and to do the decommissioning effectively and still do it efficiently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, Dr. Irwin, you have 2 questions for Corey?
Yes, thank you. First, about schedule of activities. The May 23rd last year, there were numerous documents that were shared with the Department of Environmental Conservation, Agency of Natural Resources. They shared them with health. And among them, there was a schedule of activities for the majority of the year. And I was wondering if you're going to share a similar schedule of work activities for the coming year from, say, March of 2020 onward. And then the second question is about the status of the advanced off-gas building, particularly the structure systems and components inside it, prior to now that you're approaching the demolition of that building. And then particularly if you could, relation of those structure systems and components that service the plant stack and ventilation of the buildings there at the site.
Thanks, Dr. Irwin, for the question. For the first one, if I understood it correctly, you were looking for the more detailed yearly schedule that we put out previously. We are efforting that. We've obviously made some adjustments due to the impacts that have happened here in the last couple of months, but we plan on having that out in the next month, and we'll definitely get it out for the next handicap meeting. Overall, the macro schedule is generally more effective for explaining the level of detail that's usually useful at this handicap meeting, but we'll put something together with more detail for one of the following meetings. So I'm going to take a push on that. We'll definitely get that out in one of the next meetings. As far as the AOG, most of the components in AOG are skid mount. Most of those skid mounts have been pulled, and that equipment has already been removed. The ventilation system with respect to the rest of the plant will be separated out from AOG. The way that's designed, the AOG is no longer in service. None of the ventilation components are required from AOG to maintain ventilation in the reactor building and to the stack. With respect to the other infrastructure items that support any of the equipment that runs in the rest of the facility, AOG is completely separable from that, and that is also one of the reasons it was designated as an opportunity for large component removal and early in the schedule, because we can effectively fully separate that out, take it cold and dark, remove all the equipment on the inside of it, and demolition the structure.
That's great. Thank you. And one follow-up question. Well, GZ10, which is just east of the advanced off-gas building, is there water in the ground there where that well samples?
I'm going to have to take a look up on that one, Bill. I don't have real-time data on that, but I can get that for you pretty quickly, and I can call you outside of this if you want and follow up with you.
Great, yeah, and if you've got any samples from GZ10, it would be great to see those, because that was where the condensate leak from the AOG tunnel occurred, and obviously it's one of our areas of concern relative to water being dammed up from the east side towards the river by the large concrete foundation of the advanced off-gas building. Thank you very much for your answers and for that assistance in the future.
Thanks, Bill. I'll see what we can find out about GZ10 data, and we'll be in touch.
Lissa, did you have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. I fixed it. I might have missed it because I was trying to fix my system here, but you mentioned there was 4 additional wells that you'd begin sampling in May. I was just wondering, how that determination was made to increase the number of wells.
A good amount of that, Alyssa, was input from the state's consultants, ATC. But they're also in locations that make sense for the monitoring with the site and the hydrological gradient. It all kind of runs from north to south and west to east. So those wells got put on the back corner between it and the river.
I see. Do you know how many total wells there are that are monitored on the property?
I don't have an exact count of which wells are all monitored at this time, but I believe it's right around 30 or 32. But I can find out that data as well, and I can share that with you.
Yes.
Thanks, Tori.
Kicked off.
Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions for Corey. So we can move on to the state agencies' assessments. So let's start with the PSD.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Eric Guzman. I'm a staff attorney with the Department of Public Service.
Yes, I know.
Hey,
Tony,
Anthony, we can hear you.
Fucking meow.
Tony, would you be able to pull up the presentation as well?
Eric, this is your boss, June Tierney. You're doing a great job so far.
Thank you.
My apologies if you heard that, folks.
No worries.
Edit that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tony.
What are we talking about?
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the presentation to show up. I'm not seeing it, at least on my end. I can go ahead and start
No, we're not seeing it here either, Eric.
Okay.
We all were sent copies. We might be able to open those and follow along with you.
Yeah, it's on the Endicap site.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start just in the interest of time while Tony gets the presentation up. Like I said, my name is Eric Guzman. I'm a staff attorney with the Department of Public Service. And I'll just be providing a brief summary of the department's annual reporting review that was submitted on April 1st by North Star. And joining me is Nicholas Kapik and Mark Gamir from 4 Points Group. They're the department's consultants, and they've been contracted to assist the department with its project and financial oversight role. And they are helping the department assure that the issues that would challenge successful completion of the project are identified and timely addressed. And so moving on to slide 2, just pull it up here. Just as a general reminder of the department's role in the Vermont Yankee decommissioning, as a part of the department's financial oversight of the project, the department monthly expenditures from North Star, and those are also submitted to ANR and the Office of Attorney General. We also received 30-day notice of disbursements for the Site Restoration Trust. We received the annual public certification detailing work completed versus work that's remaining and funds remaining versus the amount estimated to be required for completion of the project. We also received monthly and annual financial disclosures and reports. And we receive monthly updates on the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust and the Site Restoration Trust fund balances. And these documents are submitted to the department on a regular basis and forwarded to our consultants. And the department reviews essentially the financial performance of the project to determine the financial health of North Star and assesses the viability of the financial assurances. In coordination with ANR and North Star, every month we review the work performed or reported by North Star and determine whether it's reasonable and consistent with the SRT and NDT of withdrawals. We also evaluate the project to identify any risks or concerns that could challenge successful completion. And the department continues monthly coordination with the other state agencies and North Star to follow up with any questions or concerns resulting from any annual or monthly reporting. I'm sorry, Tony, I don't think you're muted right now.
Actually, I'm getting text messages from Tony. This is Josh, the chair. He can't hear anything at this point. So as you need to change slides, please let me know. I will text him and he will change them.
Okay. And also the department conducts regular site visits to verify the progress reported by North Star. And we can go ahead and move to slide 3. So as I mentioned, the memorandum of understanding signed by the parties in the Vermont Yankee sale docket 8880 requires North Star to provide 2 groups of submissions to the department on an annual basis. Those are the annual public certification documents and the financial disclosures. The public certification is required under the MOU under 2H, and that's submitted to the department, ANR, Department of Health, and the Office of Attorney General. The financial disclosures are submitted solely to the department under Section 2I. And then we can move on to slide 4. So under the MOU under 2H, the annual public certification, apologize here. So under 2H1, the annual public certification is required to detail any work completed as a real result of the corrective action plans approved by ANR. As North Star in its presentation earlier described, there is not an approved corrective action plan to date. However, that is currently being addressed with public comments. Under 2H3, the amount of funds that are available for site restoration at the end of the calendar year are required to be reported. And that balance of the site restoration trust as of the end of 2019 was approximately $62 million. The balance as of March 31st is approximately $64 million. And the amount of funds estimated for completion of the projects right now reported at approximately $23 million. If we'll move on to slide 5. So under the MOU 2I, as I mentioned earlier, there's financial disclosure reports that are provided only to the Department of Public Service. Those were provided April 1st, and under the MOU that requires audited financials from North Star, audited statements of fund balances from North Star. If you want to move on to slide 6 here. A current deal model, the completion of partial release and site restoration, as well as a variance analysis are required for submission, and those were submitted to the department, and our consultants at 4 Point received those and reviewed those within the last month. Go on to slide 7. So slide 7 is just a list of the disbursements that were made under the NDT and SRT since the last NDCAP meeting in May. As of March 31st, the balance is $425 million for the NDT trust and roughly $64 million for the SRT. The NDTs, just as a reminder, use to complete all work that's needed for removal of radioactive material and radiological contamination, whereas the Site Restoration Trust is used to clean up any non-radiological contamination. Disbursements from those funds are disbursements from the SRT are for work already completed. All SRT disbursements require a 30-day notice, which the department receives, and the department has 30 days to submit an objection if the department finds that the work performed does not match up the Site Restoration Trust disbursement request. I want to go on to slide 8. So in addition to the annual report, we received the annual radiological effluent release report, as well as the radiological environmental operating report. Based on the department and its consultants' review, there have been no identified concerns related to project safety, work control, radioactive waste management. In addition to the current pandemic, there has been no identified concerns in that area. And as far as progress goes, the the department finds that the estimated work completed to be reasonable based on the monthly submissions as well as the annual reporting. And it is the conclusion of the department that North Star is on course to complete the project with the current available funding. And North Star has completed completed 15 months with approximately 15.5% of the project, and has calculated an earned value of completion of the project at about 17.3%. And so, based on the reports provided, the department finds that North Star is on course to complete the decommissioning. And so I can go ahead and end it here and open up to any questions. 4 Points is available on the call to answer any questions regarding their review as well.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Sibilia, you have the floor with the first question.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That was a good presentation. We've had a number of conversations about the financing, and just a follow up from our last conversation, maybe for 4 Point. We had talked about what type of red flags they would be looking for with regard to the decommissioning expenses and drawdowns. And I asked this question, as a project that is ahead of a lot of other projects in the state or in the country. So not because I am thinking that there are red flags, but what types of red flags would you be looking for?
Yeah, Nick or Mark, would you like to answer that question for Representative Sibilia? I don't know if they are able to connect right now. I know that they were on the call, so it might be an issue with sound.
They have chatted into the chat box that they are muted right now, and if they wanted to respond, they'll have to be unmuted. Tony, are you able to unmute them?
I don't know that Tony can hear us at this point. I'm communicating with him via text because he seems to have lost partial connection at least. So we're doing the best we can right now.
Okay, I can now hear you again because I dialed in.
All right, there we go. So Tony, Mark, and Nick of FPG are all muted, and we need to get them unmuted so they can respond to Representative Sibilia's question.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Who do you need unmuted again?
That would be Nick Kapik at FPG, as well as Mark Gamir.
Okay. Oh, lovely. I'm not finding Nick right now.
It looks like Nick has been unmuted on my end.
Okay, I've just unmuted everyone.
Tony, Mark, or Nick, can you hear us? Can you talk to us?
I can hear you, but I did not hear the question.
This is Mark Amir. I can hear you.
This is Nick. We're on now too. So
Very good, very
the question was, what are the red flags that we'd be looking for? I think there are three primary red flags. The first one is a change in scope for the project that would significantly increase cost. A good example of that is finding unexpected contamination, particularly soil or concrete. The second is a substantial change in schedule that would also increase costs. And then the third would be some kind of financial change that would make North Star unable to satisfy the financial assurances that have been made.
Mr.
Representative Sibilia, I believe that was you, but you were echoing pretty bad. Nobody could hear you.
May I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
Just quickly, have any of those types of situations happened during North Star's decommissioning?
To date, there's been no change in the scope of the project. There have been changes in the schedule, and North Star is taking appropriate corrective actions at this point. Those relate to the vessel segmentation project. And with regard to financial assurances, the situation has improved from what it was when the MOU was entered a year ago or a year and a half ago.
Thank you very much. I'm finished with my questions.
Okay, so the next question on the list, Dr. Irwin, do you have a question?
Yes, hopefully it's not reverberating, but my question is, the 4 Points group, do you publish reports for people to review your fine work?
We provide reports to the Department of Public Service. Many of them contain confidential information. So beyond our providing them to DPS, I don't know where they're distributed. Eric, you may be able to answer.
Yeah, so they, 4 Points does provide monthly summaries, which do, like Nick said, contain which do contain confidential information. So those are limited to the department's review.
Dr. Irwin, do you have anything additional?
No, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions for the PSD. Let's move on to ANR, please. The Agency of Natural Resources.
I believe a question came up for Lisa.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it come up. Lisa, what do you got?
I was just interested in the site restoration work, and I noticed in the past 4 months it sort of doubled from the spending doubled from the previous 4 months. And I guess I'm just not really sure what kind of work goes on with the site restoration right now. I mean, what does that work consist of is what I'm asking. And was there a reason why the expenditures doubled relative to the previous 4 months at the end of the year?
Nick, do you have this is Nick. I can certainly answer, although do you want North Star to respond to this, or do you want us to respond?
I don't care. I don't care.
So most of the site work, there really are 3 site pieces. One is characterization, a second is preparation of buildings for demolition, and then a third is soil removal. So most of the characterization, or virtually all of the characterization of accessible areas, have been performed. And that's what a lot of those costs have been. The second part relates to non-radiological remediation like asbestos. So both of those activities have gone on. Most of the characterization is done, and the non-radiological remediation continues. So that jump in expenditures related to the progress on those projects.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead. Is that Emily?
Yeah, sorry, this is Emily.
Yep, go ahead.
So the nature of that work, that's just more expensive.
I'm sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, and I heard an echo. I took myself off mute quickly, but the nature of that different work that you were describing, is that just inherently more expensive work then? So it's not necessarily that the overall productivity is different, but it's just a more expensive kind of work.
No, the contract that's been set up is one where North Star recovers from the trust funds based on its progress. And with regard to site restoration, North Star has not recovered the full extent of the work it has done. So that was an attempt by them to true those up a little bit. They still believe that they've completed much more of the characterization work than they've recovered for. But that's why the change in recovery. And there was some pushback from us and A&R, which is why it's not continued. North Star is keeping more effective contingency in those accounts by not claiming compensation for work it believes it has completed.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I believe that ends our questions. If you are not talking, please mute yourself. That should help take care of our echo that we're having. A&R, if you are ready, please begin.
Okay. This is Gerald Noyes from the Waste Management Division. You can, I guess, go on to the second slide. That's the first, get away from the titles. As Corey said earlier, Haley and Aldrich had submitted their supplemental site investigation on behalf of North Star. This investigation was basically to follow up on the initial investigation that was submitted in July of 2019. It further explored some of the areas of contamination that were identified. The state received that report end of January, and it basically updated the initial site investigation results, took some additional samples of the areas of contamination that were identified. Much of this was soil sampling for polyaromatic hydrocarbons, for semi-volatile compounds, volatile organic compounds, and total petroleum hydrocarbons. These are things associated with petroleum fuel storage areas, vehicle maintenance, heating fuel storage like fuel oil, diesel. Also, then there are transformers which have oil coolant in them. Next slide. That'd be number 3. The supplemental site investigation did not really find anything significantly new or unexpected from what was previously identified in the initial site investigation. It did, however, refine some of the degree and extent of contamination that has been previously identified. And this information gets used to develop corrective action plans for the areas of contamination. Next slide. As Corey said, quarterly groundwater monitoring was performed through 2019. 4 rounds were completed. Some of those results were initially reported in the supplemental site investigation. 3 of those 4 rounds had some split samples with the state technical consultant, ATC Group Services. And what they did was they basically stood alongside the Haley and Aldrich technicians and collected duplicate samples, which were shipped off to a different lab. And the purpose of this was for quality control. Basically, was Haley and Aldridge doing the work as they said they would in their work plans and according to their standard operating procedures, and were the results comparable between the two labs? And there is going to be a groundwater sampling report issued soon. I've spoken with Haley and Aldridge. They had initially said end of April, but I've been told that it will be coming quite soon. The first quarter for 2020 has been planned for May 2020, and that will also include split samples with ATC. Next slide. In addition,
hey Gerald, can I interrupt you real quick? Is anybody able to see the slides right now?
I'm seeing them, and
Erwin is. Yes, Chuck Suarez.
Yes. I see them, Lisa.
Okay, great.
This Bob Leach here, I'm not seeing them.
I think there's a handful of us that are seeing them, a handful of us that are not seeing them. So
I've got the presentation in my hand. I'm kind of following it with that anyway.
Okay, I'm on slide number 5.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So as Corey said, Haley and Aldridge has overseen the installation of a groundwater interception system. This is designed to prevent clean groundwater from infiltrating in turbine building basement, and once it gets in, then it needs to be disposed of as radiologically contaminated water. So the purpose of the system will be to intercept that groundwater while it's still clean and discharge it to the Connecticut River without going through the building basement. That system's been designed, and Haley and Aldridge has submitted the groundwater or the discharge permit application to the ANR. Next slide, number 6. So that that permit is in review, and that is on the environmental notice board along with the corrective action plans. So there's or that permit will be placed on the ENB for public comment. Moving on, Corey talked about the corrective action plans which were submitted. Haley and Aldridge submitted 4 plans on behalf of North Star. The first one is kind of a site corrective action plan containing general approaches of what they propose to do at individual AOCs. AOC number 3, the first of the 3 individual corrective action plans, was the excavation of approximately, by the testing that was done in the supplemental site investigation, they basically delineated an area containing of about 300 yards of contaminated soil from the south warehouse. This soil, or the warehouse, was used to store used and virgin motor oil, battery storage, vehicle maintenance. I mean, this is a large site. They had a lot of vehicles. So not unlike what might be found in a typical garage, automobile garage. Next slide. Okay, and the next AOC was they identified a fuel oil, above ground fuel oil storage tank at the shipping and receiving building that had an area of stained soil under it from just ongoing use. Again, and nothing huge, and they're proposing an excavation of approximately 8 yards of soil, and that soil would be shipped off site to Texas at WCS. And then the third corrective action plan was for AOC number 8, and this was again stained soil from a transformer pad that was located at the former East Cooling Tower. Again, really no, other than the investigation to figure out how much and where it exactly was, no feasibility study or anything like that was necessary. It was fairly obvious this is just spilled oil or cooling oil for the transformer. They'll dig it up, ship it off site, and then do confirmatory samples in the empty hole to prove that they've got it all. Our next slide is number 8. So the ANR DEC is doing, we're doing reviews of the work that's being submitted, the supplemental site investigation. That was reviewed by the DEC and the technical support contractor, ATC. We've submitted the comments to Haley and Aldrich. The wastewater program is reviewing the groundwater discharge permit application from Haley and Aldrich, and the Department of Health has developed groundwater testing criteria for the ANR to use for the discharge permit. And yeah, we can move on to the next slide. It would be number 9. The 4 corrective action plans have been reviewed by the DEC and have been approved subject to public comment. So they're still draft, and they've been placed on the environmental notice board for public comment. Here is the web address for that, enb.vermont.gov, and then just do a search for, I would like to say do a search for Vermont Yankee. Unfortunately, the site's been called VT Yankee or Vermont Yankee, and there's several different permits. But if you search the address for 320 Governor Hunt, that will get all of the corrective action plans and all of the permits that are publicly searchable, such as the discharge and the stormwater permits. All right, next slide, number 9 or number 10. The ongoing work for the demolition, of course, as there's asbestos abatement going on in all the buildings as they're being prepared for demolition. Our consultant ATC, they've been present for some of a site-wide asbestos review that was done with Hillman, which is North Star's asbestos contractor, and then ATC has gone on site to inspect particular sections of each asbestos removal. That is, they've checked for that the containment facility, the area has been properly sealed off before the work gets done, that the asbestos crew for North Star is doing the work in an appropriate manner, and ATC has been reporting back to us, and they have not reported any significant anomalies. Pre-demolition building material characterization is also occurring. Is there lead paint on some of the? There is lead paint on some of the metal. Some of the caulking has small amounts of PCB in them, so they have to do these inspections to make sure to identify these areas, and so that they can be appropriately disposed of, so the material can be appropriately disposed of. Next slide is number 11. Additional ongoing work will be more of this groundwater sampling. We're doing split sampling of that. the sample results basically are showing some areas of low-level groundwater contamination, like, you know, what might be found at a gas station or where there's been some fuel spillage. The comparison between the labs has shown acceptable precision on sampling. And initially, there were some minor procedural deviations between what was the Haley and Aldridge technicians were doing and their quality assurance plan. They were noted by ATC. ATC reported back to us and let H&A know about that, and they were corrected. So, but they're still going out. ATC is still going out there to as kind of a second set of eyes. If we move on to the next slide, number 12. So ATC will continue to be used to provide their evaluations of the submitted reports and work plans, continue with the split sampling, and continue with the ongoing asbestos work and reporting conditions and evaluations of what they see during their site visits. And we'll probably be doing some, well, they will be doing some split sampling of once the wastewater permits get implemented. They will also then take up some split sampling there, because there will be doing will be sampling program to ensure that the water that gets pumped out of the ground is not contaminated before it gets discharged to the Connecticut River. So they will also be doing some sampling alongside Haley and Aldridge. And I guess that is the last slide, or one more slide, and then I can open it up for questions. So our future work is going to be more of the same, what we've been doing. Continue to review the work plans, the environmental permits, disposal documents, sampling results, corrective action plans, site remediation, pretty much anything that North Star submits or Haley and Aldridge submits on behalf of North Star. We'll continue to use our technical support contractor for abatement observations, split samplings. They also have been reviewing some of the submittals and the work plans. So anyway, that is what the DEC has been doing, and I can open it up to any questions.
Emily, I believe you have a question for Gerald.
Yeah, thank you for preparing this presentation, Gerald. I have a couple questions, if I may. First one, easy one. On the ENB, I'm looking at the what's posted for 320 Governor Hunt Road, and under what's there. Under the status column, there are a few that say in review, and then there are some, the corrective action plans are under draft decision and comment. Which one of the, like, where do each one of those sit in the timeline of in the process of these permits, and which one is first?
Okay, I don't have the ENB in front of me. My understanding is that the permits that I won't say permits, but the corrective action plans that I worked on, those are out for public comment. So they have been approved subject to comment. So if there is no public comment on them, they will be approved. They'll be sent. I'll just write a letter back to Haley and Aldridge and North Star saying, do what you said you were going to do. If there is public comment, I'll review the comments, talk with Haley and Aldridge, and we'll see what those comments, what, if anything, needs to be changed because of the comment.
Mm-hmm.
The other The other permits, they're not programs that I work with closely. My understanding is that the stormwater and that the discharge permits, they are being developed. I've sat in on a couple of meetings on that. Bill Irwin sat in on the last one. So, the permit application was submitted by Haley and Aldrich on behalf of North Star.
Mm-hmm.
The A&R is now writing the permit, reviewing the permit, and we don't have someone here who can say what the exact stage is, but I could get back to you on that and let you know.
I think what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when it says in review, it is just, that's not necessarily a certain, chronological stage in the timeline, but rather it's just internal staff review. And like in review means that it's looking at, it's being looked at internally in the agency, and under draft comment, that's in public comment period, right?
That is correct. If it's in review, it just means that the permit application was submitted to the A&R,
Mm-hmm.
and now the application is being reviewed, and a permit will be written if the application is complete and there are no questions.
Okay.
But the four that I mentioned that I work with directly, which are the corrective action plans, we're waiting on public comment to see if there should be any modifications. But until we get any comments, we're not expecting needing any modification.
That was going to be another question, was if you had any public comments yet in the probably the 21 days or 20 days that it's been posted.
I have not on the 4 corrective action plans.
Mm-hmm. Do you typically get public comments on these kinds of plans?
On corrective action plans, very rarely.
Uh-huh.
I mean, most of my corrective action plans have been things like gas stations, and after this investigation is done, the consultant then comes up with a plan of how to clean up, and very rarely get any corrective action, any comments.
Mm-hmm. Would you remind the panel and myself, mostly myself, what's the process that the public becomes aware of what's posted on the environmental notice bulletin? And I'm wondering also, as just a broader process question, if there's any other way that these corrective action plans have been posted so that folks can see them.
Well, they get posted on the environmental notice board, and then the A&R sends out a letter to individual landowners of abutting properties.
Okay.
And basically that individual notice is a reference to that, yes, there's corrective action going on. Please check the environmental notice board for details, and gives my email and name as the project manager as a contact for the A&R.
Okay. I do have one more question, but I'm tempted to, it's a little bit technical, and I'm not sure that it'll necessarily serve the purposes of this panel. It's just an
I just lost the rest of your question there.
Oh, I got muted.
You got muted. Can you repeat the question?
I said it so nicely the first time. I was just saying, I think I do have another question, but it's a little bit technical. I'm not sure that it really serves the purpose of the panel and the work that we're doing this evening. So I might just pause and see if there are other questions, and let the conversation move on. But thank you.
Okay.
So there are no other additional questions that I see in the conversation area of the Skype meeting here, unless somebody has something that they have not presented yet. And hearing nothing, Emily, do you want to ask your technical question, or do you want to save that as a email to?
I would love to. It's a technical question about documents, which is really exciting. Gerald, I might just be missing something, but when I look on the ENB and again search for 320 Governor Hunt Road, I see 4 documents that are those in review permits, which sound like those are outside of your purview. But within the agency. And then I see 4 other documents that are the corrective action plans that are in draft decision and comment. And those all have different ENB IDs, but the same permit number of the corrective action plans. So when I click on each one of those, I can see the 2 plans for AOC 3 and AOC 7, and those make sense to me. And then for the other 2, the final 2, I'm looking at this document from Haley and Aldrich, which from February 2019. And I think that this is what you were referring to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that this is what you were referring to with this this general approach to these these 4 AOCs. But the idea is that for each one, and they're discrete and simple enough that you don't necessarily have to have a full-blown plan for each. This is more of your general approach. So my question is that right? Is that how you're going about this? And I guess maybe I'm asking if you could help me understand what I'm looking at here and where, if there's going to be corrective action plans for those 2 other AOCs.
Well, there's the AOC 3 and 7. The last one was number 8, and I think that was the transformer ones. Now, did that not? Pardon?
There wasn't a 4th. I could be.
Well, there were 3 individual AOCs, and then there is one kind of a corrective action plans for the 3 individual AOCs, and then there was one general one for. That's going to be kind of a site-wide, so that will apply to, because there are, I think, 17 or so of these areas of concern, and they will get individual corrective action plans, but there will not be another general one put out.
Okay.
But
okay. And that all falls under this same permit number that you have here, whether it be an individual corrective action plan or the general site restoration plan.
Correct. The way the ENB works, there are some small glitches in it. I mean, I was attempting to use the general one as kind of the master corrective action plan and have the other 3, the AOC 3, 7, and 8 as corrective action plan amendments. And when I was working on my computer to get that to get into the ENB that way, it wasn't happening.
Okay.
So as long as you can read the documents, you can get the documents, that's the important thing.
I can read the documents. The connective tissue between them was my question. I think I might let the rest of the panel move forward. Thank you, everybody, for humoring that discussion of documents. And thank you, Gerald. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
And feel free to email me if you have any individual specific questions.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions for A&R. I don't believe we have any additional state agencies on that are ready to present anything. Do we have any additional panel questions for North Star or for the state reports? Hearing none, as long as everyone is okay with it, I believe we will skip our break because we are all sitting in the luxury of our homes anyway. So we'll move on to public questions for North Star or on any of the state reports?
Okay, all lines for the public should be open.
Okay.
Please remember to unmute yourself.
All right, not hearing any questions from the public. We will move on to general public comments. If anyone has general public comments, please unmute yourself and do so now, please.
This is Ann Darling. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I actually did type in a question, and I have two questions. One was to know, I would like to know specifically what precautions are being taken to protect the workers from coronavirus. I know that was mentioned that the state felt that the precautions being taken were good and effective. I just wanted to know more detail.
So Corey and/or David Pearson, if you can field that question, please.
So I'm here. Hello, Ann.
Hi, Corey.
Hi. This could be a really long conversation because it's an extensive list of items that we're doing, but we've managed to comply with the state of Vermont's executive order, all 12 of the addendums. We're monitoring folks at the beginning of their shift. They take their temperatures. Folks are wearing masks when they're in the proximity of each other. We've even provided meals for folks for their lunches and dinners so that they don't have a point of vulnerability for transmission vector, traveling to get food and going to the grocery store. We've done a detailed task analysis for all the job groups. We've broken people up into smaller teams. We've limited our meeting sizes. We're working remotely where people can. And we're employing all the precautions that are known from the CDC and WHO that are reasonably employable. Hand washing, sanitization, wiping down systems. We even have extra cleaning people coming in, looking at all the common areas. And we're monitoring it carefully to make sure that folks are thinking about it every day too. So that the task analysis is an iterative process where we ask our people to watch each other and tell us how they can do their job more safely. And we made process changes wherever it makes sense to do so. If you have anything more specific, please let me know, but hopefully that's answering the question you're asking.
And so how has that impacted your ability to move the work forward? I know you said you had to kind of rearrange a few things.
So that's a good question. And fortunately, the teams that are doing the vessel segmentation, the type of PPE and the equipment they're wearing already lends itself to meet all those requirements, as does the demolition activities for the folks cutting out the steam lines and the equipment out of the turbine building. Now, when we get into the demolition of the exterior structures, that requires a little more active participation on our part to manage the work groups, to keep them small and the way they interface with each other. So it does have an appreciable effect, but it is manageable. And so far, we've been able to continue successfully. And, you know, knock on wood, we haven't yet to have a case here at the site. Our goal is to keep it that way. And we ask everybody to treat that as a team sport because we're all counting on each other and our families are counting on all of us to make sure we do everything right and safe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The other thing I wanted to say was Tony mentioned earlier that the representative Mark from Massachusetts is not present. And as I've said before, as a resident of Massachusetts, I've spoken with him. He is not a member of the panel, and I've asked that you try and find someone from Massachusetts to represent the interests of folks here on the panel. So I've been asking for quite a while, so I don't know what the problem is, but I'd like to see it remedied.
Hi, Ann. This is Tony Lashinsky. The way the panel is set up and the way the the way the appointee for Massachusetts and New Hampshire, for that matter, are appointed is the governor's offices from the individual states must make the appointment. We can try to reach out to the governor's offices again. I know in the past week, New Hampshire has contacted me about, well, what needs to be done. So I relayed information back to Bob Gustafson's department so they know what's going on. But I would say what we need to do is perhaps have the Vermont governor's office contact the Massachusetts governor's office again to get a new appointee. But I don't have a way of, I don't want to say force, but emphasize to the governor's, Massachusetts governor's office that this is important.
I understand.
Mr. Chair, June Tierney would like to speak.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'm aware of this request, Ms. Darling, and the request has been forwarded to the governor's office, and I am very sorry that it is taking so long to get an answer back or an appointment back. My memory is that the last dealings I had with the governor's office on this were shortly before the onset of the pandemic. And I'm sure you can understand that the state has been fully engaged since, I would say, mid-February in dealing with the public emergency that the governor declared.
Right.
So I realize that's not a satisfying answer to you, but that is the state of affairs.
Well, I certainly understand this is not as high a priority, and I'm glad he's trying to protect us here in Massachusetts. When you said you last had contact in February, can you tell me what about that contact? What?
Very simply, I let them know that we need somebody appointed and they need to reach out to Massachusetts and their counterparts. And beyond that, I'm not going to go into it.
Is there is this just the governor's office? No, perhaps citizens contacted might help.
You're certainly welcome to contact the governor's. I think it's called Hiro. It's their portal for constituent or public interest concerns, and you're certainly welcome to make a query through that. I'm sorry, I can't recall the details of how to do it, but it's on the website, and I can think of no reason why you couldn't do that.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, I will accept any additional public comments at this point or questions.
Wow.
I believe someone named Deb Katz is trying to speak, but you are very
far out.
Yeah, something like that. I can't even put a word to it. All I can think of is Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Deb, if I can suggest, can you text your question or use the instant messenger feature? Maybe that'll help.
So we'll hold just a second and see if we get a question come through. I am from Deb. And Deb, I am is in your lower left-hand corner of your screen. In the meantime, do any other public have questions or comments? Okay, so I did get a question from Deb come through IM. This is for North Star regarding COVID protocols for workers. New workers coming in, what procedures do you follow for new workers coming in the COVID era? Corey, I believe that one's for you.
Protocols for workers. So the protocols for new workers coming on site, we require, if they're coming from out of state, that
Hey, Corey, I believe you're muted.
Is that better?
Yep, you're back now. So we didn't catch anything. We heard the very beginning sentence.
Yep. So new workers that come onto the site are required to self-monitor and ensure that they have not been exposed to anyone who has tested positive for the virus or suspected have had the virus. And then they're also required to follow all the social distancing rules, wear masks, and continue to self-police, including taking their temperatures at the beginning of their shifts, and follow the protocols that are still in alignment with Governor Scott's executive orders. And I believe it's addendum 7 through 12. As they changed, and the last executive order 12 has some additional information as we're starting to bring the businesses back online. But effectively, they have to self-monitor and follow all the rules and prove that they do not have it and continue to not have the virus. Does that answer the question?
Deb has an additional question. Has anyone tested positive on the site?
No one's tested positive for COVID-19 at the Vermont Yankee site to date.
Okay, I believe that is the end of Deb's question. Do we have any additional public questions or comments, please? Seeing none, we will move on to the next part of our agenda, which is the panel pursuit of national decommissioning and spent fuel issues. And for this particular section, I will hand it over to Lissa, as this is something that she asked to be added to the agenda. So the floor is yours, Lissa.
Thank you, Josh. In reviewing the legislation regarding NDCAP's duties, I was struck by some of the language about our duty to advise on issues related to decommissioning, and it seems to me that we haven't really taken a position and advised much on issues as a panel. And I think the big issue for me is always the redevelopment of the site and the future, those 26 years after completion of decommissioning, where we're still going to have the spent fuel likely maybe even longer on site. And I just think that the panel should potentially take a look at this issue and consider having an advisory opinion on some of the legislative efforts that are out there. There was a number of pieces of legislation that were presented in this last Congress. And of course, now due to the pandemic, a lot of the stuff gets put on the back burner. But then again, a lot of stuff tries to get pushed through at the final hour too. And I think that it just behooves us as a panel to potentially take a position on one or more of these issues, if only to try to stimulate some national action on this intractable problem regarding how we deal with spent fuel nuclear waste. And I know that there's probably nobody who wants to address this more than the people at North Star. And there might be opportunities for the panel to support North Star in some of its legislative pushes, potentially for the waste control specialists interim storage facility to be actually licensed and brought on or not. We did take a position as a panel. I know I've mentioned it before. I'll just address it briefly. Under Kate O'Connor, there was a letter that was signed that with some of the other Yankees that puts us on the record as supporting consolidated interim storage, the development of such the kind of waste control specialist facility that North Star would probably like to see developed. But I guess I just wanted to put it out there. I reviewed the procedures for advisory opinions to be considered by the panel. Someone like me would potentially write an opinion, maybe form a subcommittee, maybe working with someone like Corey or someone else who's interested in this issue, and then bring it before the panel for discussion, and then see if it's something that we would like to vote on. So my main concern is just to clear the record for regarding this consolidated interim storage position that we unwittingly took. And if indeed that's something that we want to back as a panel, then I think we should actually have a vote on it. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I think in terms of there's bills about local compensation for having the waste and having to protect it while it's here. There's considerations regarding timing that these different pieces of legislation address. And the other piece is just for us to be able to network with other sites where the stranded spent fuel is, and potentially add our voice to the national mix so that there could potentially be some action on this issue sometime in the future before those 26 years are up. So that's just what I wanted to address the panel regarding that and hear if anybody else had any opinions or insights or felt this was something that we should take up or not take up. And if so, how to proceed. Should I present an advisory opinion and have us discuss it in the future, or is this something that the panel just doesn't want to touch? So I turn it back over to you, Josh.
Okay. Representative Coffey, you have a follow-up to Lisa?
Yes, thank you. So Lisa, I know that this has been an issue that you've raised to the panel before, and I'm wondering now that in one of the obstacles I think has been in terms of getting a deeper understanding of some of the issues has been a financial one in our ability that we did not have any kinds of funds to bring in some experts or speakers. And one thought I had is that it seems that there's a real opportunity with our panel to, at minimum, hear from some members of our federal delegation or their staff to give us some updates on federal legislation that could help inform some of this. I think it could be, if others think that that's a good idea, I mean, that might be something for us to be working towards on a future agenda. I'm not opposed at all about having an opinion, but I know that I guess I'm not the newest member of this panel anymore by a long shot, and it might be worth educating this batch of panelists a little bit more on some of the issues. So, and with North Star's generous, or this offer that we have some funding to do that, that's now possible where that wasn't possible before. So those are just my 2 cents, and I'm looking forward to hearing other people's thoughts, because I think this could be an important role of the panel, and I think there might be a number of topics that we might want to consider.
Bob Leach here. I know a little bit about what's going on. As of right now, there's no money in the budget for processing the license at Yucca Mountain. I don't exactly know what's happening in reality, but I do know that the next budget year, they've got no money in it to continue the processing of the license for that facility. Horrendous amounts of our dollars are the money we have paid into the fund for that particular issue through our rates. It's in a fund, and the Department of Energy was supposed to take on the responsibility of starting up a site. Congress picked Yucca Mountain as that site, and a horrendous amount of funds have been spent in developing that site. Nevada does not want it there, and as of right now, they're not funding it next year. Now there's a move in Congress to put money in that budget for it. I don't know exactly where that's standing right at the moment because of all the stuff going on with this Corona-19 issue. So the other thing that keeps popping up, they want to find someplace off-site where they could gather up this spent fuel, i.e. like what we've got stored in Vermont Yankee. That doesn't appear to be moving anyplace. The best place to put that, if we do it, is right there at Yucca Mountain. They've got the area, and they can certainly set up someplace to accept that fuel and store it there until such time as they do something in the final issue. The facility that we are part of down in Texas is also moving in the direction of trying to establish a storage facility down there. I don't think there's been any serious movement on that other than by the group that owns that particular facility, but that's all I've heard. Can't help you much more than that.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else have a question or follow-up regarding this particular topic? Are we interested as a panel?
Yeah, Josh, I can add something to this as well.
Great. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. One of my duties is to represent the state of Vermont in what is called the National Transportation Stakeholders Forum, which is Department of Energy's means of consulting with state governments regarding spent nuclear fuel shipments to either a permanent repository or an interim repository. So most of what Bob Leach has described matches with what I have garnered through that consultation. I don't know if I can add anything more to it right now, other than the fact that if we do want some expert presentation on this, I certainly have contacts in Department of Energy and also the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that can discuss the status of this. Some of you who have been on the panel for a few years will recall that I believe it was in the end of 2017, I made a presentation on the status of spent fuel storage in the United States and its history. Admittedly, it has not changed much since then, honestly. So that's about all I will add at this point. But certainly, if there is specific information that the panel wants, let me know, and I can find the people for it.
Haley from Senator Sanders' office, can you sent me a little IM? What can you add to this discussion, please? And make sure you're unmuted so we can hear you.
Yeah, Haley, you should be unmuted. On my end, she looks to be unmuted. No, we're not hearing you right now. Did you self-mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Haley Perrow from Senator Bernie Sanders' office. I've attended some meetings, particularly when they're in person, and I know Tom Barry is also on the line from Senator Leahy's office. And as our offices have done in the past, I just want to reiterate we're happy to give, kind of a general federal update. Typically, that's going to look like a summary of any legislative action, any new bills on nuclear issues, decommissioning, and budget issues, particularly with Senator Leahy's role on appropriations. So we're happy to do that. I'm not sure it's the level of detail that you may be looking for to take an advisory opinion. If we have advance notice, we can certainly draw on some of our resources. We have, obviously contacts in Department of Energy, the NRC, and we also have access to the Congressional Research Service. They can provide some memos on particular issues. So I just want to set expectations that we aren't, experts on this issue alone, and I wouldn't rely purely on us, but at any point that you would sort of like an overview, and if you want to do that either on a regular schedule, I'd be open to that, and imagine the other offices would be as well. Usually when issues come up between meetings, I'll email Tony and/or Josh and Lissa as well to keep you apprised or mention any comment periods, anything of that nature. So again, I'm not exactly sure if that's what you're looking for, but just wanted to let you know what role we can provide. I don't know if Tom wants to add anything to that.
Tom, do you have anything for us? Nope. Looks like he's all set. Any additional comments regarding this topic or an idea of how we would like to pursue this or not pursue this particular issue?
Josh, Bob Leach here again. One thing that I've kind of mulled over in my mind is this whole issue. We've got one representative and two senators, and it might be worth our time and effort to draft a letter off to all three of those individuals supporting Yucca Mountain so that they could kind of get that darn thing rolling. It's close to being ready to accepting fuel. It just mostly just needs the money in the budget that is already there. It's money that the ratepayers have put in there in a fund to go ahead with the licensing and open that thing up. It was our Congress that picked that spot out of all the different sites in this country that were looked at. And if they're the ones that set it up, then let them finish it. And let us put together a letter telling our representatives to support that activity. It's just an idea. We could put it on the next time the committee for our issues to discuss by the panel, we could look into it a little bit and set it up for the next meeting if the panel is interested.
Well, this is the kind of thing that, I want to open up because I would completely disagree. I mean, first of all, Yucca Mountain was just recently not funded. It came up in front of the Congress and they They didn't want to fund it. The people in Nevada don't want it. It's on an Indian reservation, and it's been deemed geologically unsuitable. Further, it would already be full. I mean, we're creating nuclear waste every day, and we have no place to put it. Even if we could use Yucca Mountain, it would already be to its capacity, according to what I've read. So it really is an important issue nationally, and I do feel that the panel should at least educate ourselves about it a bit, because it does affect us greatly in many different potential ways, having that spent fuel there for the foreseeable future, maybe forever. What does that mean? Their government is creating a new nuclear waste administration agency. From what I understand, it will no longer be under the auspices of DOE. At least that was the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission that Obama set up. It seems to be something that the Trump administration is following in the footsteps of them. So these are important issues, and I think, we as a community that has waste should really weigh in at whether you like nuclear power or you don't like nuclear power. We can't keep creating nuclear waste if there's no plan for dealing with it. It hurts everyone. So I do think it's something that we should take up. How we do so is the question I'm putting in front of you guys. We talked about having Jim Hamilton come in. He's with the National Spent Fuel Collaborative. I don't know if it's still called that. But we need more advocacy on this issue.
So I would suggest, since we're already about 2.5 hours into our meeting, that we obviously have varying opinions on this particular issue within the committee, and it's really hard to do a whole heck of a lot through a Skype meeting like this and work through an extensive issue like this through this particular avenue. I suggest that we move this on to the next meeting, which I'm assuming will probably be in person. Chris Campany did send me a message that he has a comment to make. So, Chris, I'll give you the floor before we close up this topic and move it to a next meeting.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. All right. So,
Josh, this is Bob Bates again. Just let me add one little tidbit to this waste transportation. Way back when they were originally looking at sites for where they were going to put this waste, Vermont was one of the sites that was being considered. Congress elected to put it in Nevada. They elected to put it there because the federal government owns most of that state, and there's not a lot of people there. Well, Vermont, the federal government doesn't own a lot of Vermont, but it is a state that doesn't have very many people and doesn't have a lot of representation. So before we shoot down Yucca Mountain, we may pick a new site, and it might be Vermont. Just a tidbit. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Bob. As I mentioned, we will move this on to the next meeting. Representative Sibilia, you have something for us real quick?
Just a comment, listening to this, I'm not sure that advocacy so much as public facilitation and education is our role. And I've heard advocacy on this issue being discussed. So I just want to flag that will be a concerning word for me in future discussions.
Well, we're already advocating for consolidated interim storage because we're already on the record as supporting that without a vote. What I'd like to see is a discussion, and if we are in favor of supporting federal efforts to create an interim consolidated storage facility, then we should talk about it, we should vote on it, because right now that's what people think, that's what the advocates are using the letter that we signed to do. So you talk about advocacy, it's already being used as a tool of advocacy by others, our position taken without a vote on this very important matter. So, I'd like to move that we create a subcommittee to draft an advisory opinion on this matter. I'd volunteer to be on that subcommittee. If anybody wants to join me, I'd like to actually put something in writing to present at the next meeting rather than just kicking this can down the road, which is in fact what happens nationally and what's been happening for the past 50 years. So yeah, I mean, it's not something people are always eager to get into, but for those who'd like to produce more nuclear reactors and for those who are concerned about the buildup of waste at sites throughout the United States, it matters. So I think it matters for this panel to keep moving. And if anybody would like to join, maybe I'd make a motion that the issues committee create a little subcommittee that can sit together or Zoom together and create a document that might start drafting an advisory opinion on the matter. That's what I'd like to put a motion for. Does anybody second that? Guess not.
I second it. This is Sarah.
So moved and seconded to establish a subcommittee to discuss, I guess, spent fuel issues and the direction of the panel is in an advisory manner. Laura, Representative Sibilia, you have an additional comment?
I don't know, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I don't know that you captured the motion that I heard. I think I heard a motion to have a small group draft an advisory opinion.
Correct.
So if that were to go forward, I would want to understand how. I would want to make sure that there was plenty of time for public participation in that.
I agree. So there's a motion and a second on the table to establish a subcommittee regarding this particular issue. Let's take a vote to see if we want to establish that subcommittee, and I will go down through the names. Please say yay or nay as we go down through. Maddie Arms.
Nay.
Chris Campney.
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Nay.
Emily Davis.
Yay. Yay.
Reluctantly. Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Bob Leach.
Nay.
Bratt Long.
You ain't here.
Did we lose Brett? Okay. David Pearson.
Did we lose him?
Nay.
Chuck Shore.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Representative Sibilia. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
I'm going to vote no, because I need more information on what we're doing here.
Commissioner Tierney.
This is a tough one. The reason I think it's tough is I really want to see the citizens guide this panel, but my view is no.
Okay. Josh Unruh, that's me. I vote nay. Lissa Wyman.
Yes.
Back to Chris Campbell.
Yeah, my concern is that, sorry, I know the echo is bad. It's just really hard to have a good conversation in this context where we're having to do it remote. I'm okay with having the conversation. I just think it needs to be when we can actually meet face to face again. That can actually more public engagement. So I'm inclined to no right now. Defer it for another time.
Okay, so the motion has been defeated, and if I'm doing my numbers right, Anthony 8-4.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting here as well.
Okay.
Well, now we can see why nothing happens on a national level.
All right, so we'll move on to the next agenda item, schedule reading 20.
Oh, dear.
I'm still here, Tony. It's Sarah.
Yeah, okay, can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to eliminate some of the echo, and I think I accidentally muted everyone.
That's okay. So everybody get your calendars out, and Anthony, I'll ask you to take the lead on this one with your calendar as well to schedule the rest of our 2020 panel meetings, or at least our next couple, being that we're in the situation that we're in and not really knowing what tomorrow holds.
Okay. Okay, so going by what we did last year, we met in May and then we did not meet again until October. We had tried to meet in September and we just had conflict after conflict. So I guess my first question is, do people want to try to meet, say, for example, in June? That would have to be another webcast because we're not going to be able to get a facility. The schools are closed. My suggestion would be to try to meet again in September. Mondays and Thursdays seem to work best right now, so I'm moving forward in my calendar to September, and pardon me just a second here. I went a little too far. Yeah. We would have to rule out September 7th because that is Labor Day. We would have to rule out September 28th because that is Yom Kippur. But I don't see any other significant conflicts. So what would people prefer, meeting on a Monday or a Thursday at this point? Or is there another day of the week that works for people?
Mr. Chair, June Tierney here.
Go ahead.
I am agnostic on whether it's a Monday or a Thursday. I have very strong views about whether we're meeting in person or not. I don't see us meeting in person anytime soon. So we need to get used to this format, if you ask me. And that should open a few dates up if the panel wants to use it, because it's much easier for me to participate when we're participating in this manner, as opposed to having a 2-hour drive down and back to get to the handicap meeting. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, and I'll be honest, I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum, and I really wish everything would reopen right now. But
somehow I'm not surprised.
yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'm sorry.
Well, I wouldn't concede that I'm not a capitalist, but I've been eating, living, and breathing COVID-19 response, as have many people in leadership positions in the state, and I'm not going to be somebody who's giving back any of the governor's gains. So I'm staying safe, and I want everybody else to stay safe too.
So I got a couple suggestions popping up on the screen. One is September 22nd. The only concern that I have September 21st. The only concern that I have is that seems kind of far out. Looking at Thursdays, as Anthony had mentioned, would the 3rd work for people, the 3rd of September?
Josh, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
For those legislators, we're talking about having to be back in session for sometime in August and September, which we will not know about for a while. But I do know that Mondays will always be a free day for me. So if it comes to pass, so I could potentially say okay for a Thursday, but it would be a little bit harder for me to be able to say with complete confidence.
Okay. If Mondays work better for you folks, because you will be in session at that point, how does the 21st work for everybody? That was one of the suggestions. My only concern is that the length of time it is away from today. But if we don't have anything pressing, which it doesn't seem like we do, anything we need to make decisions on, September 21st is an option. What do we think about that?
Bob Leach here. I don't have a problem with it.
We can have our issues committee meeting, at which point I will re-enter a discussion about the future of the spent fuel at Vermont Yankee.
Okay, so that settles it. Let's make September 21st our next IndyCap meeting.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes,
question,
go ahead.
Request.
Sure.
I want to thank Tony for putting this meeting together. There's a lot of people here. Facilitating these types of meetings is incredibly difficult. This is in no means a comment on Tony's work, but I have been participating in nonstop virtual meetings through all bunches of mediums, and this was by far the worst quality. I would like to suggest that we go to GoToMeeting, or the state is using Microsoft Teams. If Zoom is not a possibility, the legislature is using Zoom. So just something to think about. It doesn't need to be debated here. I just offer that as hopefully something to be considered for the next meeting. I agree it should be planned to be virtual just in case.
Okay, Anthony and I will work together on that particular issue. I agree this was a little cumbersome, but honestly, this is the first virtual meeting that I've had throughout this whole COVID thing, because I've been working 60 hours a week, so in person. So this is my first experience with any of this type of thing through the COVID. So Anthony and I will work for a better solution going forward, and I think that is it. We'll send an email out regarding the Issues Committee meeting prior to the September 21st meeting, and go from there. Does anybody else have anything from the general public, comments to the panel?
Okay, all lines to the public should be unmuted.
Kevin Camps, if you unmute yourself, we can hear you.
Okay, Kevin, try it now.
How about he type the question, Tony?
Hello, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is Kevin Camps with Beyond Nuclear, and I just had a couple of questions. I tried to ask them earlier, but couldn't get through, and I had a couple brief comments. I'll keep it brief. The questions I had were regarding a Susan Smallher article in the Brattleboro, Vermont newspaper, The Reformer, back on March 2nd, that described North Star getting a waiver from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding how long it takes for the waste shipments to travel to Texas. It was an increase from something like 20 days to 60 days. And my specific question, I guess, would be what takes so long for that train journey? And a related question is, are these rail cars resting in rail yards for long periods of time? And if so, what kind of dose rate is being given off? Because the workers in those rail yards or residents nearby would be exposed to that dose rate that whole time. That's one question. A second question, I guess, for North Star as well is, has the radiological surveying where you said nothing surprising has been found, unexpected, has that yet extended to where those leaks were taking place back in like early 2010, late 2009, the underground pipes that were leaking? Those are my questions. My quick comments, I was really concerned to hear the advocacy or the support for the Yucca dump in Nevada and even for the consolidated interim storage facilities. So I'm speaking on behalf of our members and supporters in Vermont and New Hampshire and Massachusetts who are directly impacted up there. But I just have to point out that Yucca is not going to happen. I mean, as was said, the state of Nevada and the Western Shoshone Indian Nation and many others are adamantly opposed, have been for 33 years. It was mentioned the Western Shoshone land title. That's going to be a bit of a problem to overcome, for one thing. But on consolidated interim storage as well, Beyond Nuclear has a lawsuit against both the Texas proposal and the New Mexico proposal because it violates the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, and that's going to court. And we're joined by others, a coalition of environmental groups across the country in the host states. Just to name one, the Sierra Club, the biggest environmental group in the country, is opposed to these proposals. So I just wanted to get that out there as a concern, and really you can't depend on those anytime soon. That's why hardened on-site storage for the foreseeable future is the only way to go. Thank you.
Okay, so Corey, I'll turn it over to you to answer the couple questions at the beginning of Mr. Camp's statement.
All right, the first question with respect to the waiver has to do with the reporting requirements. Whenever a shipment leaves by rail, the reporting requirements are that we track that and we know where it is at all times, and it should arrive at its destination within 20 days. If it does not, we file a report with the NRC saying we understand where that material and shipment has been and why, and where we are in Vermont and where the waste facility is in Texas. We're about as far across the country as we can get. And unfortunately, we were learning that 20 days regularly does get exceeded, and it has mostly to do with the rail operations. But the postings and the placarding and the controls for all the materials and the shipments are in compliance with all DOT regulations. And where those shipments are and the rail yards go, I can't give you a definitive answer for the exact dose rates that any member of the public would receive, but it is within the Code of Federal Regulations governed under 10 CFR 39 and the Department of Transportation rules for shipping materials like the ones that are being shipped. So it's really a reporting requirement. We extended that periodicity to 45 days, and we've been able to meet the rail turnaround time for that. But to answer your question, yes, rail traffic is complicated. Sometimes trains do get stopped, broken up, recoupled, and shipped part way. And often it does take longer than 20 days to get a rail shipment from Vermont to Texas. As far as the second question goes, there is significant monitoring around the area where the tritium leakage from the condensate drain lines did put water into the ground back in 2009 and 10. A good component of that area has extensive monitoring. The well that Dr. Irwin specifically asked about, GZ10, and sample data for it, which we'll find out about and get some information in. There's no source term there anymore, and we have seen an extremely appreciable degradation in tritium values ever since the plant shut down, and actually well before that when we did all the mitigation efforts with the half-life of tritium, the values of those for the most part, all the wells that are outside of those areas, we've seen well below the drinking water standards. So to answer the question fully, we have seen an expected reduction in the tritiation of the water that's in the ground in that area. And in most cases, it's down to non-detectable or well below the drinking water standards. I think I got this question, but I'm open to follow up if I missed anything.
No, thank you. I guess in addition to the tritium contamination, I remember there being other forms of radioactive contamination. I don't remember the exact isotopes, but there were several, I think. So are you going to do more extensive testing of that area where the leakage was, or is that well the only testing that you're doing?
Some of the wells that are associated with that are in the groundwater monitoring sampling program for our radiological samples, so that's an ongoing process. But for specific radiological constituents, I'm not familiar with what you're describing, and I'm not sure how to answer a question that's not defined.
Okay, is there any additional public comments or questions?
I thought we had another one coming in. I'm scrolling back to see.
I don't see any. I've been paying attention to it as well.
No, I'm not seeing anything else.
All right, very good. So I make a motion to adjourn.
Actually, I do have one thing I'd like to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, everyone, thank you for bearing with the Skype meeting this evening. With regards to using Teams, Teams more or less has the same interface as this, so I do not think that's a viable option. I suspect that some of you heard me swearing when the entire interface on my laptop disappeared in the middle of the meeting, so I thought the entire meeting had crashed. So my apologies for the unprofessionalism there. I'm not sure what we can do to make this a little bit easier. If we can go back to GoToMeeting or GoToWebinar, I would certainly be willing to do that. I was much happier with that setup than Skype. Zoom is a possibility, assuming I can get it installed on my work laptop. However, what I see on that is unless we pay some additional money for it, the meetings all cut off at 30 minutes, which would not work here. So that may be a reason to tap some of the funding that North Star has offered. But thank you very much, everyone.
I'll second Josh's motion.
Very good. So moved in second to adjourn. Let's see. Let's go down. Well, we probably don't even need to go down through the list. Please unmute yourself and say aye.
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 Aye. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome to A Call to Action, a series presented by Great Eastern Radio and Brattleboro Community Television. We're covering many different topics like how to feed children and dealing with the area's most vulnerable population, our elderly. Today, we're chatting with the principal of Green Street School, Mark Spino. I'm Peter Fish Case. Mark, welcome to A Call to Action.
Thanks, Fish. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, so the Tulip Trot, that's coming right up, or at least it was coming up, or it's still coming up, but it was supposed to happen this weekend, May 2nd. So what's going on in a pandemic world with it?
Yeah, so this Saturday, May 2nd, was supposed to be our 8th annual Tulip Trot. We're really proud of the event. It's become a staple for the Brattleboro community in the spring. And, when the pandemic had initially hit, we felt like, we have to cancel this thing. Obviously, we can't be bringing, typically on the Tulip Trot, we have about 500 people here at the school.
Right.
So we obviously didn't think that could happen. But then as, we got our distance learning program up and running, we felt like we need to really focus on fun things for our kids to participate in. And why not just continue with a virtual Tulip Trot? So that's what we're doing. We're asking our kids and our families and community members to send us videos or photos of them running, going for a run, maybe doing a workout, maybe even playing basketball in the backyard, but any type of physical activity. And we're going to be putting together a video montage that we'll release it on Saturday. So that's our way of sticking with it and not letting the pandemic stop us from this annual event.
All right, so you're actively seeking these videos right now as we speak.
We are, yeah.
So, and just today is April 28th. That's the day of this interview. So if you wanted to contribute and send things to you, where do they send them to, Mark?
So my admin assistant, Mo Hart, is the one collecting the pictures or videos. And her email address is mhart, HART, at wsesdvt.org.
Okay, very good. All right, well, continued good luck with that. I love the fact that that you didn't just give up on it, that you're just sort of saying, we kind of need a bright, shiny spot in the middle of all these rain clouds. So it's good for you to do that. But let's dive into things like terms that we weren't really talking about a month or two ago, social distancing and distance learning. Let's dive into that. I mean, the school year ended quite abruptly for you. I mean, when was it actually scheduled to end?
When was the school year scheduled to end? June 18th, I believe.
Right. So here we go. Governor shuts down the schools. You've got to react. How did that all unfold for you?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was the week of March 10th, I believe. That's the week things really intensified.
Yep.
As we approached Friday the 13th, as a school team, we kind of felt like a shutdown was imminent. So we actually acted really quickly as a school staff, and each school grade level team put together a 2-week packet of work. And we actually sent that home with students on the Friday in anticipation of a closure, which indeed did happen on that Sunday. So we were a little bit ahead of the game, luckily. As the shutdown started, our kids had a packet of work, pencil paper packet of work that they could get started on. And that gave us kind of a 2-week cushion to set up our online distance learning package, which we are doing right now.
Yeah. And how is it? Go ahead.
Which includes, class meetings on Zoom, a Google Classroom platform where teachers are presenting work. And it's evolving. I think each week we're trying to learn
of what's working well, what's not, and then we're trying to adapt on a weekly basis right now.
Yeah, I keep saying that one of the few of the things that I keep repeating are we're all trying to fix the car while it's moving, or repair the plane in flight. It's this thing that the systems that we put into place today will often look different tomorrow, and
That's exactly right.
And we just have to be patient with it. How has the distance learning thing been going? I mean, are you finding that your participation levels are good?
Participation levels are very good. Yeah. There are some challenges. There are some families that are struggling, and our counseling team is really reaching out to those families to provide as much support as possible. But we're trying to not put a ton of pressure on families.
Right.
If you need supports, no matter what it is, please reach out to us. We can be at least a place to start to provide opportunities for families who are struggling right now, because there certainly are many that are. But we have a resilient community, resilient school community, people really attuned to the needs of the individuals, the students, and the families. And it's really inspiring to see all the work that is happening and all the reach out that is happening right now in our town. And, I feel lucky to live in a community like this and to be able to work in a community like this.
Yeah.
And we're going to be stronger for it in the end.
We will. I know that we had a chance to talk about a few of the things that I think will be highlighted when we get to the other side of this. And trust me, we'll get to the other side of this thing. It will end. It's tough right now. And one of those things are feeding kids. And we had a few minutes to talk about that before we went on here. Let's continue that conversation though, because I don't think people completely understood how much children rely on the school food program.
Yeah, I think that was the single most important thing that we did as we, set up our distance learning program, was establishing a format for us to deliver food to our children. And currently we are serving about 2,500 meals a day. Breakfast and lunch gets delivered to families. We're using our school buses, our school bus stop routes, and daily we have about 40 to 50 volunteers working to, put the food together, package it, get it on the bus, and deliver them. And it's pretty remarkable. I know many a day I'll jump in the car and kind of follow a bus around, try to check in with kids. And, it's pretty cool to see. We actually just started this week. We're serving 3 meals a day.
Oh,
so
wow.
we're adding dinner. So we're up to about 3,000 meals a day right now, currently. That just started this week.
Okay. So that's fresh. And so, and now are you doing this through school funding? How is this being funded? Where is this money coming from?
Yeah, this is through our school meal program.
Okay.
So it's being funded through that.
All right. And are you, are you trying to get budgets increased so you can continue this?
Well, the fact that we're not in session right now, we're not using electricity at the school. I'm coming in, but
yeah.
Other than that, we're finding savings in other places right now. But food is a priority.
Yeah.
That's our number one priority right now, and just feel like it's something we need to do.
So that's good. Now, so do the kids, when they see you, how do they respond? How are they engaging with you? I mean, obviously from a distance, but
it's really hard because you can tell you just want to give them a hug.
Yeah.
And it goes both ways, but it's a big bright smile, a wave. But it's, that's the tough part, because you just want to physically be with your community and, give a kid a hug, but we just can't do that right now.
Yeah, and I know I had a conversation with some folks from the Brattleboro retreat who deal with kids, and they were saying like, this is one of the hard things that kids just, they don't have that full grasp. So the position you're in is, we're glad to have you there, but I don't envy the position that you're in when it comes to that kind of contact.
And that's why we're really trying to focus on like, what are the fun ways we can interact with our children, kids?
Right.
How can we continue to work on our relationship building? And, that's why we wanted to continue with the Tulip Drop.
Right.
We have to find fun and engaging ways to continue to work on our community building.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's so important. So are you actively still trying to like engage with kids that way as well?
Yeah, we are. Had a conference yesterday with my music teacher, Julie Ackerman Hovis, and we have a weekly school sing that we do.
Oh.
She has been hosting a community school sing since we went on this pandemic started. But we're actively trying to figure out how to have an interactive school sing starting next week, hopefully. Okay. So we're looking for different platforms, different ways to get together and have some fun and interact outside of academics.
Okay, that's good. So, obviously June will come and go and things will return to normal. Does what you do then, do the food programs end at that point, or are you trying to kind of keep those going through the summers? Because like I said, we're going to have some economic struggle here. So that's why I'm asking. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I don't have a definitive answer to that right now.
Fair. That's fair.
So yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. But
yeah.
I would think we're going to do our best to continue outreach with food.
Right.
It's certainly a community need right now.
Yeah, for sure. Next year, have you guys begun to think about what next year looks like, and when you get back into the fall?
Yeah, it's definitely on our radar. Obviously, really desperately hope we're just able to start the school year like normal.
Yeah.
Just craving that.
Yeah.
Really. But if this thing pops back up again next year during flu season, we've done a lot of work this spring.
Yeah.
And the work we've put in will benefit a future response if that's needed. So, we're learning every day, and that's the way we're looking at it. And I'm really amazed at how quickly we've been able to respond in March of this year. That if this were to come up again next school year, I'm very confident in a very quick response to support the community.
Right. Yeah, I think it's all about adapting. There's an old saying that says, the strong and the smart are not the ones that are going to survive. It's the ones who are able to adapt. And I think that you guys have done a really good job at adapting. So let's bring this thing full circle. Tulip Trot is this Saturday. Now, are they still able to register and do this? How does that all work?
Yeah, we're not taking registrations. Really, just opening it up to anyone who wants to participate. So at this point, if you can record yourself doing some type of workout, going on a run, playing basketball, doing anything physically engaging, send it to Mo Hart, my admin assistant, and we'll be putting together a video montage that will air on Saturday.
All right. Excellent. And that goes, you can do that today, do that tomorrow, just has to be there. Is there a deadline for that?
Tomorrow would be probably the deadline.
Okay.
And that would give us enough time to put all the videos together.
For sure.
We have a ton. We've been reaching out to the school community.
Good.
And, I think we're going to have a really nice production to unveil. And it'll be on our website.
All right.
Maybe we'll send it to BCTV as well.
Yeah, please do. By all means, I'm sure they would love to have that. That's good. That's really good content, and I think important for people to see. During this time. Mark, thanks so much for jumping on a call to action. Is there anything else that you want the community to know that we might have missed?
Fish, just that we're all in this together. We all have to look out for each other.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you creating this platform to share different stories in the community. And it's just so important for us to continue to connect with each other. That's what's going to keep us going.
Great.
And, we learn a lot in adversity, and I think we're learning that we have a pretty incredible community.
We do, for sure. And with folks like you in it, it makes it a little easier.
And you as well.
Thank you for doing what you do. Mark, thanks for jumping on a call to action. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Fish. I appreciate it.
Take care.
We'll see you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, my friends, understand that Florida has been caught hiding, not reporting coronavirus deaths, and it's absolutely sickening, and it will lead to more people dying. For about 10 days now, medical experts have been expecting Florida's coronavirus deaths to spike. Why? Well, because Florida started reopening beaches 10 days ago. They have a totally incompetent Republican governor, Ron DeSantis. He's proven himself to be absolutely clueless. We know Florida has the 5th oldest median age in the country. Their population, the median age is the 5th oldest in the country. And coronavirus, by a large margin, is disproportionately affecting older people. And yet the Florida death numbers, just like they never really got that bad. You look at the case numbers, they're not testing that much. You see about 33,000 cases. Okay, that's a lot. But for a state with more than 21 million people, the case numbers are kind of low. That could just be testing. But then you see the deaths, and somehow the official coronavirus death toll in Florida was, as of the moment where we looked at it, 1,268 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks, what Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams. A week and a half ago, I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks, the numbers have been as high as 6.8 million in 1 week losing their jobs. This is now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you had 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the $1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. Those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done, and I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need. as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting zero, getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. At 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right, Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is secretly a left-wing ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that, sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people, and government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart. What's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to, because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know. There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue is
it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just going to say there's people like me out there, or tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful.
Got it. Okay. Well, we always, any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's more of a systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on. I have the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. Again, I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help them understand the situation
for
better.
Me, what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming?
Yeah, Trump just silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
So we only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reade story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard, and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party. Full stop. Right? That's my view. And then there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story. And whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reade story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think were it not for coronavirus would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil. What's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote and or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them. And they're going to
Most people are. Most people. I mean, remember, listen. In just real quick, in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, ended up voting for Trump. 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like there was not a crazy amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base. And they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than try to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree with you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been
we're
up
the
there. In
biggest
fact,
distributor.
I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in
Oh,
Arcata.
that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it
yeah,
was just
that's
like
Humboldt
weed
County.
country.
Yep,
Weed
yep.
country. It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
and
this.
I'm curious. I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party.
Yeah.
You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, you know, alcohol prohibition, you know, I'm sure a lot of the folks that legalized alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here because you're saying a lot. Let me, I
go
don't
ahead.
agree with you. I think there's no doubt. So hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama-Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions.
But they did. They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished. Whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So
yes.
for me, it is not what
Trump's
Biden
a fence
is not,
walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very much appreciate it, and I hope that you make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths if they want their careers to be pandemic proof. They can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know just if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing. Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see a growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work, the ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely. Listen, at any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11. These are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's what I thought. Unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course. So like one
balance
example,
it out,
now this is
which I
something
don't.
Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would actually be an interesting thing, because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around 125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first 125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have helped.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right,
But
my friend, thank
I
you so
do
much
see
for the
a-
call. I very much
Thank you.
appreciate it, and it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla, what's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware, we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think there's definitely people that are,
there's
there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, etc. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
Right.
also,
So in
like
other
you
words,
said,
Priscilla,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg is
if I
leaving
say to
too.
you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because I don't know, like, he's just not the person I want. And it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump, but I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I
Well,
feel
let
like
me
that
ask you,
is kind
Priscilla,
of what the corporate Democrats are expecting.
It sounded like you were saying it's not just because. In other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues, and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure.
Mm.
I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling,
I get
don't
it.
know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the
Well,
way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I'm not, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high
Sure.
school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you.
All
Have
right,
a good
Priscilla,
one. Thank
take
you for
care.
your
Have a
show.
good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind the scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party, or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be? Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed. And arguably, if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first-past-the-post, winner-take-all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its very, by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans. And they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is, over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term? This is theoretical. Well, Biden's the nominee and loses, it gives progressives the strongest position to say, we told you an establishment Democrat can't win. We need an actual progressive as the nominee. And it would potentially position a real progressive for 2024 to potentially become the next president of the United States after Donald Trump's second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there is a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump-started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, my instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement, locally, state, federally, is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first, congratulations on passing our bill and being the first bill. That was exciting. Okay, so we are here on S114. Even though we have discussed it quite a bit, we did not have it formally, but it has been referred to us today. And since we last met as a committee, I think Tuesday, right? Me, Martin, Tom, we've been working with House Transportation and Ledge Council because there's been quite a concern about the DUI section. Martin, can I turn it over to you to give us an update, please, as to where we are? We've also been working Speaker in the Senate because we know this is a very important bill. There are a lot of sections in the bill, and we do want it to get passed as soon as possible. However, we do also want to make sure that highway safety is being preserved. So thank you, Martin.
Yeah, so I will spare you the details of the many various ideas that have been kicking around, which included a letter of intent, included a concurrent committee bill that fixed things, that amended the section in various ways, etc. But my hero Bryn had a conversation with Judge Grierson while we were having our roll call, I think, today, to talk about one of the latest ideas that has been floated, and that is just striking the section in its entirety. The DUI section, subsection 3 of section 5 of the bill. And from what Judge Grierson, actually, Bryn, if you want to, so it's not like third hand, if you could tell us what Judge Grierson, his reply to that was. I could read the email from you, but it makes sense that you go ahead and explain.
I'm happy to talk about it. So for the record, Bryn Hare from Legislative Council. I had a conversation with Judge Grierson this morning about the various options for how to deal with this particular section and also move S-114 as quickly as possible because of the remaining sections of the bill that are so important for the judiciary to get passed. And he indicated that he was understood the implication of striking section 5, subdivision 3, the DUI portion, may add some additional time to when the legislature can get a provision passed that deals with suspension hearings. But he was okay with that. He said that they're dealing with those requests for hearings as they come up, and they're just doing the best they can, and they'll continue to do the best they can to deal with those as they arise until the legislature can pass a provision that suspends those timelines. So he agreed that it would probably be the most expeditious and cleanest thing to do would be to strike that subdivision altogether, get the remainder of S-114 passed, and then deal with that DUI issue separately in a separate bill.
Thank you, Bryn. Anybody have any questions? Actually, sorry. Tom.
Yeah, not a question. I just wanted to say I think that's a great idea to strike it and move forward.
Thank you. Barbara.
Thanks. I support that idea, and I think we should get more roll call votes and have Bryn work out more issues for us moving forward. But I'm wondering if the bail part is going to be controversial as well.
So I'll speak and then Martin may want to add something, but no, Martin was in touch with Representative Donahue and explained how this works and who it would apply to. And my understanding is that Representative Donahue is satisfied.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy to send that email to anybody who wants to see the email that I sent to her to see the explanation, which I probably will get into a little bit during the reading or the presentation of the bill.
Great. I'd love to see it. I know I started going through my notes because I was like, wait, I know we talked about this a lot, but that would be super helpful.
Yeah.
Ken, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, maybe you should have sent that email to us before so we wouldn't be so alerted to this. But two things. Number one, not knowing really what's going on. Does this open us up for, or the state open up for unnecessary lawsuits? Would that be taken out of there?
So there is always the concern that there could be a lawsuit. However, our job is to pass the laws that we think are correct, and then it's the Attorney General's job to defend those laws. So I think it's important to move forward with this. While this is new territory and we don't have a whole lot of case law, I think that the court would most likely side with the law. But anyway, anybody else? If council wants to chime in And I do also want to thank Anthea. She, as well as Bryn, have been working late into the night and early into the morning with us. So thank you both.
Okay, thanks for that. My other part to that is with that being taken out, does it have a good chance of passing on the floor when it gets there?
My understanding is that House Transportation would be supportive of this, certainly more so than the bill as it has been referred to us. And again, I don't know, Anthea, do you have anything to add to that or help clarify that? And then after you, Representative Burditt.
So House Transportation, oh, sorry, for the record, Anthea Dexter Cooper, Office of Legislative Counsel. House Transportation is taking this up at noon. I know they're planning on hearing from the commissioner. Once I know what you all are doing, I can convey that to them in terms of whether or not you will be offering the amendment to strike the subdivision. And then if there's going to be a subsequent committee bill addressing it, I could report that back to House Transportation as well.
Great. Thank you. Tom.
Yep, thank you. Just to get back to Ken on that, I've been keeping our caucus leadership in the loop on this. And at this point, I would have to say, as far as striking this goes, our caucus leader is in favor of that. So.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Great. So I would like to move ahead with this. I'd like to amend the bill in terms of a separate committee bill. I don't want to commit to that or address that right now. I think the most important thing right now is to amend the bill and let Anthea go so she can report to House Transportation. My question is, would this be 4 point? So right now we're looking at S 114 draft 3.2. So would this be 4.2? That's for council.
Yeah. I was emailing Mike to post an amendment. So since this is passed the Senate, it would be an amendment that Mike will hopefully get posted.
Okay. And so the amendment is a strike all and no?
It's just striking that one subdivision.
Okay.
So can you email that to the Judiciary Committee, just so we get it more quickly so we can see what we're voting on?
And actually, if Mike were to enable me to share my screen, I could put it up as well.
I don't see a way to do that. Can you do it on your own?
It told me that you had disabled it. I think if you make me a co-host, I can share my screen, but I just emailed it to the committee members.
All right.
Yep, I did just get it. And folks, I just want to let you know that I did check in because I didn't see Coach, and he is at a Human Rights Commission meeting, so he is all good. Nader is not here, but he was on the floor, I think, right?
There's climate caucus, which
Got
is.
it. Oh yeah. Right.
So I guess I'm just a little confused. Why wouldn't this just be a new version of the whole bill with that part deleted? So because it hasn't gone to a notice calendar or anything like that, would it be cleaner if it was just the full bill S-114 with that one deletion in it, since, like I say, it hasn't hit the notice calendar?
We could do that.
So Martin, you mean a strike all?
Well, it's not really a strike all
No,
because we don't have to, I mean, we get the bill from the Senate, and if we change it, we just send it out as
okay.
As changed. No? Am I missing something?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just want to make.
That would be a strike all amendment. And typically if you're doing something sort of discrete like that, then you would concur with an instance of amendment, and that's how Anthea's drafted it.
Okay, so this gets that done. Just with this is we concur with this, and then I have the separate amendment, which I would offer after talking about the whole bill. Then I offer this amendment, which strikes that other component. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so is that clear to folks?
So I think we need to have then 2 votes, one for S114 and then one for the amendment, correct?
Or we do don't we do the amendment first and then we vote on S114 as amended?
Oh,
I don't, that's Tom, somebody.
To me,
Which way did we do it?
Seemed like we would have to accept the bill first. Don't we have to have a bill to be able to amend it? Or if we don't vote on the bill,
So we have the bill. Brynner or Anthea, do you know which way?
I think that you can just vote on it, vote on your amendment. And that instance of, I know it's confusing because it's just an instance of amendment, but your vote on S114 is the entire bill with just that one amendment of striking subsection 3 in section 5.
So we're voting to concur with instance of amendment.
Right.
oh, okay, yep.
So the question would be, so that would be the question, vote to, because I'm also looking at draft 3.1 for S114, and what was referred to us was draft 3.2.
Right, draft 3.2 should be the clean version of the bill as it was passed by the Senate.
Okay.
With the addition of that section. Oh, I'm sorry. It should just be the clean version of the bill.
Right. And so draft 3.1, I'm looking at the amendment. It's draft 3.1. Is that?
Let me pull up.
It's the third version of the amendment, since there were so many that were sort of being worked on behind the scenes. So I think that that's creating some confusion, but it is just the only amendment that you've seen. It just happens to be the third version of it with some of the back and forth that's been happening. It was more for my internal tracking.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that I get the question correct when we vote. And
are you looking to vote yet or no?
I am looking to vote. To amend S114 or to concur with instance of amendment, to concur with the Senate on S114 with instance of amendment, that amendment being draft 3.1.
I'd move that.
Maxine, is that a motion?
Well, actually, I'm asking, so Barbara made the motion. I just want to make sure that I did get it correct, procedurally correct. Council, and if not, I can always get a hold of Bill, but
that sounds right to me.
Thank you. So Barbara has moved it. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'm looking for hands. I don't see any discussion. Okay, so we don't have Nodder here. So Ken, you get to be our clerk. So I guess we
can. You want me to read the names off?
Excuse me?
You want me to read the names off? I've made the list ready to go here.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Christie.
Is that, I guess you'd say, legal to have the legislator do that, or do you have to have a member of the committee? I have no problem with Mike doing it. I just.
I do that as a percentage judiciary all the time.
Okay, thank you.
And then why don't we do that? And then we could also, we could confirm by hands or something like that. We can all put our hands up or a voice vote. But anyway, okay, go ahead.
Colburn, Gosselin,
Yes.
Hashim, Rachelson,
Yes.
Seymour,
Yes.
Tully,
Yes.
Malone,
Yes.
Burdett,
Yes.
Brad.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that should be
I think I got
10,
skipped.
803.
10-0.
Wait, I don't think you asked for Will Knott's vote.
Oh, Will, sorry.
That's all right. Yes.
Okay, great. So that should be 10-0-2 in favor.
9.
No.
Right.
Okay, right. Thanks.
It's
9.
8-3.
Right. Right. Okay.
Oh, yeah, 8-3.
803.
I have it 803.
Yeah. It's easier to count when chairs are empty.
Right, I know. So it's Coach Selena Nodder. Okay, that were absent. Okay, thank you, everybody. And Martin, you're going to be reporting the bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Great.
I'll
And
do the
so
record of action and I'll forward it to you after I'm done with it.
right, and so we need to, we have to figure out how to get it to the clerk.
Well, I'll send it to the whole committee so Martin can send it and the bill once he gets the final bill to the clerk.
Okay, great. And I'm not sure whether or not we were going to take it up at 1 o'clock when we're back on the floor, but there is a possibility that we might.
Maxine?
Yeah.
Are we going to be hearing from House Transportation at any point on what they're discussing on 114?
I am not sure actually, but we could probably watch them now.
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure that they have any jurisdiction over this anymore once we've taken that out of the bill.
Oh, I realize that they don't have the bill, but I know they were going to be talking about it, so.
Right.
I just didn't know if we were going to hear what they were going to, if we're going to let them weigh in, even though we've already voted and it's too late, that their weigh-in would have any weight, I guess.
I'll ask Anthea to send an email to the committee letting you know what came of their meeting.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Right.
So
thank you.
Mike,
Yeah,
Mike,
sorry.
can you email me Bill McGill's direct number? I don't seem to have it, or if somebody has that, I just want to give him a heads up. And I want to make sure that we have everything the way he needs it.
Right. Mike, do you have that handy? If not, I can go through my emails and get it.
I can get it.
Okay. Great.
I'll send it to you when we get off, Martin.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else before we break for lunch? No. Okay. All right. I am hoping that House Transportation will be supportive of this. I think it certainly it goes back to current law. And, it doesn't, right? So I would hope that we would have their support. And thank you, everybody. All right, we are going to adjourn and go off the live feed. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do I take the 2020 census? In March 2020, every address in the country will receive an invitation to complete a simple questionnaire. And there are 3 ways to respond. Number 1, do it online. Number 2, call by phone. Number 3, send it by mail. For those who don't respond, a census taker from your community will follow up and assist you. Shape your future. Start here. Visit 2020census.gov.
Okay, I'm going to stop the meeting.
I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I gotta adjust his monitor.
It is Monday, May 4th, 2020, 6 p.m. after 6 p.m. And we are meeting Newfane Select Board via Zoom tonight. And I want to thank Cord Trowbridge for making this possible this evening. She has offered to be the host for us tonight to set everything up. And we're all very appreciative of her. Given that this is basically still new to us, we have to say a few things. Number one, one of the things that Cora said is that what we're going to do is try to have our meeting in the normal fashion as well as we can do it. So if anybody wants to speak, Cora suggested that you raise your hand. In some instances, I might not be able to see your hand when it's raised, so then call down. We get a call in from the public, or if a public person walks into town hall, I am to ask that person to identify themselves and ask them what the purpose is of their being here. They probably want to speak about a particular item on the agenda. So we will have the person identify themselves. And so that's it. So we're ready. If you have your agenda in front of you, I'm going to start. I'm calling the meeting to order. And the first item is additions or amendments to the agenda.
So I have an additions amendment. I'd like to take a vote on the administrative assistant returning back to work into the building. And also I'd like to have a motion to vote regarding the situation with Christopher Williams from the last meeting on April 6th.
So first you want to have a vote on having Winetta come back to the office. And Shelley?
Yes.
Okay. And the second one was about Chris Williams, and what is it that you wanted with that?
Regarding his behavior towards me in general in the meeting, profanity and disregard for proper conduct during the meeting.
Okay, so you're going to speak about that. Is that correct? You want that added to the agenda?
Correct.
A public agenda. Okay, anybody else have an amendment?
I've already asked for an executive session, so apparently that's not something that anyone has put up to a vote for Christopher Williams. So I could put that up to vote as an executive session. I'm not sure how that happens on this forum.
Yeah. Nobody sees anything now.
Well, they're seeing, but they're. Can we mute Mike's microphone for a few minutes until he, thank you. I believe the Christopher Williams issue should be an executive session when we're all together and address it at a time where we can all talk, where it's not on Zoom.
I think you can do it on Zoom as an executive session with a closed.
However, it's not a 100% confidential meeting because Zoom has had issues where people hack into it. Yeah. So I think it being a confidential issue as an executive session, it should be done when we're all together at the town office when we can do it in a meeting.
So are you making a motion, Angela?
Yes, I'll make a motion to have an executive session when we can meet together in person.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of postponing what Shelley is suggesting about having a meeting regarding Christopher Williams until we are together again face to face, please say aye.
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 Anybody else? I'll say aye. I'm in.
Is Mike on camera?
He's Mike.
Yeah.
We just made a motion. Did you hear the motion?
Yeah.
How do you vote?
No, if you're going to do it, then we'll do it in executive session. I said aye.
Oh,
okay. We didn't hear you.
Aye.
Christopher, do you want to vote on having this in an executive session when we're all together in person?
I don't care.
So we have 4 ayes and 1 who doesn't care. Seems like the ayes have it, and we are going to postpone executive session regarding Chris Williams in reference to Shelley Huber's request until we meet again. And that's it. Okay.
So we're adding to the agenda tonight about voting to return for the administrative assistant to return to work.
Yeah, I have that on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Next item is approval of minutes. The first one is, can somebody make a motion to accept the minutes from March 27th?
I'll make a motion to accept them.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
My discussion on it is that regarding that under new business in the minutes, that we did not vote not to have meetings by the select board. It was just, and per the minutes, it doesn't say that there was a vote on it. So my problem is that we have not been meeting on a regular basis, and every other town has been. So I just want to make a note of it that we have not been having regular meetings.
Yeah, we had a meeting on April 6th. That was our first Zoom meeting.
Yes, but we also didn't have another one in April.
We missed one meeting, that's right.
My recollection was we were to continue the meetings and two of us were to do pay orders unless we had business to discuss at the April 6th meeting.
What I'm noting is that there was no decision on that. It was just a blatant, decision.
I thought we voted.
No, it's not in the minutes, and I don't recall a vote being called. So I just want to make a note of that on behalf of the town of Newfane, that they're aware of it.
Okay. Okay.
And there's some misspellings in the minutes.
Okay. Anything else?
As far as the March 27th meeting, emergency meeting, that's all I got right now.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor for approving the minutes of March 27th, please say aye.
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 As noted, aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it and the minutes are approved. The next set of minutes are taken from the April 6th regular meeting, and that was the meeting that we held by Zoom. I'd like somebody to make a motion to accept those minutes.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Again, there's a spelling error. And I made a note here under administrative assistance report that she's been meeting with you as the chair to discuss, that's the misspelled word, how we are following the governor's executive order. So my question is that the executive order decision-making for working remotely or at the office is a decision for the whole select board. It's a majority vote. And you as Madam Chair should relay that information to her, because we work as a team, not as an individual. You were asked to work with her. You were chosen as the chair because you were retired and able to devote the time. And we also reserve the right, I reserve the right as a member of the select board to have understanding of what's being done. And when we make a vote on it, majority rules.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Okay, so we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the April 6th minutes, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed accepting the minutes? Okay, the ayes have it and the minutes are approved. Next on the agenda is the road foreman's and road commissioner's report. Jay, please.
We have set the pre-bid meeting for the Monroe Bridge as May 26th at 9 a.m. If it has to be changed, we will, but it looks like now with conferring with V-Trans and so forth, that should be safe enough time to have a meeting. There's progress now again on both the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. The V-Trans bridge inspectors have been down to do their yearly inspection of the arch bridge. They had recommended removing some loose concrete from the bridge sides and bottom. I was a little concerned about that, so I called Carolyn Coda, who's in charge of the new bridge, and she suggested it'd be better not to disturb anything on the bridge. We've been cleaning culverts as well as graveling, grading roads now that some of the restrictions have been eased. And we have a chance to buy a number of used large concrete blocks from a local resident. These would work well to keep the gravel from running into the driveway, as we could build a retaining wall with them. We can buy them for approximately $1,200. This would be half the cost of new ones. And I don't know if the board was interested in those or not.
Is that in the budget?
I think since it's an improvement to the town garage, I think it could come out of the capital for the garage.
Is that what the blocks are being used for, is to retain the sand from running into
The gravel pile.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that part of it.
To make a,
firm.
the way it was, the gravel just kind of eventually worked its way down into the driveway, and we cleaned it all off. We've got it back out of the way again. And we were just thinking if we put a retaining wall there, it'd make it easier to keep everything.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, not just that, that's what separates that with water too, right?
Right, yes.
Chris, are you raising your hand right now?
Yes, excuse me. I make a motion that we buy them.
Second it.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of buying that, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Say nay. Okay, the ayes have it, and that will be purchased.
Just one more thing. The signs are posted underneath that bridge, the arch bridge, to tell people not to stay underneath there or swim or be underneath the bridge, and they tend to not pay attention to it. But that's their biggest concern with those blocks, with the cement being loose, that it could fall, onto the river below. I don't have a better answer than the signs that are already there, so I don't know if you have any ideas.
Well, can you tell us what the signs say?
I believe it said something about danger, falling. I can't remember exact verbiage, but to do the effect that there's falling objects and to stay 50 feet away from the bottom of the bridge.
Do you have police yellow tape across there?
We have some caution tape. I just don't know if we could get it to stay there. That's the only problem.
Also going back to keeping the bridge as is versus, I think that we should do what the person you spoke to, just keeping it as is.
She's afraid because that bridge was filled with gravel, that if we disturb anything, we could start to lose part of the bridge.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was we do have signs, we've warned people, but just to let you guys know that, there is loose concrete, and I'll go down and once the water is lower, I'll go down and just look and see if there's anything else we can do to make it so it's harder for people to get underneath there.
Can you post signs at the edge of the bridge too?
I believe there is one as you go down the path.
Okay.
Yep.
I believe there's one on each side, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many more years before they tear that thing down?
A year from now.
Mm-hmm.
Not soon enough.
You know what I was thinking? Remember you and I talked. I said probably the only thing you could do if you really want to stop it and maybe tighten it up is get somebody come in with that gun knife and spray it on the thing.
Right.
Like you do a swimming pool, and that might seal it and hold any loose pieces in place.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you disturb that arch,
right.
we was told that made it so they could travel across it because the arch is still rugged.
Right.
And if you take any, like you said, you take any chunks out and you start losing dirt, I think it's going to probably weaken and go down, At least if they cover up some of them spots, they had to, if it looks like it's going to be a real problem. Got like Mike and him did on the rails there a couple of years ago.
I think they're going to be down again. Some of the other bridge people are, and they'll take another look at it, they said. see if they can come up with anything else we should do.
I guess it's still, you can still drive over it without any problems. It's secure enough.
Yep, they don't even recommend posting it for lower the weight limit or anything, so.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I would suggest if you check and see if there's any way you could put more tape to caution police head around.
Okay.
And thank you.
I'll go down and take a look.
Can I ask about the sand salt shed?
Sure.
What kind of progress is happening on that?
Today, the engineer was supposed to have the haste report, which shows where everything is and the timeline for continuing. And I think the drawings are supposed to have the additions that all the state people have given him to change. There's a bunch of people review it, and so it's still in the engineer's hands. They're doing their thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And what's happening with the South Newfane, South Wardsboro Road? I saw that trees got cut, it got filled in, and there's still cones there. So is there anything more that needs to be done there?
We're waiting until the river engineer and our local VTrans engineer can come out and look at it again and reassess it. I think they're both able to travel now. So, of course, they haven't traveled for 6 weeks, so they're probably behind.
Yeah.
As soon as I can get them up there, we'll look at it again and see what we have to do.
And another thing, are you able to work on, oh my gosh, I can't even think what the metal, I want to say gutters, but they're not gutters. They're
culverts? Guardrails?
Yeah.
Guardrails, yeah. Yes, I've got them coming down to do some work. They were able to start work, I think, just recently, as in the last week or so. So they're supposed to be coming down first thing this spring. But
oh, so that's a private
Yes.
company that does it, not you guys. Okay, gotcha.
yeah, there's quite a lot to putting them up. They need some pretty specialized equipment to do it.
Yeah, I would imagine, yeah. Okay.
Chris,
Yes.
Do you have anything to add or report on with as road commissioner?
No, I've got something to add, but I don't know when I should add it. It's to do with safety
Okay.
of the town of Newfane's people, particularly the fire department. When should I bring that up?
Does that have to do with roads right now? Or just the fire?
Not, well, yeah, it is to do with the road, with the trail.
Then why don't you bring it up now? Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes?
Yeah, why don't you talk about it now?
Okay. I am very, very concerned about the firefighters and rescue people with the amount of out-of-state traffic down at Williamsville Station that's going up into the town of Newfane on the trail. The firefighters, somebody gets hurt, has to go up and drag them out of there. They usually do every year. All out-of-state people, and I'm very concerned about the safety of the fire department, the rescue workers.
You're talking about the town trail, town
No.
forest?
No, the swimming hole.
The swimming hole where they park for miles just by Depot Road.
Yeah.
I mentioned that in the bottom of the emergency management report too. There's a little spot on there where I mentioned that too. They're working on that right now with the state police and the property owner. They're trying to limit the use of it. I noticed there was a lot of people there this weekend, but they are working on it.
Now,
They're also parking over on Grimes Hill and going in that way too.
Yes.
Because there's a bunch of cars in there this weekend.
The biggest concern the fire department has is we're constantly trying to order the gowns and the goggles and so forth, and you only get a little bit at a time because everybody needs it.
yeah,
To go and carry somebody out, we're going to go through like 10 sets of it,
wow.
and we don't have enough to do that. You know, we have enough for regular calls, but not enough to have 1 or 2 calls down there would wipe us out of everything. So what they're working on is trying to cut down the use of that for a while until things get better.
You know, Jay and Chris, I took a walk on the West River Trail, going over the Green Iron Bridge. You know that? And you make a turn on Rice Farm Road and you walk down.
Oh, towards Black Mountain?
Yeah, well, it's a sign for Black Mountain entrance.
Oh, yeah.
For the West River Trail.
Yes.
It says there that if you have traveled 10 miles or more to get to that site, you're too far away from home now. We want people, because of violence and because of rescue, they don't want people traveling long distances away from home because they are concerned about exactly what Chris and Jay are talking about.
Wow.
And then the other day, when was it? Sunday, I went up to Townsend, to the Townsend Trail, right past Gerdas. No, right before Gerdas, you know that one. Yeah. And so I went down there, and there was 3 people from the Rescue Inc. at picnic tables. And I just thought, oh, maybe they're having a little lunch together or something. So I took my walk by myself. I came back, and it turned out that they have, what do you call those things?
Oh, drones.
The drones, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they have a drone up in the air that is going to be used to see if anybody's hurt or if anybody needs rescuing, because they're also concerned about people going too far away. So you might want to talk to them, the Rescue Inc., and see how they're dealing with things, because that was very impressive.
Yep, they've been involved in this also.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can we close down like the our town forest trail situation?
That's been pretty good. They've been spacing out, and there's a steady group of people using it, but never a huge number at once. So that hasn't been so bad. They've been, you know, seems like there's 2 or 4 people maybe at a time walking the whole trail system.
And they're also putting up signs at these places for the entryway to the trails about social distancing and masks.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if we should put signs up.
Yeah, I think that might be something very good to consider. Okay.
I've never been on that trail, so I don't know if it's dangerous. You know, if people get, often there's calls to the town.
No, that one's pretty well laid out. So
yeah.
Any
have to check it out someday.
Any other thoughts or comments about this? Okay, well, thank you, Chris and Jay, for your concerns. And
I make a motion to accept the road foreman's and commissioner's report.
I'll second it.
Please. Second. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Who seconded?
I did. Shelley.
Yeah, I said so. Okay, so that's been approved, and we move on to treasurer's report. And Melissa, thank you so much for being here tonight with us. And I read your report before, and it's really great to be part of this meeting. So could you read your report to us, please?
Sure. Okay, so I've been working remotely from the house for the past month. Everything's been going good. It's been a smooth transition. I've got my calls forwarded from the office to the house, so anybody can get a hold of me. I stop by the office regularly to pick up the mail and timesheets and everything. I do regular bank deposits still. I've been stopping at the town garage, and Jay and I have been exchanging things through the mailbox out there. So last year, I don't know if you guys remember, we had put 5 accounts into CDs. Those CDs actually are becoming mature this week. I've looked into CD rates, and there's nothing decent out there right now. I think it'd be too hard to switch them over into a savings account, not being able to get into the bank. So the shortest thing that they have right now is a 91 days, and it's for 0.30%. So I don't know, I would suggest maybe just rolling them over for 91 days and see if we get a better interest rate at that point.
That's what I'm thinking. I make a motion, that's what we do.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Any comments?
What's that?
In favor of accepting that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Okay. Good, Melissa.
Okay, I'll take care of that this week. We also received the VLCT grant for the Waynesville Hall alarm, so that's all should be finished out and completed. I have the current balances for the reappraisal is $58,090. The capital is $338,845. Village tree grant is $1,310. Monument upkeep is $2,148. Fred Adams Fund is $706. Records restoration is $12,235. And the general fund right now is $1,978,000. So that seems a little high right now, but we do have $890,000 of that, a little over, going out to pay the school taxes, this accounts payable, this pay order.
Melissa, I just want to make a note, there's an extra number in that.
I saw that as I was reading it.
So
that's why I cut it a little short.
So just to make a correction on that, but
yeah, I think it's $1,978,974.80 is what it is.
Oh wow, okay.
Okay, and like I said, $890,757 is going out tomorrow for the schools, so that'll shave off quite a bit, along with everything else that's going out. We do have a couple of larger invoices coming in for the state of Vermont, and then the Wyndham courts. Plus the rest of this money does have to carry us all the way through till August, if that's when our next tax roll is going to be.
So
providing everything goes out on time.
Mike, I had requested copies of the reports that you give us, but I haven't seen any of those.
Which reports?
I think a general fund report, I believe, or it's where you itemize everything out and where we're, budget report.
Yeah, I probably didn't get you the budget reports last month with everything going on. I can email it to you.
Okay, that would be good, so I can see the ups and downs, you know, where we're doing, what we're doing, you know, financially. But
yep.
Can you give us kind of an overview of how you feel our money is at this point?
I think we're definitely in good shape. People are paying pretty good. So no real concerns. There's people that have made arrangements already. But I think we'll be good. Hopefully if the taxes get out on time in August, then we should be in good shape.
Okay.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder, like this whole money thing with that school, where we haven't even had school now for months. I mean, how come they're in such a bad shape? I heard they're wicked, you know, they're in the whole wicked, the school system. And I also heard today that our taxes are going to take a hell of an increase. I was talking to somebody up Stratton, and they're talking like 20-some% or 20 some cents on the school budgets.
I did see some numbers. I can't recall where I saw it. It was increased.
I mean, I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but it's going to be crippling us pretty quick, you know. I mean, Chris, I mean, we try to cut here and there on the roads in the town, and that thing just keeps going haywire. I mean, Chris, they don't have school now until September.
Well,
I mean, I would think they could be cutting a little bit of that money back.
I got a return from my car insurance for not driving as much. You know, I got a check for $21, but I mean.
Well, I mean, just saying, you know, like school, but yeah, just like I think we was talking the other day, so as we were talking about this whole school system, the way it works, you know, it's because we don't have enough kids, and they got north, they got so many kids, but each school is supposed to be treated equally. You know, each school is supposed to have the same kind of education programs and all that. I guarantee you, you go up Burlington and them places, probably twice the school systems that we're offering down here. And I mean, if it's supposed to be all treated equal, that state maybe ought to start handing some of that money back towards us.
That's true, because it's a pupil equalization program. And so the less, the smaller rural communities are supposed to get as much of a ability to have programs as the more wealthier areas are to get,
I mean, if I had my way, I wouldn't have sent them the damn payment until they come down and explained it to us a little bit more. Because I just think it's a bunch of bull, because I mean they're not in school. I mean, I don't think half the teachers are on them lines every day. Maybe they are, but I mean, they should be saving money instead of costing money.
Well, there is a vote coming up soon for the school board.
I mean, if they raise that tax like 20 cents or whatever on us, do we just all sit back and just pay it, or do everybody start then at that time start complaining? But sooner or later, they're going to drive everybody out of these towns where the only one left is the native, and they ain't going to be able to afford it. Can't afford it now for most part, most people.
Melissa, are you in contact at all with the school systems about?
No.
I think you have to go.
I just do the kids doing schoolwork online right now, but that's it.
Well, they don't talk to us much, but I said, if you didn't send that payment in, you'd get their attention. And then you'd hear them talking.
Well, I think we have to legally send that in. I think we're.
Maybe so,
The letter from the attorney, our town attorney. So I think what we have to do is, as a community, people have to go and participate in the school board meetings and make an effect there. We don't have control of it anymore,
No, I know we don't have control of it, and that's what I'm saying. If all of a sudden they just come in and say, oh, they need another 20 cents on the tax rate for it or whatever, when do people start saying that's enough, I mean, you imagine how that raise your taxes here in town? I mean, what we're doing, we try to set budgets, and we didn't even know what they got for a budget yet, do it.
No.
I mean, our taxes already might have gone way to hell up.
When are we expecting to get a tax, a bill from the school? Or we already have. We're paying on it, correct?
Yeah.
That was last year, though.
Oh.
They haven't voted on their budget yet, have they?
No. I think that's coming up, though, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how they're going to do it, ain't they?
So
yeah.
Oh, you're paying the tax of $890.
This is the last payment for last year, right?
Correct. Last quarter payment.
And then we'll get a new one.
Okay. There a motion, please, to accept.
I'll make a motion to accept Melissa's report.
Second, please.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting the treasurer's report, please say aye.
Aye.
And I just wanted to make a note on her report that she's got all of her monthly and quarterly reporting completed, and some biannual FHWA 536 for Vermont Agency of Transportation done.
Yeah, that was a new one.
She's on the ball, I tell you.
I had to have Jay help me on that one a little.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've never done that one before. But we got it done.
Is there anybody who says no to accepting her report? Okay, so the report is accepted, and thank you very much for all the work you do, Melissa. And
Thanks.
it's been working out for you to work at home, and you do a great job as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is administrative assistant report.
I'm sorry, I believe we haven't finished the rest of the emergency management committee report. We only did a little portion that had to do with the fire department.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
So we should go back to that and then Juaneto's report.
Thank you very much. So Jay, would you continue with
Sure.
the emergency management report?
So we've had one or two members of the committee who've been on all the conference calls since the beginning. Generally, there's been at least 2 per week. I believe they're going to just 1 per week from this point on now that things have slowed down a little. We've not received any requests for assistance from any of our residents. I've heard of many neighbors assisting each other, so it seems like the needs are being met. There is a group of volunteers that are available to assist with shopping and so forth, and they are in the process of trying to get the word out that they're available. The select board needs to adopt the current town emergency plan tonight. And then this summer, when things settle down, Vermont Emergency Management may have some suggestions of additions to the plan. We can then revisit the plan at that point. Newfane has between 1 and 5 cases of COVID-19 in town, but they won't give us the exact number. So people need to stay vigilant, especially as more businesses open up.
Wow.
And the fire department and state police have been in contact concerning the swimming holes on the Rock River. They've also been in contact with the property owner try to limit the use of the swimming holes. That's it.
So you said that we have to vote on the emergency
To
management?
just re-adopt the current one
Okay.
for now.
I'll make a motion to re-adopt the current town emergency plan.
Second it.
Okay. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we're accepting the emergency management as it is and continues to be. And Jay, thank you very much. You've been in back with us. And, you and the guys are doing a great job.
Can I just ask Jay, that one piece of paper, the emergency management sheet, that's what we're adopting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same plan as what you had last year, but we just have to redo that one page each year. And it doesn't require signatures this year. I just have to type in the name of the chairperson.
Okay.
And once we get a chance to see if they've got any updates for us, then we'll kind of take a look at it. So.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
So now we move to administrative assistance report. Winetta, please. Come up here.
I've returned the computer and the printer to the town office in order for the select board to continue to have meetings and to comply with open meeting laws. I have downloaded a program that allows me to connect remotely from my laptop to the desktop at work. I'm able to access all of my emails and files that are on the desktop. The Vermont State Police contract is coming up for renewal on June 30th. I want to remind the select board that you previously discussed the possibility of splitting and sharing hours with the Windham County Sheriff's Office. There was also a slight increase in the budget for added patrol you had planned for traffic calming. As of Thursday morning, all of the town employees and some of the elected officials at Town Hall have completed the return to work certification form. I have taken the following paragraphs from the State of Vermont Governor's Office Addendum 11 to the Executive Order. This Addendum 11 shall take effect upon signing and accept as modified in this addendum the Executive Order and the addendum thereto and directives issued thereunder shall continue in full force and effect until midnight on May 15th. At which time the governor, in consultation with the Vermont Department of Health and the Department of Safety, Division of Emergency Management, shall assess the emergency and determine whether to amend or extend this amendment. All businesses, nonprofits, and government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible. We cannot allow for the resurgence of COVID-19 that would undermine or lose important health outcomes achieved to date. Our work to transition Vermont out from under the stay-at-home order swiftly and responsibly will take just as much effort and goodwill as we have all expended in recent weeks. Working closely with the Health Department and Safe State Emergency Operations Center and dedicated professionals across the state, we have developed and will continue to refine critical steps to ensure the health and safety of Vermonters and the continuity of healthcare system.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Winetta's report, please? Or do we have a motion to accept the report?
I make a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report.
I'll second it.
Well, I have a question as far as what's going on in, as far as administrative assistant's duties and stuff.
I'm still doing the same work that I was doing here at the office. I'm able to access everything on the computer at home. I come in for meetings with Marion after the office closes for her safety and for convenience when I was watching my granddaughter while her daycare was closed.
People in the office right now, and you're sitting close to Marion, and the safeguards are that you're supposed to have masks on, you're supposed to be 6 feet apart, and that's not being done. So the other concern I have is that other administrative assistants and town managers are back to work. And in our building, we have a large space, as you can see, and you're located in the corner, the north corner or whatever of the large expansive room. And I think at this point, regarding the, I think it's order number 12, and also on this report here, update on new work safe additions to stay home, stay safe order. It says services operating with a single worker, such as appraiser, realtors, municipal clerks, attorneys, property managers, etc., may operate if they can comply with the mandatory health and safety requirements listed above, with no more than 2 persons, service provider and client, present at one time. So this was dated as of April 17th, and now we're on May 4th, and I think it's time that we have you come back into the office.
Well, as Winetta just read, it says that in bold letters, if you have the copy of it in front of you, it says that government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible.
Yes, and I also spoke with our VLTC attorney, and it's a decision by the select board, and it's also by order by the governor that you can allow people to return to work. We have to get back to work.
Okay.
We all must move forward, and our employees need to get back to work.
Kelly, did you hear Winetta saying she's doing all the work?
I'm not
doing all the work.
I also have clients in other places, and I am going into their workspaces.
How about taking
format? So I don't see why there should be a problem with her returning back to work.
Well, she's following the government.
We need to take a vote.
Yeah, let's take a vote. All those in favor of having Winetta and other people who are still working, who are...
I'm just talking about Winetta as an employee. The other elected officials have their own decisions.
All those in favor of having Winetta continue to work from home as it states in the amended addendum that she just read until May 15th, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those in favor of Winetta coming to work before May 15th, please say aye.
Aye.
Mike, are you voting?
No.
Okay. So there are 3 people who are saying that she should continue staying at home and working, as it says in the amendment here, until May 15th, and we'll have to hear what the governor says then. And we have 2 against. So, I mean, one against. So, yes. So the ayes have it for Gwinnett to stay at home and work, and that passes.
If she is working at home and doing her job and doing what she is supposed to do from home for the town of Newfane, I support that until the governor lifts the May 15th ban. So I'm with that.
So Chris and Marion saying aye, and Shelley saying against, nay, and Mike is abstaining.
Marion, can I just say something?
Sure.
I've been trying to order a couple of no-touch infrared thermometers because we're supposed to do temperatures every day.
Exactly.
And they seem to be all back ordered for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'll continue tomorrow to see if I can find any, but we should have one in the office and one here.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jay.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments about Gwinnet's report? All those in favor of accepting the report?
Can I make a motion to accept her report? We already did that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yes, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
So my understanding is as of May 15th, she'll be back to work.
Hey, Shelley, I've been talking. I'm talking. We voted to accept a report, and we also just voted whether or not she should work at home, and the ayes had it, that she's working from home until May 15th, until the governor accepts if he says it should be longer. Okay? And that's that. Okay, next on the agenda is unscheduled members of the public, and there are none. And we have old business, which is the cat excavator. And Jay and Mike, Jay, would you like to talk about that, please?
Sure. So I think everybody has the 2 things that came from Caterpillar.
Yes.
Do you all get that?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I just got it today, yes.
So the first one sounds like we'd have to pay it for 1 more year and then plan further ahead, and then if we want to do something different for next year. And then Mike had asked for a payoff figure, of which they sent today. And hopefully you have that one too.
It was like 217 or something if we wanted to.
212, I think it was.
12?
I think so.
The payoff total?
Yeah.
$215,732.84.
So basically it's saying that I didn't have a lot of time to read this, but my estimation is that we had a non-appropriation clause in it, but because we did not bring it to the town, they didn't have the option to vote on it, correct?
Right, the money was budgeted for it. Yes.
Well, he told me that the selectmen could have pulled it out of the budget too, but the whole thing is, like I said, the only reason I voted on it last year is because when I talked to that salesman, he told me we had 29,000. There was no other, that's what I told him. I said, there weren't all those loopholes in the contract. And the guy kind of makes you a little bit mad that all of a sudden they come back with us because it's really not the right machine for what we wanted for the town. And then stuff like that. And I said, now we're stuck with it for another $29,000. Like I told him, I said, well, maybe the best thing to do is see if you can find somebody else that'd buy it throughout the year. I would pay that money and get it off our hands, and we got what we want at that point.
My understanding is that there's still a little discrepancy in agreement if this is a good piece of equipment for the road crew. Because I think that the road crew in the past have said it's a useful piece of equipment. And so there's some people who think not working or something.
And why I asked for payoff is because if we are thinking about buying a damn thing, and like I said last year, when we decided to spend the 29,000 on it, I said I wanted it, if it was going to go out as an article, because I didn't want the townspeople think that we were sneaking something through just to pay for it from year to year, and after 10 years we own it. I wanted them to see what that thing was going to cost and see if they wanted to spend $300,000 to buy an excavator like that. Because that's what it would be by the time you got interest. So I asked him the other day what the payoff was on it. Because I didn't know maybe the town could get a cheaper rate if we did buy it outright. If we're going to be stuck with it, you know, might as well get the best deal you can get on it. But I still don't think it's, you know, from like I said, from what the road crews all told me, that's not the right machine for what they wanted for the roads.
So my thought is,
even the guy from Caterpillar even told me that he said that he admits it's too big for our roads. I mean, that's what he even said. So, I mean, but that was the smallest size that Cat has. But it's, right now we're stuck with it to pay the rent. And if it is something we want, I think what we ought to do is look and see if we can get out from under it by letting him sell it to somebody else. And then we go for what we want.
well, also I want to bring it to everyone's attention that there's a lot of people in our community that are without work. They're, you know, may be having difficulties. And I think right now for us to think about purchasing a piece of equipment would be inappropriate under the circumstances. We don't know what the future is going to hold for us all. And I think that we stay with renting it for another year, put it up to vote for the town to make a decision for next year.
Well, I think, Shelley, that we actually discussed this last meeting, didn't we? That we would bring it up at the town meeting.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with it now, Marion, because we have.
No, I'm saying, I'm agreeing that what you just said is something that we already discussed.
I believe you're both correct that we had discussed that it goes up as an article next year after we pay another year's rent, and then the townspeople decide whether we're going to keep it or not.
So I think we need to make a vote on that.
Didn't we do that already?
No, I think we tabled it because Jay and Mike were going to get in touch with the people and get these figures for us. So I think it was tabled until we had this stuff. So then now we can make a vote on it.
What, do you want to make a motion, Shelley?
I make a motion that we continue with the lease agreement, and we bring up the renewal for the next term, financial term, at the town meeting.
As an article.
As an article. And it must be put in.
2020.
Someone note that. 'Cause we
I will-
forgot that.
I will second that motion.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of bringing it up next year at the town meeting, and in the meantime, we continue to rent it, and we'll ask the townspeople to vote on whether we keep it in 2021, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. The ayes have it, and so we will do that. Thank you. Chris, do you want to?
We have a loader that the town of Newfane owns. I don't know if we own it all yet or not. That was bought exactly the same way that this was, what we're doing with this excavator.
Mhm.
On a lease?
Yes, nobody complained about that.
So we paid off the lease, and then, do we own it yet, Melissa? Do you know?
We have one payment, I think.
Got one payment left?
Yeah.
He keeps muting me.
Oh, there you are.
Someone keeps muting me, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm not me, but I just asked the question, do we know how much longer we have left on the loader?
I think we have one more payment left.
That's what Jay was saying. And then
Yeah.
we'll own it.
Yep,
And
own it outright.
So while we're talking about it, what's the condition of it, Jay, and the life of it?
It's still in very good condition.
Well, I think at the time of next town meeting and the sum of money that we're looking at, it's appropriate for the town people to make that decision as to what we do next.
Okay. So we voted on it. So that's
Any
it.
other discussion?
We voted. We will do that. Voted on it, and it's accepted. Okay. New business. The new business was going to be Shelley's request to talk about Lynetta coming back to work at Town Hall, and we already.
Yeah, we already handled that.
Yeah, and so the next thing is correspondence. Lynetta?
Yes.
Good.
So in this kind of a situation that we're online, is there any way of getting our copies that we normally get regarding, or do we have to just, I've requested to have the copies of the minutes and the agenda and stuff mailed to me versus me having to copy it all down, print it all out.
Well, we all have the ability to make an appointment with Carol to come to the town office and clean out our mailboxes. We just have to call her and let her know what time.
I didn't get a reply as to how that was to be handled as a request.
But yeah, the town offices are still open by appointment, so we can call anytime and go get our mail anytime we need to. We just have to call and make an appointment with Carol.
So Carol is still operating regular hours?
She's operating the morning hours and Peter's there in the afternoon.
Okay.
But you just have to call because the doors are locked and they'll let you in and get your mail and go. I mean, it's pretty accessible as long as you give them a call first.
Again, I wonder why we can't have our administrative assistant back in the office, but that's a vote down.
We voted on it.
Yeah, so the town will recognize that. I had the question.
She is pretty available. Our administrative assistant is readily available for anything we have. I've called her a couple of times and she's been right there for anything I've needed to have a copy of. So
I requested a copy of all the stuff. I didn't get a reply as to how I could obtain the documents. I guess I have to make it through Carol.
Well, that's because, but we can go get our mail anytime we need to. We just need to call the town office and ask them to let us in at a certain time, and they will. And it's pretty simple.
Shelley, I have made copies to put in everybody's mailbox, but it was upon your request that everything be emailed to you prior to the meeting, including the minutes, which I have completed and done the last few meetings.
I had also asked for the copies of it to be mailed to me or whatever. So now my understanding is I have to call Carol, who is at the building on a regular basis, and ask to get in to get my mail, my copies in my mailbox.
Carol's only there 8 to 12, and then Peter's there 12 to 5.
We're up to correspondence.
I'm going to read the correspondence from Marion. This letter's from Tristan Johnson. It says, Newfane Select Board. I did see on page 40 the notice about a select board member and his business was contracted for services. I appreciate you having included this and that response to my request. All the best and thanks, Tristan Johnson. And that was requested last year after the town report was out. Marion was still on the board, and we did make sure that that was addressed in the new town report this year.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. Cleanup?
He had questions about a select board member and the services he provided the state or the town, as well as the large amount of social appropriations that were concerning him and how the town was spending that money. That's when we addressed the double posting of the rescue and a couple of the other items. And that was cleared up this year when we didn't include that in the same postings. They were two separate categories.
Oh, you're talking about a budget.
He expressed in his letter last year concerns about the budget as well as the town report and listing services that select board members provide for the town.
Okay.
He's acknowledging that we did that for his request.
Okay, I thought cleanup was like an outdoor cleanup with a select board member. I couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry. While we're speaking about that, I had requested on the agenda at some point or another about the special appropriations that were added to at the town meeting, and whether or not how that was handled, because it never came back to the board. So maybe if we're not going to discuss it tonight, we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting, which is going to be held when?
We can do that. We can do it for the next meeting.
When is the next meeting scheduled?
May 18th.
20th. May 20th.
No, I think it's May 18th, Marion.
You know what? I'm looking at April calendar.
It's May 18th.
Okay, May 18th, next meeting.
And if all goes well, we should all be able to attend in person. If everybody feels comfortable.
Yeah.
Because that's when we're supposed to be able to go back to normal business, right?
Yeah, well, my question is, why is Marion and Juanetta sitting side by side with no mask on?
I'm not sitting side by side. I'm 3 or 4 feet away, and I turn the monitor in my direction and Marion backs up. So there is social distance there. Could you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
So here's the question about the next thing on the item is pay orders. But there's been a question asked about whether we could do the Board of Liquor Control vote and then do pay orders. And truthfully, I'm not that familiar with. I think Chris and Mike know the answer to that better than me.
We have to adjourn the select board meeting, open up the meeting to the Board of Liquor Control.
Right. No, I know that. I know that, but what I'm asking is, could we adjourn the meeting now before we do the pay orders, open up the meeting again for the Board of Liquor Control, and then do the pay orders?
Oh.
I think we could postpone it, don't quote me on that, for a period of time and then start up again.
You Zoom? Does anyone have an answer?
Can you suspend it like what they do at town meeting when they open up the school board?
I don't know why we can't adjourn the meeting right now. Christopher, I'm the only one who's going to be doing the pay orders anyways. And
yeah, it'll be Christopher and Mike.
So we do adjourn the meeting, the select board meeting, go on to the liquor control thing, and then we do it, and then him and I'll go in and do the pay orders.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the official select board meeting ended now at 7 minutes after 7 p.m.
Was there a second?
You don't have to have one for adjournment.
No, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to open the Newfane Select Board meeting again, and it's at 7:08 p.m. on Monday, May 4th, 2020, and we're opening to have a vote for Board of Liquor Control for a renewal for Dutton Farm stand.
I make a motion for the renewal of Dutton Farm Stand.
I'll second it.
And second. Okay. Any conversation or comments? All those in favor of approving that, please say aye.
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 I have a question on that. No,
Yeah.
I say aye on that. Can you sign that without the whole board signed it? If we authorize you to, make it easy if you were able to sign it. So the whole board doesn't have to sign it.
Oh, yeah.
Carol has already been in touch with them, and she has asked them if she can fill in the names, if you so agree.
Well, there's still three of us that here tonight that could sign it. Mary.
I'm fine with that.
Right, Chris
I want to do the pay orders.
I don't care.
are in the building here with me.
That's a majority.
Yeah,
That's fine with me.
Where's Christopher?
Chris is in.
He's in Carol's office.
Town clerk's office.
I'm sleeping.
Okay, so is that approved that the three of us will sign?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we can adjourn that meeting, is that correct?
Yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you so much. Okay.
We're all
Ready?
done.
Yes,
Just
please
shut
stay
this thing down or what?
healthy, and we'll see you on May 18th.
Stay safe, everyone. Good to see you.
Welcome, everybody. We are streaming live on YouTube. This is the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee. We are meeting today. Of course, we're going to follow the same pattern we have since the beginning of our Zoom experience, and that is to focus on COVID-19 related issues. And we're very lucky today to have Teresa Snow with us from Salvation Farms. I've been thinking about you, Teresa, and Teresa has always been on the forefront of providing food for people, and gleaning has been her one of her raison d'etres. And but we're interested to hear today how things are going in terms of Salvation Farms and what you may have been doing to help with this COVID-19 effort. So welcome, Teresa.
Great. Thank you. It's an honor to be invited and to join you. So thanks.
Good. Do you want to just introduce yourself first, even though I already have?
Absolutely. I'm Teresa Snow. I'm the executive director of Salvation Farms. I also founded the organization. So, yeah, you're welcome. Specific to COVID-19, it is a slow time of year for surplus management, in the sense the farm surplus management that Salvation Farms and our direct colleagues have been doing, because we've been primarily responding to available surplus of produce. And as you all know, we aren't growing a lot this time of year, and most of the storage crops have been slowly depleting that were grown and stored last season. However, that being said, Salvation Farms does serve as the backbone organization to the Vermont Gleaning Collective. That's an initiative that we started in 2012, 2013, and currently has 6 different organizational members, one of which is Salvation Farms. You can visit the Vermont Gleaning Collective's website. It's vermontgleaningcollective.org. And at the bottom of the homepage, you can see its members. I would say now for about 5 or 6 weeks, we've been organizing weekly phone calls to learn what these members are seeing on the ground in their communities. In this last year, these members served upwards of 170 different agencies around the state that provide food assistance to community members. So those could be food shelves and senior meal programs, youth-based programming, or rehab programming. They're seeing, much like the Vermont Food Bank has reported, because we're often serving some of the same agencies, that there's been an increase in demand. That demand is fluctuating based on when the initial crisis hit and people were initially laid off from employment. Then some of that demand seemed to decrease right around the time when folks received some of their benefits in the beginning of the month. But that increase seems to continue. I think the food bank estimated in their network between 30 and 60% increases across the state. The agencies served by the Vermont Gleaning Collective, some have closed, some have seen a decrease in their available volunteer force because they're a part of that vulnerable population. Many of our food shelves are volunteer run, or meal programs are run by senior populations. Some of these agencies have also adapted to curbside pickups. So these organizations, the members of the Gleaning Collective, can see firsthand what the week-to-week changes are in these agencies, as well as what kind of considerations need to be made for safety, both in produce handling, serving farms, and volunteer engagement. This collective has put out a baseline of safety measures in relation to COVID and how they will protect their volunteers, their employees, the farms they're accessing, and how they're serving the agencies. Lamoille Valley Gleaning, which is a program of Salvation Farms, it is our original gleaning program. that serves the greater Lamoille Valley, which is the county of Lamoille, in addition to some of Caledonia and Orleans. We continue to collect food on a weekly basis and distribute that within our region, also taking into consideration these additional safety measures. And we are preparing for an increase of activity this year. While right now the volume of produce we're handling and moving is not as significant as it will be in the growing and harvesting and post-harvest season within this calendar year. I think as you've heard from possible other testimonies, our farmers have seen some silver lining in this crisis, where initially there was some challenge because they were selling into wholesale markets. They are seeing an increased demand from direct to consumer outlets. So whether that's increased CSA shares, increased purchasing from their farm stands, and now this doesn't apply to every farm necessarily, but several large farms are reporting this. We are under the suspicion and are projecting that our farmers are going to likely increase production this year to meet potentially those institutional and restaurant markets coming back online, but also this increased consumer demand. And when farmers grow food, regardless of if it's the regular amount or more, they will generate surplus. So we're preparing for a season with high demand for gleaning services and preparing to, both in our support of the Gleaning Collective, but really with our program of, how can we have the right volunteers, the right level of professionalism and safety to respond to this increased need, both from farmers and from our communities. I'm not sure if the committee is aware that we closed our surplus crop food hub that we were running in Winooski. The timing is really ironic. That facility was the culmination of 7 or 6 different pilots from minimal processing at Green Mountain College and Harlow Farm in Westminster, to some minimal processing with the Center for Agricultural Economies and some minimal processing with our local Meals on Wheels programs, to a big project at the Southeast State Correctional Facility. All of that led into us renting this facility in Winooski, where we were aggregating large volumes of surplus, cleaning and packing it, also making some frozen product, but also offering a job training program for individuals who were unemployed or underemployed or with barriers to employment. We closed that facility at the end of, or I should say we moved out of that facility at the end of February. And what we've heard from some of our regional and national conversations is that there is certainly an increased demand for that such work, especially as food banks and food shelves are needing things cleaned and packed for kind of more of a retail package, much like you're seeing in other market channels. So I think that is going to be an issue that Vermont will have to attend to soon. Whether we can, Salvation Farms, work in collaboration with others, potentially revisiting the conversations with the Department of Corrections, but also with some of our nonprofit colleagues that are in this area of work. There is going to be this need for increased cleaning, packing, and processing. I'm trying to think of what else to share. I wanted to offer, I know I've joined you year after year after year, and I share with you the work that we've been doing, and I don't know as though I've ever shared some of my personal story. And I think it's important for folks to understand what Salvation Farms was born out of. I grew up in Vermont, so I think some of you may know that. My family was in agriculture, dairy farming, and also some small homesteading, gardening. But then I studied at Sterling College, where I really gained an appreciation for ecology and food systems. But shortly after college, I enrolled in AmeriCorps, and that AmeriCorps service sent me, just interesting how timing happens, sent me to do disaster relief after the collapse of the World Trade Towers after 9/11. And I was in Manhattan about 6 weeks after that tragedy. And my job was to work in a really large family assistance center where there were many different agencies. But I was specifically tasked with working one-on-one with individuals who lost their jobs, who lost their homes, or lost family members. And what I was sitting face to face with, and I'm 23 years old and coming out of northern rural Vermont, and education that was teaching about subsistence living, to this environment where I was working with individuals who had lost the stability of their monetary economy, and were faced with not knowing how they were going to feed themselves, basically, or meet their essential needs. And it was an interesting juxtaposition. And when I returned to Vermont, I was really challenged by this newfound knowledge of how vulnerable our populace in the country was, because we've become so disconnected with our essential resources. We had become reliant on large global and national supply chains that had actually rendered us really vulnerable. And I've recently started to say that Salvation Farms was born out of crisis, and was really tasked with how do we help a populace in Vermont or regionally in New England understand the importance and value of farms, and how do we help more people understand what is regionally, seasonally grown, and comfortable with that food, so that when the time comes, we have to rely on and feed ourselves with more regionally grown foods, we're actually prepared to do so. So COVID for me it came too soon, because I feel like the work Salvation Farms was really born out of and inspired to do, we hadn't quite helped mobilize and inspire happening in Vermont. What we have seen, though, is the Farm to Plate Network has done some amazing work in connecting entities over the last 10 years, created some great collaboration, but I felt that a lot of that work was looking at some export markets, specialty items, as opposed to fully thinking about what does the supply chain look like in Vermont or regionally. And it really can resonate with Ellen Kaler's testimony 2 weeks ago, where she spoke of the New England Food Solutions work, the New England Food Vision, and in support drafting some of the recent Farm to Plate briefs, particularly on the food access and farm viability brief. I really said, I think, and Carolyn, Representative Partridge, you've mentioned that
you call me Carolyn.
I know. Thanks. It is like, and what New England Food Solutions through the Food Vision have advocated is really looking at the land base. And I think that that's incredibly important as we start to think about what can we produce, what is our land best suited to produce, what does that mean in yields, what is our region capable of consuming, and really starting to be informed by that. So I find this is one of those moments where there's a lot of reaction to the increased need, but it's also an opportunity for us to be reflective and think long-term about how we can better serve our region through looking at this supply chain. And I think There was one other thing I wanted to say on that point, but I'd be happy to take some questions at this point.
Well, it's interesting, Teresa, because it was New York City that sort of cured me and or made me aware of how vulnerable people are in that situation when I was in college in the Bronx. And, just realized that if, truckloads of food didn't come into that city, people were going to starve,
Right.
and there's not a lot of opportunity to grow your own food there. There are some really cool little pocket gardens around the city. One of my kind of dreams when I got older was to go down there and turn some of these vacant lots into productive vegetable producing ground, but that hasn't happened yet. So I guess I'm not too old yet. Anyway, I think that I got so excited when we had the testimony from Ellen. The weeks run into themselves, so I guess it was 2 weeks ago. To hear the work that's being done, I want to learn more about it, and I think that I'd love to be a part of that, whatever shape it takes. So I'm just really curious about the whole gleaning. Part of the gleaning, I think I've told you, when I worked at Harlow Farms in the fields a long time ago, 40 years ago. I was always disturbed by the amount of food that wasn't being processed. At that time, it was going on a manure or a compost heap, which is still good, but I remember taking just tons of zucchini home, trying to turn it into bread and casseroles and stuff like that, and just giving up basically. And Paul always encouraged me to take stuff and turn it into food. But the fact that you started the whole gleaning program was really fantastic and inspirational. So I really appreciate what you've done.
Great, thank you. I think that. Oh,
no, go you go ahead and finish, and then Vicky has her hand up. So you go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Salvation Farms truly started as a gleaning organization with this effort to engage the community, to help inspire and inform them about the importance of local farms. And that work has definitely evolved into, which I think it was always inspired by, food sovereignty as a concept. And as we've evolved, really looking at, well, what are these shortfalls in our supply chain, and how could we utilize farm surplus to build more resilience? And 10 years ago, we were looking at cull cows. So we send all these cull cows out of state. What if that was a food resource that we actually were retaining? What would that look like? What's the business model? What do our processing facilities need in order to actually handle that amount of food? And could that go into charitable food and into institutions? So it's interesting in this moment to see people asking some of those questions. And not that they haven't also been asked by others in the past, but looking at fluid milk as well. I think it's inspiring. We had a testimony last week of somebody pivoting and saying, oh, there's this resource and there's this infrastructure and there's this need. And necessity is the mother of invention, but it will serve us if we can be more proactive as we go forward, as opposed to being reactive and seeing like, oh, here are these things, let's put them together. Like, we could do that whether there's crisis or not.
Right. Vicky, and then Sharon has her hand up as well. Vicky?
Good morning, Teresa. I always enjoy listening to you and hearing your story. It's really inspiring. And as you were speaking, I had kind of two comments or questions. One is the evolution of your particular, I'm going to call it a ministry in a way, and how wonderful it is, but how it's evolved, but also farming has evolved in Vermont in the sense of high tunnels and more greenhouse things. I mean, Pete's Greens is providing us with carrots right now that they've stored all winter and grown. They grow so much all winter long now. And that's a huge change since, like, in the old days when I went to Sterling, we just plunked stuff in the ground and hope for the best. So that's a huge change in terms of how much more we can grow using more of those techniques. And I'm sure you're mulling that over a lot. But so that comment there, and then also just, I'm not sure if you explained why your facility actually closed. Could you let us know that? I'm just curious, is there hopes to reopen, or was that COVID related? Didn't sound like it was. So I just wondered if you'd comment about that.
Yeah, those are great questions. You know, first on the evolution of Salvation Farms work, and I think that the philosophies that we have always existed. I think it was just the gleaning was a really great entry point, and it was opportunistic. I actually was an employee at Pete's Greens, and he recognized that I was kind of struggling, and had said, I have extra greens, can you do something with them? And I said, how about gleaning? I could engage some volunteers, we could collect this food, and we could put it into the community in a way that doesn't impact your markets, but teaches more people about local food. So I think we'd always been inspired by this idea of regional food system strength. The evolution of farms, that's absolutely true. I think our farmers are incredibly innovative. They are producing more, they're producing more efficiently, and they're still doing it in a diversified way, which is ecologically responsible. We glean year round actually at Pete's Greens. There's no kind of end of our season, start of our season, because of farms like that. And I do think that regardless of the cycles of production, extension, and storage, there will always be this surplus. The volume is just going to be representative of the increase in production. We did a study a number of years ago to try to obtain an estimate for how much produce loss there is on Vermont farms. And it represents about 15% vegetables and berries. We didn't get any orchards to respond, so we don't know what the number is there. But it's 15% of all edible produce remains on farms. So whether you're growing 1 acre or 100 acres, we can make the estimate that it's around 15% that will stay in the field or be picked but not sold. So I believe that there will always be a need for gleaning for charitable purposes, but also streamline aggregation and processing that then could either provide some payments to farms or or then go to institutions or in a broader sense into the charitable food system. I'm not sure if that fully answered that question, so I'm happy to offer more clarification. And then on the closure of our Vermont commodity program in Winooski, we had made a decision to close that program and move out of that facility probably in the middle of last year. So it was not COVID related. We couldn't have anticipated. And right now we question, well, if we had that operation, that could be offering a lot of benefit. We could be cleaning and packing even product that is coming in from out of state if we had that infrastructure. The reason we chose to close the facility or the program there was it was never our intent to run that work by ourselves. We had initially, or I would say, yeah, our initial vision was for that to be run in some collaborative fashion with the Department of Corrections. Hence the workforce development component. We've always been inspired by leveraging existing resources to make things happen. And this commodity program we'd envisioned as having some state investment, some charitable work engaging the private sector, so a hauler like Black River Produce or one of our other potential food hubs, with distribution into both the charitable and the institutional feeding programs like prisons and schools and hospitals. So when we opened in Winooski, it was after we had raised for us a considerable amount of money to make an investment in a building renovation at the Windsor facility, correctional facility. And when it seemed not the highest priority of corrections to continue that program or develop a correctional industry, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense. They've always had a lot on their plate. We took that money and we looked for a facility in the community where we could continue to develop the operational systems and the vocational element. And when we were faced with a new 3 to 5 year lease, we had to step back and say, why did we rent this facility? Was it to run this program and do this work in perpetuity? Or was it to further vet the feasibility of this concept? And have we had enough learning experiences that we can actually take this expertise, create a toolkit of resources where then we can reapproach collaborators, whether it is the Department of Corrections or working with the Center for an Agricultural Economy or the Vermont Farmer Food Center, et cetera, to have this kind of work happening in Vermont. We don't need to do it. It should be happening in Vermont. So who can we partner with as a means to strengthen the supply chain? So we're looking at pulling all of that information again together into a resource toolkit. We've started that work, and we're really looking for collaborations or arrangements where we can be a consultant and offer technical assistance.
Teresa, it sounds to me like the 3 to 5 year lease really made you go through a thought process with the folks you work with as to whether you saw the investment being made by, let's say, the Department of Corrections or someone else, and that it just wasn't there. And so that's potentially why you backed away from that facility.
Yeah, I think it was a lot for an organization to undertake, particularly with such a strong component of social service where it's related to workforce development. We were engaging really dynamic populations on a relatively tight budget, covering operational costs, having to staff the facility. We had great and deep collaborators, from farmers to haulers to charitable sites that were ordering food through us, not just in Vermont, but in New England. And we had a huge network of social service partners, as well as guest presenters and trainers. And that's a lot for one organization to undertake. And, I think it's resource responsible for any organization and any vision to be thinking about who is most appropriate in what roles. And there's a lot of resources out there that could be leveraged in the collaboration to making a vision like that real for the state.
Mm-hmm. So Sharon has her hand up, and then I have a follow-up, but we can go after, I can go after Sharon. Sharon?
Yes, thank you, Teresa. I'm wondering, is Salvation Farms receiving any trickle down or direct federal funding to help during the COVID-19 situation?
A good question. So short answer is no. However, we did apply for the Paycheck Protection Program, which is an SBA loan, and we were approved. So, that there are some strings on that can make it forgivable, and we just need to do our due diligence to hopefully make it forgivable in the way that we apply those dollars. As far as other funding, it's not. And I've done my best to try to stay abreast of what is eligible for federal funding, FEMA reimbursements, the recent USDA food access program funding. I have a call out to Senator Leahy's staff because I am on the board of a National Association of Gleaning Organizations, and we want to find out whether in that package or in a future package there could be funding specific to support smaller and medium regional gleaning and fresh food rescue initiatives in this country. But at this point, the federal funding seems mostly directed to food banks and affiliate companies that can help capture national supplies of food, potential repackaging and making that available to like the Feeding America Food Bank Network.
And I did want to point out that the deep sorrow that some of us feel when we see food wasted, I feel like as I know most of the people, well, I think everybody on this committee does, that one of the most brilliant uses of food that might not have been dealt with and ended up on somebody's plate is to be turned into eggs by letting chickens eat it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really is one of the most brilliant solutions. Anyway, thank you.
You're welcome. That makes me think we were about to hold, there were several things that we had to cancel or postpone. Right now, we would have been hosting the 4th International Gleaning Symposium in the state of Vermont. It would have started yesterday and it would have ended tomorrow. And that would have been in Burlington. And so we'll likely be rescheduling for sometime next year when we're just clearer about the future of this crisis and its impact on gathering. We also, at the end of March, we're going to hold a farm surplus forum in which we have created this beautiful visual representation of what we've called a surplus continuum. So how does surplus exist on farms and how might it be used on farms? And so just that, feeding animals is a good use of this because it turns into food in its own way, or putting it into the soil, it then turns into food again in another way. But then these other mechanisms of then moving the food off the farm, what are those possible avenues, both into the marketplace and charitable? Maybe I can send you all that drawing.
That would be fantastic. And that's the farm surplus continuum, did you say?
Yeah, and we only have it for crops right now. But in this farm surplus forum we were holding, we were hoping to diversify the conversation into proteins. Because while we know prior to COVID, there were outlets for our surplus meats and dairy, this crisis has proven that quickly those products can become truly surplus without markets. Proteins being cold dairy, and not just cattle, but sheep, goats, and then of course our fluid milk. So.
Mm-hmm. All right, what I was going to ask you about was, I think the last time you testified, you mentioned potentially working with Rutland and the farmers center there. Did that end up turning into anything, or?
Well, that conversation was paused. One of the ideas was to transition the commodity program potentially into that location. Well, we were also simultaneously looking at still how do we develop a relationship with corrections, and another program that's looking at job training around potential food work for individuals in recovery from substance use. So the Vermont Farmers Food Center, I think there was a lot of unknowns in the potential collaboration. So I think our resource toolkit will really help reinvigorate that conversation. But when we were approaching that conversation, it was not an interest of ours to be a long-term tenant but rather could we pull a vision together that could leverage the resources of Brock as a social service agency and the resources of the Farmer Food Center as a visionary of aggregation and processing and market development and farmer support to actually house this training, aggregation, processing work with surplus product in a facility that they were envisioning for farmers' first product in cleaning and aggregating and storage. And I think, a lot of this comes down to financial resources and how much can each potential partner add to their plates. I think for Brock, they had a lot going on, and considering a new venture like this seemed too much at the time.
Do you want to just tell us what Brock stands for?
Oh my gosh, I don't know what Brock stands for. I will Google it.
It's BRAC, right?
That's right. So Brock is, it's a community action agency, and I wonder if it's Bennington, Rutland, because it is in Bennington, Rutland. I don't know. I'm completely guessing.
Yep. Okay. Don't worry. No worries. No worries.
It's a community action agency.
Okay. That sounds right. Vicky has her hand up. Vicky.
Yes, thank you, Carolyn. Listening to you talk, how our minds go in different directions. Have you ever been in touch with Teen Challenge, which is a recovery program in Johnson? Are they interested in maybe working with you, having those men, they're in recovery, they're looking for jobs and training and new vocations? Tell me a little bit if you've been in touch with them.
Yeah, we've worked with Teen Challenge since 2005. And they initially joined us in the field gleaning. And more recently, they've been, and even then they were food recipients, but they are one of our weekly recipients through the Lamoille Valley Gleaning Program. They also have helped do distribution for us. So we often engage volunteers in doing weekly distribution routes to different agencies. They cover, I believe, our Johnson Cambridge region agency. They've also done some processing. So one piece of our vision is, again, how do we help locals consume more locally produced foods? And it's been inspiring those agencies that we serve with kitchens to take a little bit more than what they are going to eat fresh and actually process that food and put it into their freezers. So Meals on Wheels has been doing this, and Teen Challenge has been doing this. And I do think that there's some great potential for working with them and diversifying our relationship.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did you say they're located?
They're in Johnson, right?
Johnson. Okay.
Yeah. And it's a Teen Challenge New England. I'm not sure if it's a national organization, but they have regional facilities that serve different populations.
There's a women's facility in Hardwick now as well.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to know.
Fantastic.
My team that does the gleaning my team that does the gleaning likely knows that there's a new women's facility, but I wasn't aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. John O'Brien has his hand up. John.
Thank you, Teresa. I wondered, similar to Farm to Plate, if looking at that 15% food left in the field or not sold, if you had targets to say, is it possible in Vermont to reduce that to 10% or 5%? And if you could even do that, right, then you have the challenges of distribution and finding consumers for it. And just if you could speak to that.
Yeah, that's great. We don't have a goal, but our team is, we're going through some deep strategic plan implementation, and we just launched an RBA process. I think some of that goal setting will be part of that, particularly where we're looking at like the population level results. So in our work with the Vermont Gleaning Collective, we created a website that on the front end allows volunteers to register for gleaning wherever they want in the state of Vermont. But on the back end, it allows the organizations who are part of the Vermont Gleaning Collective to announce gleans. So that goes out to the volunteers who registered. It also allows them to track all of their volunteer hours, but then to aggregate all of their data. And so some of our vision with this data aggregation was to help us understand more about annual and seasonal trends and how that was happening year to year. And I think we have 4 members that are actually aggregating their data all in the same way. And then that could inform more of creating projections just like that. We know our capacity right now is around 400 to 500,000 pounds. But if we knew more of the trends, we could even be more prepared to respond when that food is available, particularly if we had places to send it where it could be cleaned and processed. I might actually send you some slides as well from our first surplus forum, which just looked at crops. And I have one slide that is aggregated from the Gleaning Collective that shows overwhelmingly, 3 or 4 crops that were available post-harvest, meaning that they didn't need to be gleaned, they just needed to be captured and moved somewhere. So that could inform setting a goal and collaboratively with partners.
Great, thanks, Teresa. Are there any other questions for Teresa? I don't see any. So I'm wondering what you're what you're looking at for the near future. Is the work of gleaning continuing on for Salvation Farms? Are you still donating the food to daycare centers and senior housing, that sort of thing?
Yes, our gleaning has continued just straight from the end of December 2019 to the beginning of January 2020. I think we've been serving about 24 different agencies, if not weekly, then bi-weekly. We do anticipate that really ramping up. Last year, we served about 45 different agencies. There's a new element of our gleaning program where we're working with the Community Health Services of Lamoille Valley and UVM's extension, the FNEP program, where last year we piloted shares, like a CSA share, but of gleaned produce. And that went direct to identified patient families through the health service network of the Lamoille Valley. And this year, we're going to increase that. I think my staff said it's to 46 different shares over the course of the summer, fall, in addition to serving these 40-something agencies with distribution. Last year, we also expanded into the Northeast Kingdom to serve the Council on Aging in their senior meal programs. With home delivered meals. And so we'll continue doing that work, maybe increasing the number of agencies that we serve there. We'll continue to support the Vermont Gleaning Collective. We did pull together the first combined fundraising request that we submitted to the Community Foundation, the COVID Response Fund. And I think that that's a great putting the collective members all on the same page together. So that we can have that to try to secure other sources of funding collaboratively. I think what Salvation Farms is really inspired to do is to be at the table. We are an expert in at least thinking about this, and in a lot of cases applying it. We are community organizers. We've worked with community organizers. We've worked with a lot of farms. We understand logistics. We've engaged unique cross-sector partners. And this isn't new to us, thinking about long-term food system resilience. So that's something that's going to become increasingly important to me and our team, is how are we at the table? I am filling a co-chair role for the Farm to Plate Aggregation and Distribution Working Group. So that's a great way to be in those conversations in a increased capacity. But, you know, I think looking at the farm viability briefs that Salvation Farms, or that I was a contributing author to, which was the food access and farm viability, as well as the lightly processed vegetables, I would, you know, really love to engage with the legislature around some of the recommendations, and how does Salvation Farms fit into those recommendations, and how can we help you all move those forward?
Mm-hmm. That was an amazing piece of work.
Yeah, the Farm to Play team, they got quite a task, and they really met that task. That's impressive.
Yeah, it really sets a roadmap for definitely. I think one of the things that I have been, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, but, and this is not so much to do with Vermont, although, you know, I'm seeing it happen, food distribution going on. There's one in Grafton today. We have a family in town that has been quarantined. I don't know what their status still is, but I was thinking of driving over there and getting some stuff for them. But the lines in other states of people who are driving nice cars who need food is really frightening. You know?
Yeah. I think that's absolutely right. It is. We've been talking with some, again, colleagues around the country, and in, you know, and in Boston, you know, the grocery stores where people can go and shop, you know, there's 80 people in line waiting for several hours to just get in the store. And then that line continues all the way through the store. And yeah, our food banks and food shelves are experiencing the same thing.
Yeah.
I think people are very much realizing the importance of food and how little we thought about it before as a populace. I think this issue of labor, we've done some talking with Farm to Plate, a couple IT developers, and you're thinking about how do we pair existing and growing labor needs with the recently unemployed, particularly those with food service experience. Because I think, you know, if food banks are short on volunteers because they were mostly seniors, or like, that could be a great opportunity for some of the unemployed to get involved. But also, if our farmers are needing laborers right now, I would love to see a way that we can help connect those recently unemployed that have some food experience with some of these increased needs, whether it is on farms or doing some extra processing of animals or dairy, or any of the other manufacturing that may be seeing some increase. So,
yeah, I think one of the most distressing sights for me was to see what was happening in Florida and Georgia, I'm sure other southern states, plowing in, you know, 40 acres of tomatoes and things like that. Why, you know, like, it's like, let's get together a whole bunch of people and go out there. And, you know, even if all you got done was 1 acre of tomatoes, it would be that much more food in the food chain, you know, for people to use. And so, that's been, well, that was like me at Harlow's, you know, rescuing bruised zucchini, you know, but, you know, heck, they didn't get their workers from Guatemala. Get a crew out there. And, you know, it very, very distressing for me to see that.
Yeah, it absolutely is, particularly when we know when people are in need. I was just talking with our team yesterday about this, and even the USDA funding that is now going to be purchasing this product, that so farmers don't have to till it in for the charitable food system. And we've experienced that, just like the paying market, the charitable food system can become saturated with fresh foods, and fresh foods are so time sensitive that I question, without some processing, particularly to make shelf stable, not just frozen, that food might just get moved and not actually be able to, it might just bog down the system. So it'll be interesting how that does play out.
Yeah. But tomatoes, you can, I don't like to do this, but if you're overwhelmed by tomatoes, you just throw them in Ziploc bags and put them in the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
You basically have tomato sauce when you're done. You can pull the skins and, cook it down. But anyway, my little obsession. Sharon had her hand up. Now it's down. Sharon, did you have a question?
I just wanted to mention, I don't know if you're aware of the MRE distribution that the National Guard is doing throughout the state. Well, on Wednesday up in my part of the state, they ran out. They started at 9 and ran out at noon. They were supposed to be able to run from 9 to 6. And they resupplied at 4 p.m. So the need is definitely being felt up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I was aware of that. I didn't realize what the demand was, that it was that significant.
Yeah.
I think we're going to need some increase in logistical support and infrastructure to meet this need. Absolutely do.
And when I think about supply chain issues, which we've just been talking about regarding more the direct supply chain of produce rotting in the fields, something that people don't realize is that a lot of our compressed carbon dioxide that we use in preserving meat and produce for extended shelf life is a byproduct of the production of ethanol, which is way down because people are not driving. And so we're going to see a shortage of that. So there are like a whole bunch of moving parts that we haven't really gotten our heads wrapped around or figured out how to deal with. So I think you're totally right that we need to find ways to process things so that they can be stored longer.
Well, we would be happy to figure out how to be involved. Whether it is, we would need resources, that's for sure. But we have the expertise, and we'd need to find out who our key collaborators are. And if it's to help handle product coming in from out of state, we've had a long history with the food bank. It's just a way of figuring out what it is exactly that they need, so that we're getting them the product in the right way.
Yeah, one of the things that was talked about in the Senate was tasked with trying to come up with some ideas directly related to COVID-19. I know Mike O'Grady is on this call, and one of the things that was thought up, and he might have had a big part in this, is the concept of having a lot of the restaurant workers that had been laid off be paid through the stimulus money that was coming into the state in order to give some of those folks jobs delivering food to, like, Meals on Wheels, to folks who were shut in. And Mike, I see you now. Good to see you. And I'm wondering if anything came of that.
No, nothing did come of it. We were waiting to see what the conditions were for the use of some of for use of the 1.25 billion. The federal government just issued guidance on that Wednesday, and it's pretty limited. You probably could fit in a employment kind of food service program under those conditions, but you would basically need to set up the details of the program and then see if it fit underneath those conditions. So I'm saying it's possible, but I think it depends on the details of the program.
Yeah, right. And maybe as we start to loosen some of the stay home, stay safe requirements, it won't be quite as necessary, especially if, I don't know what's going to happen to those restaurants if they're, if they're going to be able to start up again, if the workers are going to be able to go back. But I thought it was a very good idea.
It's still possible. It's just that you need the details of what you're going to do. And then you have to see if it'll fit underneath the three main conditions.
Yeah. Gotcha.
And
Thanks.
I-
Thanks.
And
Teresa?
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry for the lapse. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, I think in a conversation with John Sales last week, and again, he might have just been talking about the Northeast Kingdom, but that I got a sense that at least the Meals on Wheels programs have been able to manage the food production, like the meal production at this moment based on the need. But I don't know how that extends certainly to the delivery of those meals. But I do think there's a labor pool out there that has food experience that should be leveraged at this moment. And if they can actually be compensated to do so, I mean, that would clearly come at everybody's benefit. So,
Yeah. Good enough. Well, any questions for Teresa? All right. Teresa, okay, Rodney has a question. Rodney, it's good to see your smiling face.
Not really for Teresa, but Mike, if some point, could you tell us what 1.2 billion can be used for, even if it's just in a sent through a document or something?
Mike, you have to unmute yourself.
I have the guidance up right in front of me. The CARES Act provides that payments from the Corona Virus Relief Fund may only be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019. They were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27, 2020 for the state or government, and were incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. Now, the key issue is what is a necessary expenditure? So the requirement that expenditures be incurred due to the public health emergency means that expenditures must be used for actions taken to respond to the public health emergency. These may include expenditures incurred to allow the state to respond directly to the emergency, such as by addressing medical or public health needs, as well as expenditures incurred to respond to second-order effects of the emergency, such as by providing economic support to those suffering from employment or business interruptions due to COVID-19 related business closures. So I think a food service program or a temporary employment program to provide food service delivery, I think it could fit in those underneath those criteria. But I think you need to develop what it is before you say it qualifies. That's really kind of my point.
But it sort of seems like meal delivery because you've got people who are at risk not wanting to deliver meals. That it seems to me that would fit.
I definitely think you could fit that type of employment program, food service delivery. I think it could fit.
Yeah.
But I again, you kind of need the details to see if it's a necessary expenditure. And I think you could definitely develop a program that qualified.
Yeah, you also need to you also need to organize the program and get the people lined up and all of that.
Right.
Who would do that?
Right. That's, who do you have $1.25 billion. who do you appropriate that money to do this? Who do you issue a grant to run the program? How do you coordinate it? How, you're going to need to build in some oversight and conditional requirements. We probably would just use the state existing grant criteria for that. But that requires a lot of, that requires insurance and certifications, and yes, it's possible. Yes, you could do it, but there's a lot of questions to be answered before you could implement it.
Right. Yeah. So Rodney, your hand is still up. Did you have another follow-up or? Okay, your hand is now down. Okay, thanks. John O'Brien, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out something while Teresa was still here. So we're getting the hot lunch meals at the end of the road in a cooler. And the food we're getting from the schools, our 12-year-old calls nursing home food. It's just amazing how somehow the USDA has turned all food inedible. I mean, they're potato chips and Doritos that are especially made for hot lunch that taste like cardboard. Most kids aren't going to eat 3-bean salad. There's 1% milk. And so I had a general question about, nutrition and taste. And it seems like the USDA is turning a whole generation or two, or they'll connect nutritional food with something that's inedible. And it's probably the best thing ever for the fast food industry because of this food. And there must be incredible waste from it too. Like nobody wants to eat this food. I mean, the parents end up eating it, sort of holding their noses and eating it, and the kids don't. So if anybody has anything to say about that.
I don't know if they're Doritos that taste like cardboard, maybe it will instill some better health, but you're right. Like, oh my God, it's like with the way my mother used to cook Brussels sprouts. It tastes like sticky balls of yuck. Anyway, Salvation, Teresa, do you have any perspective on this from Salvation Farms?
I like the feed it to the chickens comment. I think that we have options. I think it's just a matter of rearranging some of our assets and priorities. When we started to explore maybe this can be done fast. I'm not quite sure. But when we started exploring the commodity program and the collaboration with the Department of Corrections back in 2012, we were having conversations with the Department of Education, the Farms Institution folks of if the state was investing in surplus from farms, moving it through a correctional industry vocational program to create packaged and processed foods, how do we get that into the school system? Like the DoD Fresh, and while those conversations were had, they were really surface conversations, not like really digging into like, oh, how do we do this? But I think that if the state, and we also did some research to find out how much federal dollars are we actually leveraging into the state through reimbursement on meals, both for seniors and for youth. That was early on, and we'd need some deep thinkers to like pick this apart, both logistics and economically, to know the cost benefit analysis of if the state makes this kind of investment, what does that mean around our health and around our food viability and around our food sector employment, et cetera? Can we, if we're doing this also with corrections, does it have recidivism reduction? Can there be transitional stepping stones into food sector employment for people when they're released? Can some of this food go into corrections so that their meal budget is actually being applied to not just this program, but to using this food to feed the inmates? So, we've advocated for really creative thought and exploration to see how can we use these levers. So does that change the meals that are going to be delivered next week? No. But I think that this is a moment when we're having a lot of realizations around how the food system works and how it's not working for us, and what opportunities we might have to change it.
John, I have a question for you. Do you think that these meals that are being delivered in coolers are just, well, I get the Doritos that taste like cardboard, but do you think that they're just, it's a struggle because between the time they're being prepared and when they're actually delivered, things are getting overcooked and stuff like that?
No, it's not the cooking. I mean, our lunch lady is a fantastic cook. I think it's just what she has to work with. And, a lot of the packaged stuff is clearly specifically made because of nutritional guidelines, probably because 10 years ago, there was a big push against the obesity crisis in this country. Just, for example, the 1% milk, why aren't we getting 2% or whole milk, into schools? And so nobody wants to drink 1% milk. All kids would rather drink soda or Red Bull or whatever.
Red Bull. Sometime I'll tell you my Red Bull story.
Right after the Captain Morgan story.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh gosh, I was awake for 3 days. But anyway. Yeah.
Just that whole conversation about, right, if whether it's zucchinis or gillflower, turnips, if they're extras of those, how do you make them really taste good so that you meet that demand or increase demand for those sort of foods?
Right. And I think that the farm to school folks have always been, when Abby Nelson came in with Betsy and Megan and all the folks that are doing those farm to school programs and Junior Iron Chef, those things were very tasty. They were coming up with tasty ideas for daikon radishes and what have you, and getting the kids to try these slaws made out of radishes and cabbages and other stuff that was tasty. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just having to use a processed food to get out to these lunches that are not particularly good. Are you forced to take these lunches, John?
We're not forced to take them, but you just hope that the food's more edible. I mean, it really is like what you imagine in nursing homes or prisons. And kids, they would rather eat anything than this food.
Yeah. When my mother was briefly in a convalescent center in Rutland, it was in the fall, and all she wanted was a fresh apple. And I asked the staff if they had any fresh apples, and he said, "Oh, we've got apples. They're the canned ones." I said, "What? This is Vermont."
Exactly.
Yeah. I ran downtown and bought her some apples. But anyway, yeah, it's sad. Sharon has her hand up. Sharon.
I know that not every school is sending out the same food. I know I've seen that, for instance, the Randolph system is distributing Pop-Tarts for the breakfast, and that is not happening up here. And my chickens have been the happy benefactors of all the romaine lettuce and the apples that have gone by, the Macintosh and strawberries this week, and fresh, the tops off of bell peppers that have been cut up. So I don't know what, what determines which school is accessing what food. I know the commodity programs are pretty absurd. I have taken like 20 or 30 pound bags of powdered milk from that school before. Here we are in Franklin County, like the biggest producer of dairy in New England. And our school is made to take powdered milk. I turned it into yogurt and fed it to my chickens, but.
Yeah, so what has happened to the concept? I mean, I know we were pushing to get to at least 2%, if not 4% milk in the schools. I mean, has that Have we been able to prevail at all with that?
It has to be done at the federal level.
Right.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I wish we could just tell them if there was ever a reason to, like, you know, the feds, it would
Yeah.
be over making sure our kids get good milk,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
something they want to consume that's really good for them.
And somehow I don't think it's the 4% milk that's making kids fat.
No, it's the Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
It's not the milk. Milk fills you up.
Yeah.
High
Yeah.
fructose corn syrup is the devil's left hand.
Yeah, devil's lettuce, right? We are just about out of time. We were booked in here until 11:15. I just wonder if there are any last questions for Teresa. I want to thank you, Teresa, for spending some time with us. We really appreciate all the work you've done, and especially getting the whole gleaning program going, basically statewide. And you know, if you have any further thoughts, you can contact Linda. She'll get the information out to us. And, you know, let us know if there's anything we can do.
Yeah, I will. Thank you for having me. I think that this, you know, conundrum of really having abundance of fresh food that we could be using in a diversity of ways, and school meals are a perfect example. We have to figure out how we have the social, political, and financial will to be using this food for our community. So I will certainly continue to keep you informed and keep doing the work.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all.
And so we're going to get ready to wrap this up. And I wish you all a good weekend, and please continue to stay home and stay safe and take care of yourselves.
Meeting is called to order. This is the Brattleboro Planning Commission, our monthly meeting, May 4th, 2020, second meeting online. And the first item on the agenda is announcement. Anybody got anything?
Just to let you know, the town offices are open. Well, we're still requesting that you do business online or over the phone, but you can make an appointment if there's some sort of an emergency and you need the offices. They're all staffed. If you visit the municipal center, you will need to have a face mask. If you don't have one, we will provide one for you.
Okay.
So we're still accepting zone permits and we'll be scheduling development review hearings as needed.
And are you in the office, Sue? Are you still working remotely?
I'm not. I will spend 2 afternoons in the office. We're kind of all spending some time in the office.
But not together.
What's that?
Not together.
No, not together.
Okay, great.
So I'll be there generally Tuesday and Thursday afternoons.
Okay. Any other announcements? Okay, public comment. Are there any members of the public here? I don't see them if they are.
I don't see any other, any public on either.
Okay, so we'll say no to that. Approval of the minutes of April 8th, 2020. Did everybody get a chance to have a look at those? I see Bruden's nodding her head, Josh nodding.
Yes,
Kate,
I did.
Yep. Did. Tom, yes? Tom, can you give a thumbs up or something? Or down, or do you have a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, I saw the minutes.
You don't have any amendments, changes?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve them.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. Further discussion? All right, hearing none, I will assume, well, I guess all those in favor of approving the minutes. How do we take votes on this thing?
A roll call would probably be good.
What?
So Felicity, if you just go through each person and just get a yes or no
Alright,
from them, that would be good. A roll call is.
Tom, approval of the minutes?
I approve. Aye.
Gordon?
You know, I'm sorry to be a pain. I have one correction or suggestion, which under our values, under equity, I think it should say creating conditions that permit full participation and opportunity. But anyway, if you don't want to belabor that, we can talk about it because it's on the agenda later too.
Well, these are supposed to be a record of the event that took place. So is that what was said?
If I said it, that's what I intended to say.
All right, well then it should change to that.
I should have said anyway.
Well, I'll just assume it is what you said. And the minute should be changed to what you said. And given that, do you approve? No, we need to go back again with that exception.
Sorry.
So it's at the top of my screen. Tom.
Okay, with that modification, I make a motion to approve last month's minutes.
All right. Prudence.
I second them.
And you approve?
And I approve them.
Jess?
Yep, I do.
Kate?
Kate approves.
Okay. Josh?
I approve.
Excellent. Does staff vote on the minutes?
Staff does not.
No. Okay. Do I vote?
You can, yes.
I also approve. All right. The minutes are approved with no abstentions.
Welcome, Jess. You didn't miss anything. Okay, so we've approved the minutes. Now we're on to the first item of our discussion, COVID-19 and planning. So I went through and reviewed all the materials that got sent out. I wonder how many other people had enough time to go through and look at them. And I will start by saying that I don't expect us to make any decisions at this point. I think this is really an opportunity for us to kind of decide what it is that we want to hone in on and focus our energies on vis-a-vis planning and COVID-19. So, and we can ask for more data. We can pursue different kinds of reports depending upon where that conversation goes. So with that said, people just want to start talking, unless Sue or Andrew, you want to add some more context. You've been paying much more attention to all of the webinars and things that have been happening.
I mean, I guess one of the context for the data that you received is that there was some discussion from some members with myself and Andrew and Felicity about economic development. And so that's why the data that you received was a lot on the businesses and just kind of a collection of information about business impact that's to be expected. So, but there might be other avenues that you want to pursue as well.
For the economic impact, I think we should also add health and safety too, including somehow tying the two together potentially. I don't know if that makes any sense. I apologize if it doesn't. I missed the
health and safety tied together, or health and safety with economic development?
With economic development pertaining to the town moving forward, you know, like the future of economic development and health and safety for Brattleboro.
Can you say a little bit more what you're thinking?
Well, for instance, like Tom and I briefly were talking about different things to do, and Jess also, pertaining to opening Brattleboro back up and like what the town can do. Like simple ideas are hand sanitizing stations, and maybe even like paintings on the sidewalk of like reminders to keep people 6 feet apart. I don't know if that's a part of the economic development conversation or if that's a whole nother thing, a whole nother category we should add on to another meeting, or if this one's appropriate.
I think that it's related to economic development because people definitely need to feel safe to come to Brattleboro, and or come down to, you know, wherever you're going in Brattleboro, people want to feel safe. And there are some discussions about that. I mean, I think by the next time the Planning Commission meets, there may be some more public type proposal on something like that. But I think we should definitely list it.
Yep.
Because I do think it relates to economic development.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. You know, to get people to go back out and shop and consume and support local establishments, they need to feel safe doing that and knowing that the town at least is taking the precautions that we can within our capabilities to helping keep people safe.
Okay. More thoughts?
I could chime in with a few various thoughts I've come up with.
Yeah, please.
I'll reiterate or expand on something I said last time, but then also bring up a couple other ideas. One was that doorknob idea. You know, looking at the land use regs, you know, we require things like certain types of lighting and electric car charging stations in certain developments and people's houses or multi-unit places. So before I was saying that I think this is something, you know, requiring public buildings to have doors for the public that are able to be opened without putting your hands and fingers on it. So there's various ways out there. I thought that would just be a building code thing that's regulated at the state level, but I think our land use regs provide for that because, like I said, we require all sorts of specific things. So, and I think this would have a lot of benefit just beyond this pandemic too. I mean, you know, there's some public areas where, let's say, hundreds of people every day are touching, you know, the worst culprit, the round doorknobs. And I think, you know, I haven't seen any studies, but I've seen various articles that just summary sort of things, just saying stuff like that have the potential to be big vectors. So I'd like to explore the option of adding some requirement like that to the land use regs. And I also thought my thinking went towards one of the SEVID's big documents that was in the folder, and it showed in Windham County or Brattleboro the industries that are at most a combination of biggest by various metrics and at the most immediate risk because of this pandemic. And it was accommodation and food and drinking establishments, I think, if I interpreted it correctly. And as far as the food and drinking establishments go, now this is one that I think may not be at all within the Planning Commission's purview, but maybe we can make recommendations to the Select Board, or I don't know, League of Cities and Towns or the state. But maybe, especially with the warm weather coming, food and especially drinking can happen beyond, like associated with a venue, can start happening in a more spread out way, like not just right along touching the glass, you know, on one strip along the sidewalk, but I don't know, getting creative with not reducing the establishment's capacity so that way they stay a business, but you know, loosening some of the restrictions on outdoor eating and drinking, so that way the businesses can still do well.
I have something to add to that also when Tom's done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, that's one of my bullet points for this evening. I'm super excited to be having this conversation, so I really appreciate this. But you kind of nailed it. Let's see. You kind of nailed it with for instance, talking with downtown business owners, opening up sidewalks for food consumption and expanding or extending like liquor licensing onto the sidewalks. You know, I definitely know that that's difficult because of the varied area that we have between the street and parking spaces. And that's always been a concern in the past. But the times are changing and they can also be really exciting. So if we can explore, I don't know, the purview of Planning Commission and liquor licensing, adding to the availability of space beyond just the indoor spaces that restaurants and eateries already occupy. So opening up and making sidewalks available is high on the list.
Could that also include shutting down roads and allowing restaurants to take up space in streets downtown?
I was just thinking the same thing too.
I'm thinking the same thing too, except for that's a scary thing to say, but I love the idea.
It's wild. It's crazy new times.
I have a couple thoughts to respond to those. So I don't know enough about liquor licensing, and I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I don't know if it's, you know, we follow what the state says, and therefore I think one of the things about liquor licensing, because I remember from Arkham, is, you know, there needs to be some barriers and whatnot. And so putting up barriers on a sidewalk can then create ADA issues. I'm just thinking aloud. I need to research that a little bit more to be able to report back to you. And as to Tom's comment, and this does get to the liquor licenses or shutting down roads,
the planning commission is in a position where they can make policy recommendations to the select board. So, however these come out, it can be a document that you then go present to the select board or something like that. So you should think big. They would ultimately have the say over things that are not land use regulation related. So.
I definitely understand the complexities.
And then shutting down the roads. The other thing is Main Street, a lot of our main roads, Main Street, Putney Road, Canal Street, a lot of them are state owned. So there might be another barrier there, but there's lots of roads that aren't state owned as well.
It'll be an interesting balance too, because we also need, in terms of maintaining social distance, it'll be harder to use the sidewalks and not be within 6 feet of people if they're narrowed. So there's a lot of, there's just going to be some trade-offs and complexity, I think. But, one of the things that Burlington's doing is because of lower traffic, they're using this as a time to cordon off and improve, like bicycle, having wider lanes for bikes so that you can pass better, or they're not as close to pedestrians. So they've put up cones and done that a few places. So it's kind of an interesting time to try that. And, we have all the usual challenges that make biking in Brattleboro challenging, just in terms of the width of the streets and things like that. But I agree, this is a time to be creative, and also when there's less parking, that gives us more opportunities. Like you could have those parklets, that take up parking places, can be seating spaces for restaurants and stuff. So,
or possibly with the results that we got from the downtown survey, we could think about recommending improving the top of the parking garage and using that space as overflow for downtown restaurants.
I don't mean to be the naysayer on that, and I would need more information, but there is some weird thing about the load. Like it can apparently, handle however many parked cars can be up there, but there's something with the physics and the load of people being up there, because that's been explored for having like dance parties up there or movies. There's something weird going on there. I don't understand it. I could get more.
Right,
or that might be.
I've heard of that. So I knew a designer who was asked to redesign a parking space, and they had to build an enormous superstructure underneath the parking space for pedestrians to use that space, because of the way human beings, the weight is distributed over a wider swath, whereas or it's just distributed over narrow swaths, whereas a car, it takes up 7 or 8 feet, and its weight is distributed over that 7 or 8 feet. If you have 70 people in that same space, the weight is differently distributed. And so parking garages are just made for cars and not for hundreds of human beings, or even 50 human beings. So that makes all the sense in the world to me. Sorry, anyway, I don't think you need to research it. Right? I've heard of that. Josh, I see do you guys mind? Do you want me to turn my camera on? I don't have my camera on just because I just don't, but I'm happy to turn it on.
Turn it on. It'd be nice to see your face.
Yeah, I like to see your face, but
sorry. I just sit in front of this thing all day long. I'm always looking at myself. So it was nice to just not see me for a little bit, but here I
am. So since we're talking about parking, the next big thing, so a lot of this conversation is definitely going to be difficult, and there's definitely going to be like, the state might say this, the town might say that. And oh no, you guys are all disappearing.
No.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay, cool. You all just disappeared.
People go in and out based on their bandwidth and what's going on there. So, I mean, I know we like to see each other, but actually if it's not coming in very clear, or if you're having sound issues, sometimes if you turn off your camera, it might improve those things. So it could just be your bandwidth.
Some of this conversation will definitely be difficult to have, but it's also kind of exciting. The next thing, talking with a lot of, this is obviously downtown specific, but talking with a lot of business owners downtown is not charging charging for parking downtown for an undetermined amount of time. And I think what that really means is like, it could be a year, it could be 2 years, 6 months. I think it should be not charging for parking downtown for a reasonable and a healthy amount of time. You know, I'm not sure what that looks like, but we really need to induce people's comfort going downtown to shop and be downtown and participate in events. And we need it to be affordable, because this is a long-term thing that we're obviously dealing with. And the majority of folks' finances, even paying for parking meters and then parking tickets on top of that, is going to discourage just enough people from going downtown that could be devastating. So I don't know if a planning commission thing or if it's just us writing to the select board. I don't know what that looks like, but it would be amazing if we could have a conversation on what it looks like to not charge for parking for a long period of time.
I would point to, and I don't know exactly all of it off the top of my head, but I think if you were going to make some overture from the planning commission to the select board, we need to do the research. There is an enterprise fund that parking is, paid for, or that runs parking, and there was the 2018 parking study. So we'd want to revisit that.
Can I make a recommendation that that everybody just throw out all their ideas, and we'll just tally them up, and then we can shoot them down all in one fell swoop rather than one after the other, or not, as the case may be.
It's just
so Josh, you want to keep going?
That's kind of difficult. I was kind of seeing this conversation going like free flowing. I'm not arguing at all. I like that idea. But my bullet points are definitely pretty random. So that's why I was just, I'm mostly interested on what you folks have to say also. I want to hear you out. And then as they were coming up in conversation, I kind of assumed I would bring up other ideas or other points, that may not have been brought up yet. So if you would like me to keep going with my list, I absolutely can, or I can wait to hear other people.
I mean, yeah, you can if everybody wants you to go. I mean, I certainly have things
Yeah,
too.
this is Kate. I'd like to hear what's on Josh's list, particularly if there's anything that it would help to look at more urgently. I mean, I think we're dealing with like an urgent crisis, and then there's probably going to be some sort of longer term thing where I mean, no one knows what's going to happen, but it's sounding like we've got sort of this urgent crisis of infection. We've got businesses that are just closed or operating on a shoestring. And then I think there'll be maybe some longer term period where things will be better, but not all the way back to normal. So I'm particularly interested in, given that we're right now in the crisis, if there are any ideas that can help the vitality of our businesses during that crisis period.
No, and I feel like that's absolutely right, Kate. Like we're dealing with an immediate crisis, and then we're going to be dealing with a long-term crisis after this, and we're talking about like the health and the vibrancy of Brattleboro. And a lot of my focus is on economic development. And that's just because of my situation with understanding like what it takes to run a business in this town and the complexities of that. So you're definitely right in the two different issues we have. And I think we have, like I mentioned before, we have a big puzzle we need to put together. So all of these ideas, like I want to hear everybody out. I'm excited to learn new ideas and learn what other municipalities are doing. But for me, the big one, right, like the number one on my list is repeal the 1% local option tax. And I absolutely know the Planning Commission doesn't have much to do with that. It's a town meeting and the select board idea, but I would love to write a letter to the select board to repeal that tax. That is huge, because it is only 1%. It's a penny on the dollar, but we're literally about talking about change. and that's money in people's pockets to be able to go downtown and then, you know, potentially spend at an establishment that is struggling, that is going to be struggling for a long time to come. You know, so any little thing we can do is incredibly important, and it's just a piece of the puzzle that we need to put together to helping these businesses. So that's the big one, is the repeal of the 1% local option tax. Another thing too is, again, like, I apologize for my ignorance. You know, I've been on the planning commission for a couple of years now, and I still don't understand like the nuances and like how this system works. But I'm going to throw it all out there because these are things that I feel are important to the community, and things that we should start doing now, to maybe a year, 2 years down the road, things will just be that much more easy to maintain and manage, and we won't lose that many businesses out of this community. So this is a town thing, Brattleboro, and that's only hiring local companies to do the bidding and to do the contracting with the town on a rotation, though, so that we're not hiring the same companies over and over. You know, that's another thing. And like, again, that doesn't need to last for forever, but something we can do in the immediate to where we see taxpayer money going to local businesses. In turn, it's a true and honest trickle down, I like to believe, because we're hiring locally and having it on a rotation. That way we're not hiring the same company for the same projects. We can distribute the money in other places.
Josh, by local, do you mean Brattleboro specific, or do you mean like Southern Vermont? You mean?
So I understand, you know, like when we put stuff out to bid, when we put out an RFP, you know, we're looking for, you know, we're not hiring the cheapest person, we're not hiring the most expensive, we're hiring someone in the middle. They may be from Burlington, they may be from Connecticut, who knows where they're from. I'm absolutely talking about Brattleboro specific, unless it makes sense to be Windham County, because we're the Brattleboro Planning Commission. And we're in Windham County. So obviously there's really difficult things when it comes to things I know nothing about, like who we're hiring for what. But if there are options in Brattleboro, I feel that it should be Brattleboro-based businesses getting these jobs. You know, that way we can keep our money local, which is incredibly crucial right now. Did I answer your question? Awesome.
Yeah,
So
I definitely think that that makes sense to weight location much heavier in the RFP process.
Yeah,
Something,
especially
yeah. One of the things that you mentioned, I guess it was right before you said something about the local option tax, reminded me of a story that I heard from a Keene business. So I just want to share the story, and I wonder if there is a mechanism in Brattleboro to support this. But a business in town recently bought a historic building and is in the process of renovating it for their new office space. Virus hit, their renovations are slowing down. But another company in town who does construction received the PPP loan. And so they have to keep their employees. They value the building and saw that there was a small project that they could send their employees to work on. And instead of charging the business that owned the historic building, they offered the services for free because the salaries were being covered by the PPP loan. So it was a nice way for one business to take care of another.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good story.
It reminds me of what is it in Brattleboro? Isn't there like a barter trade?
There is. There's a trade.
Brattleboro time trade?
Yeah, time trade. It's amazing.
Brattleboro time trade.
So can I propose a system for doing this? I think if we sort of, everybody throws out their ideas and then we try to think about what ideas are feasible that we want to work on, because anything that we do as a planning commission needs to come, you know, from us as a group, and we have to decide as a group which are the things that we want to put our energy behind. So is that okay with everyone? And I guess the other thing that I mean, it seems like what we're working on right now is the notion of sustaining our businesses in sort of short to medium term. And so I think there are some other things we can do, but I don't want to throw us off this discussion right now. So I'm going to mute.
I had another thing came up that was sort of inspired by your comments about the local option tax, Josh. The co-op near where I work does a roundup program where you can just round up for good, and they pick a certain nonprofit program that they donate those pennies to. But it's an opt-in program, and I wonder if that might be a better option than saying it's a tax, just having an opt-in extra little bit that folks can donate, and potentially to a program or a group that is supporting local businesses like the DBA, or the United Way has a really incredible emergency relief fund right now in Windham County.
And are you saying that instead of the option tax, like keeping the option tax and then including that also?
No. If we would eliminate the local option tax, having folks be able to opt in for contributing money to the government of downtown or whatever it is, rather than having the flat, like, you must pay this.
I love that idea too, because like I was even thinking about that pertaining to parking downtown, because I understand like how much of a revenue we would lose by people not paying for parking meters downtown. So what if we said you don't have to pay for parking for the next 2 years, but you can if you want to. You know, if you feel like putting some money in the machine, the town will not complain if you feel so inclined. You know, so just stuff like that, you know, because we need to induce people going into town, and then there are some folks that want to help other businesses. So yeah, like you're talking about the co-op, Brattleboro Co-op does that too. They have those bottles or whatever they are that you can put change in for all the local nonprofits, you know, to support. So is that kind of what you mean? But is it for more of municipality and less nonprofit? Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know where the funding would go, or if it would make sense to go through a different mechanism, or if it would make sense to go to a town fund. Yeah.
I like that idea too, because we could potentially get more money than it going to the state and then us getting our percentage back, you know, once they take their cut. You know, so I do actually kind of really dig that idea. Should I keep going, or are you guys sick of hearing me talk?
Keep going, you're inspiring me.
I'm halfway there. So another big one too, again, I apologize for my ignorance. This is definitely new to me in the sense of like, what can the planning commission do? But some sort of rent stabilization or rent caps. And can the town do anything to promote affordable and realistic rental market in Brattleboro? You know, like before COVID-19, it was definitely getting out of hand. Rental prices were becoming totally unattainable to people that really, really want to start businesses in this town. So I don't know what rent stabilization, rental caps looks like in Brattleboro. You know, I know Sue and Andrew can talk a lot about that and like what our capabilities are, but I feel that we need the select board to do something when it comes to rents in Brattleboro and like the entire town, not just downtown. So that's the next thing on the list. We can skip over that one, and then
just to make sure I'm clear, Josh, you're suggesting rent for businesses, and not not rent for individual people's residences.
Right now, because
both.
Because of the conversation, absolutely businesses in the commercial market, but then I would love for that to transfer over into the residential arena also. But for the sake of the conversation to right now in this moment for this agenda item, I'm pertaining to just businesses.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Thanks, go on.
So then we talked about parking and not paying for parking. Then we talked about public health and safety, what Tom was talking about with the doors and the handles, hand sanitizer stations, paintings on sidewalks, reminding people to be able to keep their distance from one another. And then cleanup programs. This isn't for me. This is an issue I hear a lot from downtown business owners and all of town business owners, and maintaining cleaner facade to be more attractive, to pull more people out to go shopping. That's something I hear about a lot. I personally don't have any dogs in this fight at all, but it's just something I hear a lot about, and I would love to hear you folks and see if you guys are receiving the same feedback. And that's basically my list. So.
Josh, could you expand on that last comment a little bit more?
Which one? The a cleanup program?
Yeah.
So I didn't email it to you guys. Are any of you folks? There's a Facebook page called Downtown. I'm opening it up right now. Downtown Business. I lost my Facebook tab.
Downtown Business Merchants.
Yes, that one. Thank you. Are you following? Do you follow that? Was that Sue that said that?
So what is it? Downtown business what?
Downtown Business
Merchants.
Merchant page. And they have like 150, 200 people on it, and it's all downtown business owners. And it seems pretty active. I wish there were more business owners, more vocal and active on it, because it does seem like a good platform where people are pulling ideas and getting together and coming up with things to do. And on that page, Stephanie from the DBA put together a document. I can email it to you guys, of a lot of different ideas that folks, business owners in downtown specifically only, have been talking about needing and wanting and desiring to create a healthier business community for downtown specifically. And that was one of the big things that they keep coming, Andrew, to answer your question, that is one of the big things that they keep coming back to. And it's like trash being left around, dog poop being left around, like simple things like that, that I don't know what the planning commission's role is or the town's role is, but I'm sure we probably play a part somehow. And I believe the point of that is to really induce and attract people to going out and supporting, shopping local and supporting local businesses, and making people comfortable, safe, healthy, feel invited. And so, yeah. I want to hear you guys.
Josh, your comments remind me of, like the information that we were gathering with the downtown plan and things that people were commenting on and both like celebrating and complaining about. I think one of the things that stood out as a point, a pain point for people visiting downtown and using the downtown, was also the panhandling and the homeless population and how that was impacting business downtown. And there was a really wonderful article in the Commons just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was the Reformer, about how Groundworks' progress in finding housing for folks was having a huge impact on numbers of people congregating downtown, and creating disruptions downtown, and panhandling downtown. And it was really exciting to hear that providing housing to these folks really had a change in what the downtown was experiencing as far as that. I'm sure a part of it has to do with the social distancing as well, but I wonder if there is something that the Planning Commission can do to support the continued work. They were able to do that because hotels are closed and need to fill rooms, and they found a great partnership there. So if the space is available, it's really wonderful to see them using it and see how that changes what's happening downtown. I don't know if there is something we can do to support that, but
Well, it's funny. I was thinking about that because I'm like, what an opportunity this is to move forward, because we have all the homelessness housed technically right now. I mean, what if we could further that and work for more of that permanent housing? Obviously, that in itself is really tough to get to. There's no silver bullet or magic bullet. But I think one thing is definitely furthering housing efforts to create more affordable options and diversify our housing stock, because a healthy housing, I guess, diversity of housing usually equals healthy economy. So that's not just affordable and high end. It's like the whole spectrum of housing. So creating conditions for that is really helpful. But I guess also it just continuing to work with the nonprofits. I'm not sure how that would look like for us. It's very new to me. But I mean, I just think it's a really cool opportunity that we're in, even though this is a very unprecedented crisis, to be able to house homelessness in this time. How could that look like further to really help that population get to more permanent housing?
I love this conversation so much. That's all I have to say.
So I want to build out on what Andrew said, because that's kind of where my mind is going, just because two of our values are equity and equality in the values conversation that we had in our last meeting. And all of the reading that I've been doing is focused on this notion that the U.S. at this time in its history is so iniquitous, and that this crisis is putting that in sort of really shocking and disturbing relief. That the crisis is, in fact, we're all vulnerable, but it's not impacting us all the same. Many of us, in fact, are quite safe, safe in our jobs, safe in our homes, and safe in our ability to pick up at the grocery store and various other sorts of things. So I'm thinking about ways in which, I mean, there's been a lot written about the fact that the federal government is providing relief at a level that it's never done in the past 10 or 15 years. And it's done it in a relatively speedy amount of time. It's supporting small businesses. It's enabling people to stay safe and not have to go to jobs that would put their health at risk. And that these are the kinds of things that we actually think our government, well, I'll speak for myself. I actually think our government should do on a regular basis. It shouldn't require a crisis for the government to make sure that people get health care and that they get covered. They can go home when they're sick and not have to continue to be working when they're sick because they don't have any sick days where they work. So the sort of development of the gig economy, all of these things that have been made working life precarious can be walked back to a more equitable society. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to try to do that. But of course, our capacity as the Planning Commission is sort of limited in our ability to do that. But one of the things, the one place where we actually do have some capacity to do things is in zoning. And zoning can be done creatively in such a way to produce more equity. So that's the sort of thing. I mean, I like establishing the notion that an empty hotel room has a person who needs housing in it until such time as there's a paying customer in it could be a phenomenon that we now say, oh, we have these rooms. Why would they ever stand empty if people were homeless? Those are the kinds of things I think if we can build into our system so that we're not, I mean, I hope nobody's imagining going back anywhere. We're not going back. We're going forward into this new era that we are going to be living in for a period of time until there's a vaccine, and then for a period of time until there's another pandemic. So this new forward, I think, should include the base level of some kind of equity in all of our thinking.
Reminds me of something I heard about a town developing a vacancy tax for building owners, mostly to prevent like the Home Depot building right now to just stand empty for years and years while the owners can use that as a tax write-off. It was a really interesting solution to helping them redevelop their downtown and incentivize building owners. This was primarily along the Main Street in their downtown zone, but to prevent those landowners from just hanging on to empty buildings. And I wonder if that's applicable to a hotel.
I love the idea of a vacancy tax. If we're going to tax someone, let's tax the folks who own the Home Depot building. I love that.
So other ideas before we get into, I mean, we can also, things that you guys want to know that we can search out information. We saw this really interesting economic development webinar by an organization called Urban 3 that I want to say they're somewhere in the South. I can't remember, but the spokesman, the person who spoke was a guy named Joe Minakazi. And he was essentially describing ways in which you should be thinking about how to make money from your town vis-a-vis property taxes, vis-a-vis zoning. So he had these really interesting models that essentially looked just like, it looked like the city because it had these tall structures. And then after a while you realized it wasn't the city, it was a graph that showed where the most income was coming from the various places in your town. And in fact, apparently the Vermont Department of something, I'm sorry, I can't remember who you guys are out there in TV land, has done this for Vermont. And so we can actually look at it. And if you really wanted to, I'm sure Sue could pull it up or I could pull it up and show it to you. But it's one of these things as we think about what we're capable of doing on the Planning Commission, to be thinking about how we can do our zoning so that we can capitalize on, because we do need the town to make money. There's nothing wrong with making money. What we want is more equitable distribution of that money, but we have to make it first. So that may be something that we can, that data, I mean, I would love for you all to look at the Joe Minakazi thing and then look at that data to see if it doesn't generate some interesting ideas about, as we go forward looking at our zoning, how we might be creative, like what Tom sent around right before the meeting, sort of rethinking our spaces to make them more useful. In the same way of figuring out how we can put tables on the sidewalk and allow people to have a beer outside, so that they can be 6 feet apart from whoever they're having a beer with.
I watched that webinar too. It was really interesting. And, one of the things he said was, identify policies that are restricting or limiting positive growth. We figure out the kind of growth we want, which I think we probably have a pretty good idea of, and then change policies that make it more difficult for that to happen.
Yeah, and we definitely started that conversation a few months ago with the what was it called? Infill development or development within existing properties. It was really interesting. And I think, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I was just thinking the one of the really cool things on his PowerPoint was this notion of the distance to the center, and that you put your community on a graph, and the people who are close to the services, they live close to the services, and they're being really sustainable, and so they pay the least amount of tax. The people who are living on the largest plot of land farthest away from the services pay the most tax. And if we're having all these people who are, which apparently we are, moving in from other states, so she'll remain nameless because it's safer here. Those people who are up there in the hills on 100 or 102 acres should pay the most tax. because they're farthest away from the services, and we have to make the roads for them to get to there. That's what Joe Minikazi was talking about, is the town takes over the notion of supporting the roads. They should make the people who need the roads pay for the roads.
He's kind of looking at like the fiscal resiliency of towns. So, you know, what are our sources of revenue? Is it property taxes? Is it the retail tax? Is it, you know, rooms and meals, or the 1%? Like, what is the makeup of the town's sources of revenues? And then trying to figure out, you know, how to tweak things so that it continues to be kind of productive. So, you know, as Felicity was saying, the Vermont Department of Taxes and I think property valuation, I think that's the department, you know, they've done some mapping looking at the property value per acre. Joe had shown some of the retail taxes per acre. And so the areas that you think might be, well, you know, downtown is generally the most productive. The denser areas, the more, you know, different buildings you might have in a building because it's 5 stories as opposed to 1 single story. They tend to be more productive. So then we need to make sure that our policies are kind of supporting that type of development or those areas that are really doing well. And then there's another interesting thing that kind of came out. This wasn't from Joe's, but basically our grand list in Brattleboro is not growing. So how can we help it grow, either through land use regulations or maybe even programs like I sat in on a webinar in Oswego that was about Oswego, New York, and how to get the residential. They kind of looked at the different neighborhoods in the town, those where property values were increasing, those that were stagnant, and those that were actually in decline. And they focused some programs on that stagnant area. And it was, you know, they're not intending to gentrify by any means, but kind of the simple property improvements. They made some grants and loans available, and they did it kind of on a block method. And, you know, that all had positive impact both to the property values and also to their downtown and getting businesses to come in. So like those are kind of some of the programs that we could think about or look at too.
And we could even look to models that have already been successful here, like the one that offered homeowners grants to renovate so that there was an apartment in their house, and possibly instead of an internal apartment, that could be expanded to accessory dwelling units or things like that. That would be even more useful.
Does that program not exist anymore? I haven't heard about that in a while.
Still exists.
I wonder, was that successful?
It's the rental. Is it successful? That's run through Brattleboro Area Housing. I don't know how many applications they get from Brattleboro. I know at one point it was. I've had some conversations with some of their board members who are trying to figure out other programs that would be useful. And then there's also the rental housing improvement program that is run by the town, and that one is for landlords that maybe need to make improvements to improve the quality of the housing. I don't think they make many loans out of that either. I'd have to look into
that. Yeah, Tom.
I'll continue with the format that Josh was taking of going down his list of ideas, although mine is much smaller. If I may.
I'm super excited.
Yeah.
I want to hear this.
I don't know if the zoning or the town ordinances have restrictions on business hours, or because my thoughts are that if people need to be more spaced out, let's say that's in an office or a manufacturing place or a lab, not that there's many labs here, but my housemate works in one. But anyway, if they have to be spaced out more, but they want to return to work and the business is trying to return them to work and the governor's allowing it, maybe it's it would be good to allow for, I don't know if there's any restrictions on business hours, but maybe that could be expanded. And then also maybe there's some businesses that aren't allowed in certain places, like maybe people could take not just office and computer work home, but maybe there's certain types of, I don't know, but maybe there's certain types of work at the actual commercial or industrial space that could be taken home to some degree and otherwise wouldn't be allowed because of our zoning or town ordinances, but could be during this period of time to allow that aspect of the economy to continue or rebound. Another one, Josh mentioned more prevalence of hand sanitizers in public places, but maybe, now this would be probably, okay, well, I'm thinking masks. This would either be just this would come about just by the goodwill of businesses or the town, or, I mean, this would be some business idea, and I don't know how well it would work when a pandemic's over, but, mask dispensing machines that, cost 50 cents per mask, and you have to put the money in and you get the mask. But of course, you'd be pressing buttons to do that, so maybe it would backfire. And then what I mentioned, the expanding restaurant and bar spaces so they can rebound, and then the sanitary doors. Oh, and then one last thing, because a lot of people, the office workers and the digital, more white collar workers are more able to weather this storm by working from home than the lower income or the blue collar folks usually are, painting a broad brush. I wonder if we can give a better push to wireless facilities and broadband for the town, so that we remove some hiccups and barriers to that, both for this pandemic and future ones. And so that's my list.
Tom, I like that last one. That also came to my mind as I was thinking about your thought about bringing work home. I'm thinking about how I used to, on my work from home days, go downtown to like the Works or Amy's or Mocha Joe's and spend money downtown and sit downtown and be there. And I've been through a few towns in Vermont that have invested in free wireless internet for their downtown area. And that was a pretty amazing resource in those small towns.
I thought we had that. We don't have that downtown?
Yeah, don't we have that? I thought we did.
We have
certain building.
Certain
Wi-Fi
locations.
and the library has free Wi-Fi, but yeah, it doesn't extend all the way. And some businesses offer it for like an hour, and then but it would be really interesting to see the town be able to provide something like that, not just for the businesses, but also for the use of public space.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's going to be a big investment in broadband after this. I think downtown's great, and I'd love to see Brattleboro take those steps, but more looking at rural areas, because one thing they're seeing in terms of trends is some people might, migrate out to these rural areas and need, because they can work from home, they don't have to, necessarily go in. Obviously, not everyone can have that privilege, but I definitely could see that happening in some of the outskirts, and this probably will help the push that Wyndham Regional is doing, and it'll be interesting to see in the next few years what broadband looks like in southern Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
This is Kate. While we're kind of going down lists, if I may add two small things. I'm liking everything I've heard so far. Two little things I've been thinking about is a lot of businesses are doing like curbside to go, things like that, and not just for food, but I saw the shoe store is starting to do that with shoes, the library with books. I meant to check before this, but thinking about how easy it is for a business, particularly in our downtown, to say, put out a table and put to-go items on that for people to pick up. And then also, how easy is it for people to park quickly? So, if there's a way we can ease having, say, like short-term temporary designated short-term parking spaces, if that would work with the demand right now for that, I think that would be an interesting thing to look at.
Temporary loading zones. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Kate?
Yeah, loading zones, and for customers, so if somebody, say, I bought shoes and now I want to park next to the shoe store, jump out with my mask on, grab my shoes, that the proprietor just put out there for me, and then drive off. I'm not going to be there more than 15 minutes max.
I know that exists in front of Brown and Roberts and the florist shop, and I think and in front of Duo Restaurant too. There's hooded spaces that are for exactly what you're saying, exactly for that purpose. It's great. It worked. I've been using that quite a bit. It works great.
The Duo space is going away for a handicap space.
Okay.
But
that's good too. That's really needed.
So what about shutting down all the parking spaces on Main Street? I know a couple people will be really upset with me saying that. But what about shutting down all the parking spaces for not a long amount of time, but just like, let's say, a few months while the governor is figuring out reopening the economy? And this way it can give an opportunity to the businesses downtown that are slowly allowed to open back up to do just what Kate's talking about, and be able to drive up, grab their items, and go. And if we just assume all the parking spaces on Main Street you're not allowed to park in, like the folks that live in town park in the garage or Harmony or the High Street lot. I think folks will be pretty understanding that it's to build Brattleboro businesses' self-esteem back up, knowing that they're given more options to deal with the distancing protocols that are still unknown, that are still coming at us. Probably a really bad idea to shut all those parking spaces down, but it's just an idea.
Well, I love it. It makes sense in terms of giving, if not all of them, maybe one side of the street we keep parking, but the other side we turn into a pedestrian zone, so that we would double the width of a sidewalk, so that people could actually be, I was thinking when you guys earlier were talking about sidewalks, and I was thinking about the grocery stores. The grocery stores are now one-way aisles. Our downtown sidewalks could be one way. You are on the right-hand side, it's all going down, and on the left-hand side, it's all going back up. Because, that does stop people crossing each other. And that's what you can't, that's the thing that makes you feel unsafe, is when somebody's coming at you and there's nowhere for you to go. But anyway, I'm curious, Sue, to what extent can we affect parking regulations?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just throw out some questions, because if you were going to make this proposal to the select board, they're sure going to want to know these answers. So, okay, so there's no parking, or it's free parking? Which are you talking about? There's.
I would.
What's that, Josh?
Are you talking about Main Street, or are you talking all of downtown? No, I think what I'm talking about is.
Let's start with Main Street.
Yeah, no parking on Main Street, and then free parking in all of town. That's a whole different item, though. The free parking downtown for a healthy amount of time. And what I mean by healthy is once our businesses are boosted again and feeling really good and comfortable and not scared of needing to shut down, then we can start potentially charging for parking in all of downtown. So I think for the to-go ordering and like the pickups of food and the pickups of shoes and the pickup of bicycles and stuff, no parking on Main Street, because that'll allow a lot of space for people to walk, some eateries can have some tables outside, and then people can do their drive up, pick up, what Kate was mentioning.
Okay, so I think there's a couple of things you need to think about. I think we would need to know what do the merchants want, because a lot of them will say that they want parking in front of their buildings. It doesn't matter that they have an entrance on Harmony Lot, they still want it out front. So that's something to consider. In terms of free parking throughout the downtown, or, I mean, that's where you have to pay to park. We have some parking lots and elsewhere in town, but for all intents and purposes, free parking. So there are 4 employees that have been furloughed from that. That parking fund helps deal with maintenance at the garage. So what is that shortfall going to be, and what's the impact to taxpayers if that revenue is not coming in? I think we need to look at enforcement, because if you don't have the parking, if you have the employees that are still furloughed, you're assuming there's no enforcement. It sounds great that people would want to do it for the good of downtown, but I think the research shows otherwise, that the people who are not there shopping might be parking there because they don't want to have to walk from High Street for the free parking or whatever. So there's just some things to think about before you would make any recommendation before the select board. You'd have to totally vet it.
And that would be something.
And read the parking study from 2018, because it does get into, it talks a little bit about kind of calibrating parking rates and that kind of thing.
Does that study tell us how much money, how much we bring in from parking?
It does look at the revenues. Yeah.
Okay.
I can send you a link to it all. It's on the planning department website. And on the right-hand side, if you scroll all the way down on the right, there's kind of like a document section, and it's in there.
Do we have a study of the revenue that we gain from our Brattleboro businesses? So my argument to the select board would be losing 20% of our Brattleboro businesses, the revenue we gain off of their taxes, may outweigh the revenue that we gain from parking meters. So do we know what revenue we get from Brattleboro-based businesses? That would be my argument. It's like, it's the select board weighing, you know, it's like, okay, are we going to charge for parking and make up that much money, or are we going to not charge for parking, induce business, and not lose a bunch of businesses?
But that assumes parking is the major reason.
Oh, you both talked at the same time. I want to hear both of you.
Yeah, go ahead, Prudence.
Well, that would assume that parking's a major reason that the business may or may not make it. And I think there's so many other factors, which I know you know more about it than I do, for success. I mean, parking's only one factor, and probably somewhat small.
It's definitely a concern to people that don't own a business downtown. It's definitely small, but one of the things that keeps coming up is free parking downtown. And so I'm totally on board with it, and it makes sense to me. I absolutely understand the town will lose parking revenue, but I think it's a sacrifice we should be willing to make, because it's either lose parking revenue or potentially lose a bunch of businesses. So I'm willing to make that sacrifice. And this is me relaying information from downtown business owners.
And they argue that if parking were free, that would induce more people to come and shop.
Yep, absolutely, without a doubt.
Well, if the protocol, in order to do
a survey for the parking study. Sorry, go ahead, Felicity.
I was just going to say, if this is something, I'm not even, this is something that the Planning Commission was going to present as a kind of incentive. First of all, I'm not entirely sure that we could do that, but I mean, all of us as independent people can present whatever we want to the select board. We would have to have data that demonstrated that was the case. And I don't know that we have the data.
Well, no, that'd be similar to like what Jess was talking about. We have data now that prove that if you house homeless people, you have less of a loitering issue on our downtown. You know, so it's these circumstances that provide that data. You know, so the 1% sales option tax is just an insult to Brattleboro businesses. Parking downtown has always been there. The paying for parking downtown has always been there. But the fees keep going up and the hourly rates keep going up, which absolutely, when it comes to a town of 12,000 people, the percentage of the 12,000 that actually shop down is super small. And the biggest complaint from consumers not going downtown is paying for parking and how expensive the parking tickets are. You know, so that's super hard data to obtain. But maybe after this, once we go forth with it, maybe we'll have that data and we can have something to show the select board and be like, hey, this is how damaging paying for parking downtown is. The revenue and the taxes that we make off of these businesses from not having paid parking downtown is incredibly beneficial. You know, like it could be beneficial for us to learn this now potentially. But no, there's no data.
I think that everybody should read the parking study. There was a survey done. You know, we should all just look through it before we undertake something like this. I think, you know, the select board's going to want data. They're going to want to know, you know, we're going to have to put everything together if that's something that you want to pursue. But we need more than an argument. We're going to need hard data, and they might even want to study it some more. I'm sorry that the parking study and all its findings and all the survey stuff is not just right here in my head. I don't have that kind of recall or memory, but it was done in 2017 and 2018. It's not old. Merchants were talked to, and, you know, I just think, I mean, I'm kind of with Prudence that there are a lot of factors as to whether or not these businesses are going to make it. I'm not sure how big of a puzzle, or, you know, piece of that puzzle is parking. But let's all look at the study.
I want to drop one more comment on that. And so many years ago, when I worked at a downtown business, I attended the downtown business meetings. This is like 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, parking and free parking and paying for parking was also a topic of contention. And with downtown business owners, you know, when Irene hit with the recession, that was always one of the points that came up in conversation that they wanted to ask the town for. And I'm not sure. There may be data, there may not be data. I don't know if it came up as one of the barriers to having a good time downtown in our downtown survey recently. But the perception in the downtown business community, I think, is really tied to, we will feel supported if the town acts on this. And feeling supported and feeling that solidarity that the town has on this issue, I mean, that also could be a really important element in a business succeeding or wanting to succeed or wanting to stay here.
Thank you so much for saying that, Jen. I couldn't agree more. And one of the some of the businesses that I'm talking to downtown, the perception that they have of big T town Brattleboro is that the town doesn't even know that the town's not even aware that they even exist, you know, and that's pretty unfortunate. Especially too, like there's some folks that feel that the amount that they offer to the town is worth the town considering some things like not charging for to me, some simple things like not charging for parking. You know, we right now in a time like this, like in COVID 2020, these are definitely scary times, and these are hard conversations to have. A thing that's as simple as parking downtown and paying for parking downtown, it seems redundant and like a waste of time, but it's really, really not. It's a lot about perception. A parking ticket downtown is $10 or $20 if you forget to pay it over 2 weeks. It's like $1 an hour. That does not seem like a lot, but it is actually a lot. It's a lot of perception. It is actually a lot of money for some folks. You know, it is a lot of discouragement for other folks, you know, and that's not what we can't be discouraging anyone right now. You know, we need to be nurturing and supporting and patting people on the back and saying, hey, we're really glad you're here. We're really glad you're making sales. We're really glad your taxes are coming back to this community. You know, and that's exactly what we need to be doing right now.
So
I just want to add though, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I mean, I was just thinking of, I mean, if what what you guys are talking about is a sort of incentive program to sort of, you know, help businesses by making them feel like we're trying to support them in whatever way we can, then that seems like a much better ask to the select board than to go and say, we think that this is going to be beneficial. I like the idea much better to say, we actually think that this is a thorn in people's side. It's clearly documented as a thorn in people's side. Here's a time to be pulling the thorns out of people's sides. We don't think we're going to lose very much by it. Let's do this, regardless of whether or not we have any data that demonstrates that it's actually going to be profitable for these businesses in the end. It's more that it's going to help us in terms of our feeling like we're working with each other as opposed to each other. That seems to make much more sense. I like that idea. But I think it should be a package. I think we should do other sorts of things too. I don't think we should just go to the select board and say, we should cancel parking. I think there has to be a sort of this notion that we want to try to make businesses feel like they've been heard. I was struck by the few that we got the BDCC data. They have not heard from very many businesses. There not very many businesses in Brattleboro have taken that survey. So I still feel as if I'm quite uncertain about, and that most of the data that I found that was valuable that coming out of the BDCC was what they had done vis-a-vis the Brookings Institute, that Brookings Institute had gone through and classified businesses of immediate risk, medium-term risk, and long-term risk. And essentially, I mean, everybody is a long-term risk. I mean, so we're all at risk. I mean, because this is going to be the long term. So we should be thinking really innovatively about other sorts of things, because since we're all at risk, how can we all work together to make each other feel better, which might even be just the thing we need in order to survive. Might not actually cost a dime.
Yeah, so I was totally amazed that Brattleboro has almost 1,000 registered businesses. That's amazing. I'm super curious to know, obviously no one can predict the future and no one knows facts on anything, but I'm really curious on what percentage of those businesses we're potentially going to lose in a month from now. You know, is it 25? Is it 5%? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? I was definitely very discouraged by the BDCC information. Also, it seems like there's barely 100 businesses that they're working with in Brattleboro. You know, the work they're doing in Bennington is fine. The work they're doing in Bellows Falls is fine. Around Windham County, my focus is Brattleboro and like what we have here and the potential and the opportunity that we have here. And there's absolutely businesses slipping through the cracks, and that's incredibly frustrating. Because we're better than that. You know, we can do this. We can get through this. You know, if we all work together, we can absolutely get ahead of the game. And if I saw the numbers correctly, they're only working with 100 businesses in Brattleboro. So what are the
It's not working with, that was a self-reported survey. It doesn't indicate who they're working with. It was just a survey.
Yeah, so either way, I feel like the data is lacking royally. So can the town, we have this huge list. We have a list of 1,000 businesses. I'm assuming we have phone numbers and emails, contact information, names. Can Brattleboro do our own data collection? Is something I'm super curious.
I mean, we have that access, and I mean, we have that contact information. I think we could survey them. They might not respond to us as the planning commission, but we could, or the planning department. And
we could survey. It's going to depend, you know, there's cost, there's staff time when we've got other projects that we need to think about. We want to not be redundant, and we need to know what are we using that data for. I mean, I think that there's a lot of information out there. We know who's struggling. We know that we might, why are we going out to survey? What are you trying to get out of it? Because I don't want to survey for survey's sake. I don't disagree. 100 businesses responding to a survey, that's not great. We could have helped push out the information, but I don't want to survey for survey's sake.
But what if that
What is
survey?
it? I think the planning commission's job is really kind of the longer term recovery. And right now I feel like we're still like in the emergency right now. And, I don't think that we're can tweak policy or make suggestions for policy for the longer term recovery, which we might be entering now, but what are we going to do with that data?
You're an optimist. I like that.
I feel like doing some of our own data collection would be hugely important and relevant, and asking businesses in this area, what are your biggest concerns right now? Where are your biggest shortfalls? Like, what is it? Like, how many months of this can you endure before you throw in the towel? The data that I saw on the BDCC, like, it didn't tell me anything that I don't already know. And it also actually told me less information than what I was excited to see, or learn about. I have a lot of questions for businesses, and like simple things like, what is your biggest concern right now? And what can the town do to support you in that? And it's super simple things. Even if we don't act on anything, it's at least we have that information and we can make more educated maneuvers to helping our future if we do things like that. And I don't know what it would take. It would obviously cost some money, but to put a survey out there and email it to all 1,000 businesses and just see what their needs are, see how they're doing, see where, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know exactly what questions to ask. I could come up with them if I know that this is something we're moving forward with. But until I know.
I cannot sit here tonight and say that this is something that the department can do. If we want to give some thought as to what questions would be and how it would be, I'm willing to do that, or have you guys do the legwork. But we do have, this is kind of and I understand it's extraordinary times, but we have the municipal planning grant that's got to get done by mid-July. That's been pushed back. I've got some other projects on the plate. So it's not something that the department can fully take on, but lots of boards and commissions, do work on the side too and feed that information in. So if that's something that you guys want to start thinking about, I just can't fully staff something like that. I'm fairly sure I can give some more thought to it, but. And I'm not trying to like totally squash it. If you guys want to kind of put some thought into questions and feed them in and, have another work session to get it done. I mean, the other thing is you can't meet without a warned meeting if you have a quorum, but I'm just being realistic about what the department has on and, where it may fit. But I think we need to give some real serious thought as to what are we going to do with that? I just really, I'm not a fan of surveying just to survey.
So I have a question, because I mean, and this is based on complete and utter ignorance. If you're a business owner in Brattleboro and you feel like your voice is not being heard, where do you go?
I mean, you could go to the select board. You could speak to the town manager.
Is that the norm in most towns? Is that what people do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, we don't have an economic development department. Even our planning department is not so much a community development department. So yeah, I mean, you could go speak to any of the town administration.
But they don't, or do they?
I don't know if they do. I've not had those conversations.
Maybe they should be
people,
encouraged to. If people are, suffering in silence, they should. I mean, there's a lot of participation at select board meetings and, there's a lot of opportunity for input. But maybe that's one word we need to get out to businesses is let it, if you're having problems, let people know. Let the town know.
I mean, I think the other thing I know I'm being super negative, but from a town government perspective, like, okay, this is kind of a big month, mid-May, fourth quarter property taxes are due. We don't know the scope of the impact. Property taxes could be way down. So is the priority that we want to try to keep people in housing? Because if the landlords aren't paying their property taxes, so do we need a program for that? Or do we need a program for business? Or do we need both programs? But what kind of funding do we even have for it? So I just want to keep that in mind. I know we're focused right now on the businesses, but there are those other impacts that are going to be coming that, we don't know what they are yet.
So as far as some information collection, I've been participating with the state of New Hampshire through work they have an advisory committee for how the state's allocated CARES Act fund is going to go to supporting the economic and health survival of the state. So I've collected letters from my community that have been sent to that advisory committee on what to do with the funds. Is there anything similar to that in Vermont that Governor Scott is doing with creating an advisory council or collecting public comment on how those emergency funds are going to end up being spent? And can we piggyback on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that ACCD in the early days were collecting a survey, or they did do a survey. There is some discussion about the state coming up or coordinating a program that would for towns that have unrestricted funds from their revolving loan funds from Vermont Community Development Program. They are looking at kind of creating some sort of program, but we don't have the details on that yet. And that program may have come out of the surveying that ACCD did. But I'm not familiar with an advisory council. I can check.
So I'm just doing a time check. It's coming up on 7:30. We were going to talk a little bit about values and a little bit about zoning, but how are people feeling?
So it feels like we should close on the last topic we've talked about. And then I wonder if for the next topic, if the zoning changes maybe should be talked about next ahead of the values. Because since my understanding from the feedback last time is that the values is something that, will be a longer conversation. So I wonder if that means we should talk about zoning next. I know zoning's third, but maybe it should be second in the agenda. That's just an idea.
Totally fine with me. I only wanted to keep it on the agenda just because when we're talking about, the idea was when we're talking about zoning, we want to sort of be thinking about the values that we've put, that we've decided as a group are most important.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Would it be okay if each of us read one of them so that we get back on the same page with what they are, and then we move on to move along to the conversation?
Before we shift topics, though, I'm wondering how we should close the previous conversation. So we had a lot of ideas generated for how we might help. But I wanted to hear, how do you guys want to close that conversation? Was there anything where we want to recommend staff look at something specific? Do we want to vote on any of those ideas? I'd been thinking about, again, because I feel like we're in a, immediate crisis, if there's anything that staff would recommend, like, here's one of the ideas you guys had, and this is something we could easily recommend, or really, easily pull off the list and possibly make that actionable. But what do you guys think?
I look forward to some action, especially because of the short-term and the long-term crisis that we're in.
So Josh, how do you want to go? I mean, we have, I have to go back and look at my notes.
I mean, it's not up to me, like this is a group effort. I'm definitely discouraged.
I guess I'm asking you, and then other people chiming in. I mean, there is the question of the 1%, and I don't know. I mean, I think some of this stuff is not really our purview, but we can, if there's a sense among the commission that we really want to make a statement about this, we can write a letter, which is not the strongest action that one can take. And then parking, which seemed to me to be the ones that were that had the most immediate action attached to them. If I'm missing one, let me know, because and the cleanup, I mean, I will say, Josh, on the cleanup issue, Bama has been working on a number of different fronts, and one of the newest fronts is trying to put together a corps of volunteers, because there's a lot of people. Bama has gotten a lot of people excited about volunteering, but then there haven't been immediate needs, so there's just a lot of volunteers without anything to do.
Good problem to have.
What?
Good problem to have.
Yeah, exactly. So there's now a volunteer corps, or at least there's the idea of a volunteer corps and the town is funneling jobs that can be done by volunteers to Bama, to then send them out to the community so that people can work under the auspices of the town at various jobs, like cleaning things, painting things, doing various other things, all above board and legal, because there's a lot of legalities around doing work like that. So that is, so just so you know, that is happening. And I hope that it'll result in some cleanliness. I don't know, but anyway, so how do we move ahead with this conversation we've had?
I obviously see the ineffectiveness of writing a letter to the select board, but I definitely feel like we should. If everyone is in agreement on these ideas, I feel like I wish we could have a much stronger impact right now. Because people are looking for action right now. Obviously, this is a slow process and the bureaucracy behind it. So I really, really encourage everybody to email Peter Elwell and the entire select board and let them know where you're at with things. That seems like one of the stronger moves to make. I've been doing a lot of that, and I don't know if I'm being listened to, and I definitely need support in that. So I would love to move forward with all of these things, and my biggest thing, like definitely a little bummed with Sue's comments about data collection. I definitely feel like the town of Brattleboro, we could do our own data collection and just be really prepared for the future if we just knew what businesses want. I still don't know. I know what businesses that I talk to want and need, but I want to know what all 1,000 businesses in Brattleboro want and need, to where they can stay on top of this, to where we don't lose anybody. I would love to have 100% of our businesses be in business in 2021. So what can the town do to assist with that? I don't know. We need that data. The BDCC hasn't supplied it. So what can we do to obtain that? If it seems too big of a project or there's no funds there, I guess I'll live with that answer. So for now, I don't know how you guys want to move forward. I think I want to put it in your hands to say how we do this and see what you are all inspired to do.
Josh, if I can propose something, maybe you can start doing some of the legwork with doing a draft of what you think this survey might look like.
Yep.
And then when you have, the foundation of that fleshed out, then I think I have a sense of what you're saying, but we'll have a better sense and we'll be closer to knowing, like, is this a feasible thing? Will this be constructive? How will people receive it? And then we can really plug in our input and make it potentially a group effort.
Okay, I can easily do that, and it's not even a big survey. I foresee 10 questions, maybe less, and so it's something pretty simple, and I can easily do that for sure.
So I'm happy to I'll have at the end of the week, I'll have a little bit more bandwidth, actually a good deal more. So I'm happy to, I think that the commissioners can take this on, in the absence of staff time. It does seem like a valuable thing. I like you, Josh, I find the absence of real information about how these 1,000 businesses are managing, or some anecdotal information about some of them, and not a great deal that gives us a coherent sense. Although I'm gonna toss a wet blanket in, and while I applaud the idealism in keeping all of our businesses afloat to 2021, that is a very, very, very heavy lift right now, because it just seems we've been in tough times before COVID, and now we're in this. So we can keep that as our lodestar, but I think we might not be successful in that.
But if we do, though, at least we can say that we tried.
Right. So is everybody in agreement? I'm happy to, I have once before gotten involved in doing a survey, and I will say it's extremely hard to ask the right kind of questions so that you get the right kind of data, and you don't get different sorts of answers that don't really tell you anything. So if we had at least, I see that Andrew put Google Sheets into the chat box, and that seems like something. But if there's one of you non-staff members who have any kind of training on how to survey, if you would volunteer a few minutes to review whatever the questionnaire is produced, that would be really helpful. Jessica, are you nodding your head?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Let's try to do.
And I think Andrew and I can give some time. I just can't be taking on a survey all, coming out of the department. I want it to come from the Planning Commission. We can, make use of our lists, get it out there, but it's just not something that's, we can handle by ourselves at this time.
If we can put together a survey and get it, we could do it by this week and get it out by the beginning of next week, then depending upon the responses, we might be able to call a special meeting and look at it if it seems as if the responses give us something that we might feel we want to do in between now and June.
I'm struggling with the purview of the Planning Commission and what our role is and what we can really affect. But I guess, first of all, I think that's a really aggressive time frame to try to design a, well-designed survey. And I've been involved with a lot of surveys, and, it's easy to ask the questions on how you get the data back and can analyze it can be really difficult if it's not designed well. And even if it is designed well, it's still time consuming. And I just feel that we should touch base with the select board to see whether this is something would this be helpful for them to hear about this? Because we are stepping out of our normal role, as I understand it.
Well, we can ask for data. That seems to be about the one thing that we're really on safe ground doing, is asking for information is one of the things that we are charged over and over and over again to ask for data and then make recommendations based upon that data.
And we can make recommendations. We can make recommendations on policy and things like that. But what are the things, Sue, that we specifically can change?
Can I just real quickly say something? Sorry, I just don't want to forget. Sorry, the Google Forms will create graphs and analyze the data for you. So just FYI, it does save time. I've used it in projects in school with like 2 weeks, and it's amazing. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that. If you need a tutorial, I can always get on the phone with someone and help them out. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Thank you. Sue.
So what can the Planning Commission actually change? I'm just trying to go through. I mean, you make policy recommendations. So land use regulations, we write the regulations, but ultimately they're passed by the select board. Same with the town plan. But so yeah, I can't really think of something off the top of my head that you have direct
according to the
authority
chart
to change.
Yeah, we don't do anything. We only, I have it right here, you know.
That's not true. You do a lot.
No, I mean, everything we do is we send stuff to the select board. We send stuff, we don't, there's nothing that we actually, I mean, you know, if we do our job well, the select board accepts what we do. But we have to do things within the purview that we have a responsibility for in order for them to agree with what we do. If we go off the rails.
Right. And that's, I think that's why I'm pushing so hard. You know, if we're gonna undertake, if you're gonna make suggestions on parking, we need to understand what are the ramifications, because we want to do a good job so that you have success at the select board.
But that's in, Sue, to argue with you a little bit, that's in normal circumstances. We're not faced with normal circumstances right now. And so I feel that like we need to be thinking outside of our comfort zones and outside of our boxes to be as supportive as possible. You know, so normally like in 2019, yeah, we go to the select board, we make recommendations, they can approve it or deny it or whatever they decide to do. But now we're in different circumstances now. So I feel like it's going to take different tools and mechanisms to make things happen and make things work. And that's what I'm excited to work with everybody, you know, on the planning commission in doing. You know, like obviously we're limited and our hands are tied in some situations and we don't really do anything. We're not really that effective. But what if we can have a little bit of an effect? You know, that's what I'm hoping that we can get out of this.
I hear you. I like big ideas. I just would respectfully disagree that we can't just go in with a big idea. It has to be, you know, because the select board has a responsibility to all taxpayers.
Mm.
So they're going to want to know what are the effects. It's just my recommendation.
So if we were to make a recommendation on, say, free parking, we would need to have data on how that would impact availability of parking. We would need information from downtown businesses on how that would make them feel or how that might impact their business. We would need to reflect some sort of fiscal plan for the positions that are currently furloughed and the care of the municipal parking lot structure. So is that,
I don't know about the furloughed employees, but definitely what are the responsibilities? And
we need to have that data in place before we make a recommendation to the select board.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways. I mean, if you're going to go in with a hard proposal to say free parking, then I think we need to strategize over how, you know, what kind of information you think would be useful. I think the other tactic you could take is put together a letter with you know, look, we had a long discussion at our planning commission meeting. There's this, and this. Are there anything that you're interested in that, you know, you want us to do some research on? That's another tact. It's maybe not as direct because you're asking them to say, hey, where can we be helpful? But it's another possibility.
I think that that might be a lovely, lovely first step because we really have all this energy, we have all these ideas. Writing a letter to the select board that sort of outlines a couple of different ideas where we could spend our time and energy and getting feedback from them on what would be most helpful to help them make a decision and move forward in prioritized order. That would be awesome. What do you guys think?
I like it. I worry about how long that'll take, but I really like it.
I like it too.
Yep, I like that idea as well.
I like that idea as well, but the one thing that I really don't want to let go of is I really don't want to let go of our principal rule. I mean, what we can do as a planning commission and what we're required to do by Vermont statute is plan and is take this crisis in the moment and really try to think in the same way creatively that we've been thinking about the present about the next 15 to 20 years, because now is the time that we could really be making some structural shifts that would have long-term benefits and prevent us from getting into another situation that we're in right now. I'm all for trying to deal with the immediate crisis, but I also think it's so important to always be thinking ahead, and that is, after all, what planning is about. So I'm happy to do that with the next, week or so. But then I really want to dig into the data and the information and the zoning so that we can really start thinking what Brattleboro 2030 is going to look like.
I think that point's well taken, Felicity. I've been thinking also about, if we do lose businesses, which I think, is likely to happen, and, folks have trouble, say, making their rent and their mortgages. I've been thinking about what does that look like long term. So when you're thinking about a recovery and businesses are reopening, where people are starting new businesses, how does zoning play into that as well?
Right.
Sorry, Josh, I cut you off there.
No, you're totally fine, Kate. I'm curious, Felicity, so that I'm thinking about it from here on out, can you just give me an example? Like, give me one of your ideas, just so I have like a baseline, so I have an idea of like where you're at, where your mind is going.
Well, I'm thinking about, if more people are coming to the state because they've discovered, their bosses have discovered, hey, you can work remotely now 24/7. And it's safer here and you can social distance without even trying. And so all of a sudden people are going to be buying up land and people are going to want to, they want a chunk of Vermont of their own. So they want 5-acre, 10-acre parcels. But they don't want to work them. And we have a lot of people in this state who survive off of livestock and haying and various other sorts of things. So we have to pay attention to the right to farm, that pigs smell, that cows make noises, that hay balers make noises, that if you're going to be driving around on your SUV, then you ought to be paying extra money for the cars, for the roads that are going to get, screwed up. And all that stuff that there are going to be changes now that are going to be happening. And we would like, if people are going to be moving here, we want them to move right into town. We want to be able to expand our town and get more mixed use housing. We want to have nice zoning that creates the notion that somebody can get a house, they can put an accessory dwelling unit on it, they can make rent off of their accessory dwelling unit, they can live on an acre or half an acre. And then they can ride their bike out to the beautiful rural countryside where the cows are. And I think we can incentivize that through zoning and through foresight. So that's what I'm thinking.
Sounds like growth management to me, Felicity.
No, that's perfect. That's an excellent example. And I also, to piggyback off of that, but then also to bring up what Tom was saying before, you know, like this is the first pandemic we've seen, you know, there's going to be another one. So if we can start preparing for the next one, you know, if we can have these systems in place and just be one step ahead next time, that's something else we should also be talking about and discussing and planning for.
Yeah, and to doubly piggyback off that, even if some of these things, you know, like a land use reg zoning change, that makes pandemic less severe here or acute. I think a lot of those things would also have the same effect of just reducing normal sort of illness, sick days amongst the populace of the town. Hate to keep bringing up the doorknob thing, but for example, that with that, you know, just maybe a nice side effect of that won't get me, you know, all the pizzazz of, you know, the media attention, but is that maybe just less people will get colds from each other as a result of something like that, and we'll just have a healthier populace as a result of changes like that. And it'll be a slow, incremental thing that's not as sexy as, you know, preventing the pandemic, but just an overall raising of general health.
No, it's awesome that you say that, because I was listening to VPR the other day. You may have caught it. Some folks here may have caught it, but they were talking about literally healthy towns and cities, developers creating towns and cities that are actually healthy for you to live in. We're not creating those right now. You know, like with air filtration systems, with not touching doorknobs, like you're talking about, Tom, like all these little things that we can be doing to make Brattleboro actually a healthy place to live, instead of a scary, you know, germy, potentially hazardous place. I'll see if I can find that VPR and email it around also. I don't even know how to search back in their history and figure it out, but it was actually really, really interesting about development and the future of cities mostly, and how to make residents actually healthy by living there.
Just to give you a heads up, one of those things is less parking, less cars, and I know you guys had a big conversation about it. Obviously, with COVID-19, it changes things, but I wanted to say this earlier: free parking is going to immediately put the cars ahead of pedestrians. Just to let you know, there's a great book by a UCLA professor that kind of goes into the whole thing about free parking. But obviously, these are different times. But when you talk about healthy cities, for me, the first thing I think of is less cars.
I was concerned about that too, because then we'd really like people cycling and walking to town more, taking the bus to a point and riding in, that kind of stuff.
I want to go back to a couple things on your list maybe before that I kind of see as maybe we could move them along kind of fairly quickly, at least provide the information to the select board. I thought the idea of opening up the sidewalks, you know, with liquor licensing, you know, and maybe letting restaurants use town sidewalk, because not everybody is got their private property. On the west side of Main Street, some of it is private property, like where the Works puts out tables and stuff. But on the east side, it's pretty much town sidewalk. So I thought that is kind of interesting, kind of researching the liquor license and figuring out, making a suggestion, or maybe it's the parklets, because when we did see parklets, there were lots of restaurants that would take up spaces. So if there is less car activity downtown, then maybe, you know, for the summer, maybe they could allow some parklets for outdoor dining. I know in New Hampshire, when they're opening up restaurants, it's outdoor first. They're not opening up the indoor. So who knows, when restaurants in Vermont do anything other than takeout, it might look the same, in which case lots of restaurants might want some outside space. So I thought that was interesting. Even exploring, you know, maybe putting some temporary bike lanes in, especially when traffic is low. That might be another thing that you might want to take forward. And of course, the public buildings, we can look into that, Tom, on the, you know, what we want to do about the doors, handles, and that kind of thing.
So can I just say, Kate put a note in the chat that she needs to go at 8. So is there anything that we need to do before Kate drops out?
Yeah, sorry, I have a responsibility for one child out of my 3 this evening, so I have to get her in bed by 8.
It's okay. It's possible that this whole the whole web meeting might drop off, but I'm hoping it's going to give me a chance to extend it.
Oh, you mean it might expire at 8?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did it to 8 or 8:30, and I'm trying to poke around to see if I can extend the meeting room.
So if it disappears, should we all just wait to get an email from you?
Do you all have access to email? Because I will send you an immediate email.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm also gonna have to go in just 5 minutes, so.
So can we just say, you know, if can I ask you to do something, Sue? I mean, if we list out the things that we think are there's sort of general consensus around pushing them forward to the select board along the lines that you outlined of sort of we want to make these recommendations, and if you see anything on here you think would be valuable for us to work forward on, we'll work forward on them, and then that's one, the letter for the immediate urgent needs. The second is the question on the survey. Have we decided we don't want to do the survey, or do we want to investigate what a survey might look like?
I think in the letter,
I think I heard you say you did want to do a survey.
Jess brought up a good point. Maybe in the letter, before we jump the gun on a survey, maybe in the letter to the select board, we ask them if they see any value in us surveying our list, the town's list of registered Brattleboro business owners. Because I know more than 100 will respond to it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so then based upon the minutes from this meeting, which are obviously better than my notes, drafting a letter, and then how do we, when we've drafted a letter before, we've drafted it, we've sent it around, everybody has signed off on it, and then it's gone to the select board, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to take the lead on drafting the letter? If nobody volunteers, then I have to do it.
I can absolutely help.
Okay, all right. I will.
I cannot write to say. I would
right.
definitely support you in it for sure.
Sue, so will you send me the list of things, and then I'll draft some kind of language to surround them, and then I'll send it out?
Yes.
You guys, not to the select board. Okay. Cool. We don't have anything we have to vote on then. Do we want to somebody want to move to table the values and zoning to the next month's meeting?
I have a crazy question.
Yeah.
Could we meet before June whatever? June 2nd, June 1st?
We always can, yes.
I feel like
yeah, and just a note about that, the June 1st meeting is going to be about the downtown plan. We need to meet to be able to get it in a place to get it out to the public. So
yeah, I feel
Felicity
like
and I had talked about that. So if you do want to meet again, we can.
I feel like this conversation is really good, and it's really important to be talking more and to be acting more, and I think meeting more goes along with all of that, because I think the things on our agenda that we didn't get to, I would love to see keep moving.
I'm totally into meeting twice a month, easily. I know that's difficult for a lot of people, but the time for like the next 3 months, if we meet twice a month and we see there's an end in sight, maybe it'll be that much more doable.
Okay, so in 2 weeks' time, can everybody make Monday I'm holding up my calendar because I can't. Monday, the 18th.
I possibly can. I would need to check with my my husband on childcare, but possibly. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, super. So we'll meet on Monday, May 18th, hoping you can join us, Kate and Kathy, since Kathy's not here.
Would
I
it
can
be?
meet them too.
I wonder if plugging into the equation of our to-dos would be like a subcommittee of, under the quorum. Have people considered that? Would that fit in any way so that we could plug away in between meetings?
Great.
Thank you for saying that, because the thought crossed my mind earlier in the meeting and then I missed the opportunity. I think that's a good idea. You could have 3 people on a subcommittee.
What's the subcommittee pertaining to? Economic development?
I guess the survey could be one of it. Prioritizing the of all the ideas we talked about, the ones that we feel are the most important. Doing research into the land use regs for what we actually tangibly have a effect on. I don't know. 3 ideas.
That's 3 different subcommittees.
Yeah, I think at the next
need more
meeting we can decide what those are, especially if we've heard back from the select board by then. Will we? Do they have a meeting next week?
They have a meeting this week.
We have a meeting tomorrow night and then 2 weeks later, so no, the night after. We wouldn't hear probably till after the meeting on the 19th.
But we still could have that conversation. I need to leave. We could still have that conversation at the next meeting.
Yeah.
I'll be on the subcommittee. I'm totally willing.
Okay. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting before everybody leaves.
I make that motion.
Is there a second? I'm just
Second
gonna
that.
I'm gonna take a thumbs up vote as to say that everybody agrees with adjournment. All right. We are.
Kate, yes.
Thank you all.
Thank
Stay
you
safe.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, guys.